Everyone, and welcome to the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and authorities concurrent with the Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting. So I'm going to call this to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Hardy. Vice Chair Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to move into public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on closed session? I don't see any. Do you have any, Assistant City Clerk?
I do not see any either. I have no e-comments or public comment emails.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority joint meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag
The
of
flag
the United States of
of
America and to the
the
republic
republic for
for
which
which
it
it stands, one
one
nation,
nation
under God,
under
indivisible,
this
with liberty and justice for all.
world.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the
Yes.
announcement?
Go ahead, please.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I have a short memo here that I want to read. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join us via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item during public presentation, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of their phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. As many of you know, or maybe you haven't heard yet, we are anticipating a powerful storm this evening. In the event we lose power, we will deem the meeting immediately adjourned. We will reschedule and publicly notice a meeting to hear the balance of the agenda as soon as possible. Thank you in your advance for your understanding and patience should this occur. And please stay home and be safe. So let's hope that doesn't happen today, but in the event, we wanted to let you know ahead of time. So let's move on with the council agenda. City Attorney, reports of action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do I have anybody that has anything to have there? Continuances, exceptions. I don't see any member of the public or the council has any actions there. So we're going to move on to our special order.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane has raised his hand.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry. Okay.
I believe that the 49ers had sent in a letter asking to continue one of the items. I believe it was 2K.
I didn't
that
see
correct?
that, city manager.
I haven't seen that either.
It was
You
sent
saw
maybe
something, Councilmember
15 or 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was just sent.
Well, when we were in closed session?
Yes.
Okay, well, would you like to read it? I guess, since you have it?
Oh, have it here somewhere. I'm
City
sorry.
clerk, you must have a copy. Do you have a copy, city clerk?
I do. Just a moment.
When did it come in?
I have a copy.
What time did it come in, Brian? And
Let me-
who's it from? I'm just trying to do a quick search in my email.
It's from an outside counsel that the 49ers have used by the name of Ruth Ann Ziegler. So
Okay,
it came in just 6 minutes prior to the beginning of the meeting at 3:54. So this is another, what I would consider utterly bad faith effort by the 49ers to raise an issue at the very last minute. You know, this agenda has been out since, I think, Thursday or Friday, and they wait till 6 minutes before. They don't get on the line to request a continuance. I see no merit in their arguments, and it's just another demonstration by them of complete and utter bad faith.
Are they here to, is anyone on the line or from this 49er organization to request a continuance? Just in writing? So unless a council member wants to continue something?
Mayor,
Yes.
may I ask, just for new council members' benefit, it may be helpful if the city attorney provide a summary of actions that he took with respect to the FPPC and Form 700 on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and its consultants. That might help.
You know, I think I can do that if you want to, if we want to pull that from the.
Okay, it's up to the council. I just think that,
But I think in
Pull it
terms,
from the consent. We can
Yeah.
talk about it when we get to consent.
yeah, I just think it's important for the council to be aware of
And I'd
work
be
that we've
happy-
already had completed with the FPPC on
I'd
this
be happy to
matter.
do that when we get to the item.
Okay.
Okay, maybe somebody can pull that. Okay, very good. Is there anything else? Okay, seeing none. We have a very, very special guest with us tonight, and I can see her there with her granddaughter. As a special order of business this evening, the city council and I would like to wish Esperanza Castellanos, also known as Hope, right? Hope? Hope, is that right, Mandy? Unmute yourself, Mandy. A longtime 70+ year Santa Clara resident, a very happy 107th birthday by presenting her with another proclamation. All right, Esperanza, we have more proclamations for you. I want to tell the city a little bit about you because you're an exceptional, very famous person now in Santa Clara. So Esperanza was born on January 13th, get this guys, 1914 in Eagle Pass, Texas. She married her husband at the age of 13 and they moved to Santa Clara in 1945. On January 13th, 2021, the Castellanos family and their friends, including Esperanza's 5 great-grandchildren, I think it is. Mandy, you can correct me.
Yes.
Celebrated her 107th birthday in a special drive-by birthday event. I think we have a couple of pictures. There she is sitting there with her family for this special event. I was honored to be part of that incredible day. And I have to tell you, she is one popular Santa Clara lady because she had fire trucks, not only from Santa Clara, but from Sunnyvale, fire trucks and police cars and friends, just a load of friends just driving and honking and holding up posters and balloons and, you know, calling out her name. It was, I was like, it was like a mini parade of champions for her here in Santa Clara. It was unbelievable. And then after, her friends from St. Clair's came and sang, they serenaded her and they sang to her in Spanish. And so it was quite an incredible day. So, and it was interesting because she has lived through 2 pandemics, the Spanish flu and now this one. And I have to say, she's feisty. Esperanza is feisty for 107 years old. And as it turns out, on a personal note, she said she used to work at the Pratlow Cannery where my grandma worked, and my grandma would be like 117 right now, but where my grandma worked, they worked together, you know, way back when in Santa Clara. So she's been part of the history and the fabric with Mandy, her granddaughter, which we'll hear from Mandy. And those of you who may or may not know Mandy's father is Freddie Santos, the mailman that served Santa Clara for many years. He's, you know, another famous person in our city. So I'm honored to present you with, and we'll get it to you, this another city proclamation. We proclaim January 13th, 2021 as Esperanza Castellanos Day. And so now I'd like to invite Esperanza and her granddaughter, Mandy Santos, to speak to us via Zoom. So welcome, Esperanza and Mandy, welcome.
Thank you. Nana, did you want to say something to the mayor? You want to say hi?
Hi.
She was very excited to join. She has the pin on. I'm not
She
sure if
does,
you can
good.
actually
We have
see that.
match.
Yep, matching pin. She wears it very proudly.
I have another one.
Yep, it's right there.
It's
You have
a-
one. I gave you one on behalf of the city council and the city.
She's still having a blast and still getting calls from family members and friends that saw her on TV, and we couldn't be more pleased to be part of this event today and part of the council and the proclamation. So thank you to you and your staff, and it's greatly appreciated to be proud of Santa Clara and the community.
I think that I saw her, I saw you on television several times. People making comments that couldn't believe you. And I think, was it someone that asked you what's your secret? And I think she said oatmeal, right? Was it Mandy, oatmeal?
Yes, oatmeal. I think she's going to be probably on Quaker Oats probably pretty soon.
She's going to be on a lot of things. So thank you, Esperanza. Would you like to say anything?
Nana, do you want to say anything? You want to talk to the mayor? It's hard for her to hear.
What do you
She asked if you wanted to say anything. Do you want to say anything to the council and the
She
mayor?
wants to what?
She wants to know if you want to say anything to her.
The only thing I can say, Santa Clara was small but beautiful before. Now. A lot of people from all over. It's different.
Well,
Before it was so pretty and quiet.
Well, she lives on one of the busiest streets too on Scott Boulevard. So,
but I think, Esperanza, it's changed a lot in the last 100 years. Certainly it has. And you've lived through the most, you know, time in history in the last 100 years of the most changes in the world. You have lived through them, and I'm looking forward to celebrating your 108th birthday next year.
I think we might have to do a helicopter or jump out of a plane, something for her, because.
What did she do in Hawaii when she was 100? What did she do?
The helicopter when she was 100 for the first time. So she's not afraid of anything. She's fearless.
That's great. Well, you keep going, Esperanza. We're all rooting for you. Thank you for joining us today, and happy birthday.
Thank you. She said we're all rooting for you. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday, Esperanza. We'll see you next year.
Yes.
Okay? All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mandy. Thank you
All
for
right.
bringing.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, we can only all be so lucky. All right. Okay, our next special order of business is we want to recognize a local youth author. And I would like to honor local young author Arna Agrawal. She was proposed by council member Kathy Watanabe. Hi. And she's a third grader at Don Calajan School. And Arna might well be the youngest person in Santa Clara to have published a book. Oh, there she is. Thank you. These are great photos. Arna's wrote and illustrated her first book, The Magic Bracelet, Sarah and the Dinosaurs, about a girl named Sarah who finds a magic bracelet and discovers that it can take her to exciting adventures and magical places. Sarah and the Dinosaurs was published this past December through Kindle Direct Publishing. Arna's now working on her second book in the Magic Bracelet series. Arna, we're so proud of you, and it's my honor to present you with this special certificate of mayoral recognition to highlight your amazing achievement. There it is, and we'll make sure you get it. Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, did you want to say something before we hear from Arna and her parents on Zoom?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity. This is so exciting, and it's so important that we acknowledge our youth, especially our published youth, and because it's not very often that we have young folks like Arna having books published. And so I was really impressed when her mom reached out to me and told me about this accomplishment. And so I said, we definitely have to acknowledge this. And so Arna, she was actually chosen to participate in the 39th, the school district's 39th annual Young Writers Exposition, and unfortunately it was canceled because of the COVID lockdown. But she was disappointed, but what Arna did was she turned lemons into lemonade. And so that was her inspiration then to write this book. And so, and I have to say, one of her inspirations is Mary Pope Osborne, who is the writer of the Magic Tree House books. And anybody with children, and I know my daughter was definitely a fan of these books, know how special these books are and magical, and they're fiction based on they're fiction based on nonfiction events. And so it's wonderful, that our youth are being inspired by, these authors, and to be able to then write their own books. So thank you, Arna, for coming here today, and thank you to your mom, Vandana, for reaching out and sharing with you this accomplishment. And I look forward to bringing that proclamation and leaving it at your house in the next couple of days. So congratulations, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So Arna, would you like to say a few words and tell us about your book? Welcome. You're on mute. Unmute. There you go.
Yes. So firstly, I would like to thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councilmember Casey for reaching out and acknowledging me and my work. And I would also like to thank my current teachers, Ms. Condich and Ms. Lindsay, and my past teachers, Ms. Lee, Mrs. Chappell, and Ms. Souza, for always encouraging me to write and read. And I would also like to thank all the people that have read my book and reviewed it on Amazon. And I would be delighted if the city could put my books in libraries and schools so that people can get a chance to read them.
You want to talk about the book a little bit?
I think we can handle that. I think we can make sure that that happens for sure. So tell us about your book.
So, and I would also love to autograph them.
Oh. Tell us about the book.
Maybe you can tell us about your inspiration for the book. What inspired you?
So my inspiration was the Magic Treehouse books by Mary Pope Osborne. So I liked how the two main characters named Jack and Annie, they went on adventures, and I thought about my book including an adventure too.
Okay. Well, we are looking forward to seeing your book in person and getting it in our libraries and everything else. Is there anybody on the council? Vice Mayor Hardy, do you have something to say?
I was going to say congratulations, and I really like the idea of having a local authors section in our library. I think we can pass that on, and it sounds exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's great. Councilmember Becker, followed by Chahal, followed by Park.
I say congratulations, and you are an inspiration to a bunch of young people. Being one of the youngest members on council here, I think that you have a future ahead of you, and I'm very proud of you. And I would love to see that in our library for our local authors. And best of luck to you.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Arna, and congratulations to your parents as well. I know they must have worked hard for you and they got to get all the support for that. So we look forward to your book in our library, that for sure, as Mayor mentioned, we can arrange that. And looking forward to your next series or next books going forward. Thank you very much, and keep going.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, congratulations. And I love the idea of having a local author section at libraries in Santa Clara. And looking forward to your next book, and hopefully maybe some others. You can encourage the people around you to join you on those shelves. Have a good night.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, congratulations, Arna. You're one ahead of me. I have never written a book. So even at your age, you're far ahead of me. Thank you very much. I always like to read books. I have lots and lots of books. My house is almost too full of books. Thank you.
Thank you, Arna. So congratulations to you and your parents, and your little brother is adorable. I see he got a lollipop, so he was keeping quiet. So congratulations to your parents as well. We look forward to seeing your name on the New York Times bestseller list. So those books come into the city, okay?
Thank you so much, Mayor Lisa, and we'll make sure that she'll come and her book would be famous and she will make our country proud.
Well, she's famous in our city right now already, I can tell. So thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for introducing us to this exceptional young lady. Thank you. Thank you, Arna, and hope to see you soon. Tell us when the next one comes out, okay? And come back and visit us again. Thank you. Bye, little bro. He's so cute. Okay. All right. What's that? Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, our next special order of business is an update on worker cooperative initiative. And I think it goes to City Manager.
Good evening. I'm going to pass this over to Ruth and Robin, as well as we have our worker cooperative representatives online. So Ruth.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, I'm going to pass this over to Robin Sahid. She's been the lead project manager on this. And so she'll take us through this presentation on all the work that's been happening to get us to this point. So Robin?
Thank you, Ruth. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Robin Sayed, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm excited to share with you an update on the city's worker cooperative initiative. And to begin, I would like to quickly review the work we've done to get us to this point. Jason, if you wouldn't mind switching the slide. In July of 2019, as you may remember, the City Council held a dynamic study session on the worker cooperative business model and heard from experts in the field and local businesses that have adopted this model. The worker cooperative and broader employee ownership business model is values driven, putting the worker and community benefit at the core of its purpose, which means workers own the business and participate in its financial success, and workers have representation on and vote for the board of directors. In November of 2019, at the recommendation of the Economic Development, Communications, and Marketing Committee, City Council allocated $100,000 toward this effort. That following March, the city adopted a resolution in support of worker cooperatives. Over the summer of 2020, we entered into a contract with Project Equity to conduct a business landscape analysis to help the city understand the risk to business retention among established companies, including potential future impact on jobs, the business tax base, priority industry sectors, and overall economic development goals. That same month, we released a statement of qualifications seeking firms with direct experience educating and providing technical expertise to municipalities and businesses on the worker cooperative business model. The city received one proposal from the Democracy at Work Institute and entered into a contract in December of 2020. Next slide, please. This initiative is important because traditional economic development strategies rarely look at succession planning. Employee ownership is an option that allows owners to retire well while keeping the business locally owned. This initiative will provide a tool to assist our businesses with succession planning with the hope of keeping them here and thriving in Santa Clara. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to introduce the strong team we've assembled to move this initiative forward, and you'll meet many of them tonight. From Project Equity, we have co-founder Hilary Abel, who is one of the leading experts in the field, Business Development Manager Donna Sky, and Operations and Regional Business Development Manager Jason Eby. I'm also pleased to introduce our partners from the Democracy at Work Institute, or DAWI for short. DAWI is an important partner in this initiative and will work closely with Project Equity to educate our businesses on available resources and help the city build a sustainable worker cooperative program. To help fulfill its scope of work, DAWI will also utilize its partners at the Sustainable Economies Law Center, or SELC, which provides essential legal tools, including education, research, advice, and advocacy, as well as the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives. The U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives is the national membership organization for worker cooperatives, which trains its members to act as ambassadors and advisors by sharing their experiences and tools with business owners contemplating worker ownership. Joining us today from the Democracy at Work Institute is Program and Policy Manager Zen Trenholm. From the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives, we have Policy Director Mo Mankling. And from Sustainable Economies Law Center, we have Policy Director and Staff Attorney Yassi Eskandari Kahar. With that, I would like to welcome Hilary with Project Equity to share with you some of the findings from their analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the introduction, Robin, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, and staff. I'm delighted to be here with you again and to be partnering with the city on this worker cooperative initiative. As Robin said, I'm joined today by my colleagues Donna Sky and Jason Eby from Project Equity, and by our colleagues Zen from Democracy at Work Institute and the other wonderful partners that Robin mentioned. You'll be hearing, after I present to you the findings of our business landscape analysis, you'll be hearing from Donna and Zen about the activities the city is supporting as part of this initiative. And I also want to mention that this initiative is launching alongside other efforts in the Bay Area and statewide, as well as other activities in Santa Clara, such as work that our friend Kirk Vartan of A Slice of New York is doing with Mission College. So I think that this initiative is going to be driving a lot of new momentum that will be supported by other like-minded efforts around the state. The first of the two contracts, as Robin explained, that the city has put together as part of this initiative is with Project Equity, and our initial phase of work was to do a small business landscape analysis. So I'm going to walk you through those findings over the next few slides. We used commercial business data via Hoover's, Dunn, and Bradstreet, which was current as of July 2020, and conducted an analysis of around 6,000 small businesses in Santa Clara that employ more than 60,000 people and have nearly $11 billion in revenue. And the purpose of this analysis is really twofold. One, it's to help the city understand, and all of the stakeholders understand, the economic impact that older businesses in particular have on the city, and thus the importance of retaining them through strategies like worker cooperative and employee ownership transitions. The other purpose is that you have a wonderful team, as you have heard Robin from her kind introduction, assembled here to do outreach to Santa Clara businesses and provide educational activities. And so this data analysis helps inform our outreach strategy. This graphic gives you a quick view of what we found. We sorted the data by zip code, industry, and company age range. And as you can see, the vast majority of companies in Santa Clara, like most places, are relatively young companies. Our work, however, focuses on the businesses that are 15 years old or older. And Robin explained why, and I'll get to sort of the punchline at the end of my presentation. As you can see from this bar graph, there are around 600 companies that are 30 or more years old, which is quite a few in a city the size of Santa Clara, and around 500 each that are in the next two brackets below that. The reason that we highlight companies that are 15 years old, and actually our outreach targets companies that are 20 years old, is because we have learned that they are the prime candidates for outreach and engagement for two reasons, both because they employ more people and they provide more revenue to the city, so they're drivers of economic development and jobs in the city that we want to retain. And it's also because of the maturity of those businesses and the fact that they have survived multiple recessions, for example. So hopefully these are companies that have the strength to continue for the long run because they've already proven that they can do so. The other reason that they're important to our outreach is that they are unlikely, like most people, actually most human beings, to have long-term plans for their company. So previous research by others has shown that only about 15% of businesses these days hand down to the next generation, family businesses. It's actually very rare these days to have a family succession, and that most business owners don't have succession plans. And finally, when a business owner does decide to put the company up for sale, it's not necessarily likely to sell. The data shows that only about 20% of small businesses that are listed actually end up finding a buyer. So these trends point to significant opportunity to look at the lesser known but very promising alternative of an employee ownership succession or a sale to the employees. These are the key industries that we found to have significant numbers of older businesses in the city of Santa Clara. So this was cut off at 100 or more businesses that are 15 or more years old. And they overlay very well with the industries that organizations like the ones represented here today have targeted for transitions to employee ownership. These include manufacturing, construction, transportation, warehousing, and wholesale trade. And the reason we like to see these businesses transition is because of the positive impact they have, the workforce demographics, and the quality of the jobs they provide. So in the case of manufacturing, for example, there's a very significant multiplier effect, which shows that each manufacturing job on average can be linked to 5 other jobs in the economy. And that's significantly more than other sectors such as service, which generates 1 additional job, and retail jobs, which generate a quarter of an additional job. So I'll show you now the distribution of manufacturing companies that are older that we found in the city of Santa Clara. It turns out that nearly 300 companies in Santa Clara in the manufacturing sector are 20 or more years old. And they employ almost 5,000 people, about 4,700 people. And those of you who live in the city are going to recognize some of the neighborhoods that they're concentrated in. You can go to the next slide, Jason. And in the construction sector, we see almost 100, actually 87 construction companies that we found in Santa Clara that are 20 or more years old, and they employ about 3,500 people. So I just wanted to share these 2 examples to give you a sense of the geographic distribution and the numbers of jobs in these older companies in Santa Clara. And now we get to my last slide, which is really the punchline, as I called it. The companies that are 20 or more years old in the city of Santa Clara, there are about 1,100 of them. They represent 18%, so less than 20% of the total number of businesses in the city, but they account for nearly 60% of the small business revenues and more than 30% of the jobs. So what we can demonstrate here is that the outstanding, longstanding, and kind of oversized impact that these legacy businesses have on the community through jobs and business revenue. And this is similar to findings we've found in other places. It's a common trend and represents a very significant opportunity. And we now know who these businesses are, where they are, and have developed a strategy to reach them. So with that, I want to hand it off to my colleague, Donna Sky, to tell you a little bit about the activities of business outreach.
Thank you for that. Donna?
Hello,
Hello.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you for that, Hillary. Hello, Madam Mayor. Thank you. So yes, I'm Donna Sky, and I was a longtime business owner myself. So having the opportunity to speak with and support business owners is something that really is exciting to me and near and dear to my heart. I'm on the business development team here at Project Equity and am often the first point of contact, providing one-to-one consultation calls with business owners. And I'd like to share a bit about our comprehensive approach to business engagement and transition support. Our business outreach includes engaging with businesses on multiple layers. We begin with building awareness and getting the word out to businesses about employee ownership in Santa Clara through press and targeted advertisements so owners know about the services. We also work with important local business connectors to reach business owners through existing networks and local organizations and advocacy groups like the Worker Owner Recovery Coalition, or also known as WORK, in which Project Equity, Dowie, and Santa Clara's own A Slice of New York are founding members of. Our work includes plenty of direct one-to-one consultations with business owners so we can learn about each business's goals and unique scenarios. As well, we facilitate educational webinars and events to provide insightful information about employee ownership for business owners and community connectors. We'll also host a larger stakeholder gathering, and all of these events will be in collaboration with Dowie and other expert partners. Next slide. We have a 5-stage transition process that begins with an informal, no commitment consultation or consultations, which can lead to a formal feasibility assessment if it's deemed that employee ownership is the right fit for the business owners, and ends with a guided transition process and post-transition support. This process is designed to help guide people with no prior knowledge about employee ownership to explore whether it's the right fit for them. It also helps ensure businesses are successful post-transition and creates a win-win solution for the workers, the owner, and the local community here in Santa Clara. Our educational webinars designed for business owners will go into much more detail about this process and how to get started, but owners that are interested now can certainly sign up for consultations at any time. Next slide. To support thriving cooperatives for the long term in Santa Clara, we screen for success, cultivate a referral network, and provide ongoing support. To screen for success, we examine readiness factors like financial health, company culture, and management bench. We found that businesses that are revenue producing and profitable for 3 years or more and have 10 or more employees are usually a better fit. But again, these are generalizations as each business is unique, and those individual factors can be discussed in those one-to-one consultations. We really want to know each business's individual goals and scenarios. Then we cultivate and tap into local network for referrals where needed to support each business through the transition process. And lastly, we offer ongoing support and stay connected with transitioned businesses through a Thrive service and also ongoing events. So our work is complementary to local partners like the Democracy at Work Institute. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to Zen of the Democracy at Work Institute now, who I've had the pleasure of working with as a fellow in the Seed Fellowship program that Zen leads.
Thank you, Donna. Zen.
Yeah. Hi there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Donna. Hi, Mayor Gilmore, and good evening to council members and staff. It's a pleasure to be here, reconnecting again around this really exciting initiative. So first, I just want to thank Project Equity for a fantastic presentation on like what we're actually talking here about the potential impact on the loss of businesses to the city of Santa Clara, and the type of support that Project Equity is offering to business owners to explore this option. So I'm really excited to be working closely with the city and of course with our partner Project Equity to continue to provide additional support to ensure that business owners and their workers have the tools and resources they need to consider employee ownership as a succession plan, and to also ensure that the city and the ecosystem is properly supported with the type of tools and capacity needed to continue to support future business owners and workers to also explore this option, not as something that's new and flashy, but it's something that's part of like normal economic development and small business practice, and how we make sure that we keep jobs and businesses local, give opportunities for business ownership for business workers. So we joined Project Equity alongside our partners at the Sustainable Economies Law Center and the U.S. Federation of Worker Co-ops in helping support owners and workers to consider this as a tool. And so as part of our contract, we're going to be providing an education and technical assistance series for both owners and employees. And so we're going to kick off with a partnered event, business owner training towards the end of February, which will really serve as the launch of our education and training series, where Project Equity will lead a business owner training and we'll discuss kind of upcoming informational sessions, legal workshops, and other technical assistance workshops, so that owners know what resources they have available to them to examine if this is the right option for them, and who they can learn from other business owners themselves who've explored this as an option and have ultimately converted themselves. And so beyond that, we'll also be training and equipping relevant city staff and ecosystem service providers on what it takes to kind of be a conversion guide, or to help refer owners who are asking questions about the succession plan, and refer them to Project Equity to continue to explore employee ownership as a succession option, and to connect their clients to again, our education technical assistance series. So in many ways, we're providing support needed now so owners and workers can consider this as an option. But we're also building capacity for the long term in the ecosystem, so that as Donna said, local service providers are also part of this work, and also thinking about how this can be part of their toolkits. And finally, and this brings in some of the work that I do at Democracy at Work Institute, we're going to be helping the city establish and implement a sustainable worker cooperative program beyond 2021. So figuring out how the city can retain its legacy businesses through transition to employee ownership as part of its ongoing small business support. Part of that work is working very closely with Robin and her team to review existing city programs, protocols, and policies around what it could look like to use existing supports to make it easier for owners and workers to explore employee ownership. Providing a little nuts and bolts training on conversions to relevant city staff, so that they're aware of this form, how it works, and what some of the obstacles and challenges are to adoption. And then ultimately providing a set of recommendations alongside our partners, Sustainable Economies Law Center, on what are some simple, low-cost ways that the city can incentivize employee ownership for the years to come. So again, right-sizing it for the city and its capacities now, but also thinking long-term about the type of support ecosystem that enables employee ownership formation. And then, of course, in addition to this, I'm sure Robin will speak more to this, but we've also submitted some web copy for a city-hosted webpage that discusses kind of the background context for this initiative. And for any owner, worker, or community member interested in employee ownership, they can go to the city and be able to access a slew of resources and a referral page, so that they can get immediate support from Project Equity and from the city itself. So really excited to be working with the city to develop supports now that addresses the current need, while also laying the strong groundwork to make this a sustainable initiative for the years to come. And for now, I guess I think I pass to Robin.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
No, I was saying thank you, Zen. Robin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Zen. As you can all see, we have just a really strong team of experts helping us move this really important initiative forward. We're really excited to keep moving with this. And before we wrap up, I just wanted to review a few of the next steps with you. So as Zen mentioned, by the end of the week, we're hoping to issue a press release about the initiative and also launch our webpage. There's a lot of great resources that will be available to businesses in our community. And then again, we're targeting the end of February to host our first educational session. So we're all lined up to get this out there to the community and start educating our businesses about this model. And with that, the team is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to our council questions, I see that we have Kurt Vartan here. I'd like for him to give an update for us in terms of his work with Mission College. So Kurt, can we allow him in? Because I want the council and the public to see the full picture. Kurt?
He's moving over to the panelist side.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Hi, Kurt.
Oh, and it's video too? Oh, I didn't know there was video too. Okay.
That's cool. Yeah, it's Zoom. Welcome to Zoom.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if I'm on video, but I'll just wave if I am. All right. I just wanted to, and I won't take much of your time. I just am so thrilled about all the work that's being done here. I think the level of experts you have is top of the line here. It's just awesome to see the enthusiasm that's going on right now. The work that I'm working on right now in parallel to all of this, and in conjunction with all of the people that are on your expert team right here, are part of the Work Coalition, the Worker-Owned Recovery California Coalition. And we're one of the founding members of that with all four of the organizations. There's a few more that are also part of this coalition at this, really looking at the state level on how we can implement changes in policies and focus on worker ownership and employee ownership in general. And one of the things that I have a sub team that I'm working on is it's dubbed like a rapid conversion academy. And that's something that is, how can you do some of the things that we do at scale and look at it a little bit differently in parallel to what's being done here. And so I've been working with a number of people on the call now and others not on the call that directly with Mission College. And this is, with the city has been involved in this in the past, as well as the chamber. And it's just a very exciting opportunity to work with Mission College's adult education, continuing education program that is headquartered right here in Santa Clara. And it's just, they're very enthusiastic about looking at what can we do. And we're starting off with like that kind of intro level overview on what do you need to do to get the information to people so that they can make informed decisions in conjunction with what's happening here. So I'm very excited to be working in partners with all these experts that you have here. And I'm humbled to be part of this process. And I'm just so thankful that you guys have embraced it.
Sorry, unmute. Hang with us because there might be some questions for you, especially about Mission College. So I'm going to go now to the council questions, starting with Councilmember Jane.
I am pleased to see that this is happening. I know that you're doing a business owner training at the end of February. I was wondering, are we going to get a report back as to how those trainings are going? Is there any plan to report back? And then the second question I had was that when you set up something with employee ownership and employees get a stock in the business, there's a lot of legal work to do. And what kind of legal help do you provide? Do you have template plans or template programs that you can provide to the businesses to make it easy? Because I imagine the legal costs could be pretty high.
I think that's all part of the whole program, but who would like to explain?
I'll start on the first question and then I'll leave the other for the consultants and Robin. This is an item that has regularly reported out to the Economic Development, Marketing and Communications Committee. And so we will continue to provide periodic reports on key milestones and the progress that we're making. And before I hand over the question to the next individual who wants to answer it, I just want to thank Robin for all of her incredible work, as this was a hard lift. And obviously, as Kirk suggested, it's unprecedented, and we are leaders in this area. And I know that it couldn't have been done without Robin's hard work. So thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Thanks, everyone. You're too kind. As you can see, there's a big team that I just rely on them. They're the experts. And then I'll take an initial shot at Councilmember Jane's question about the legal advice. Our contract with Democracy at Work does have, they're using the Sustainable Economies Law Center as a sub-consultant. So they will be attending the educational sessions to help answer some of those legal questions, but they're not, I mean, if a business wants to move through this process, they would have to, hire any attorneys and seek out those services. So ours is just, our work with Sustainable Economies Law Center is in just providing information. And then I'll let Zen possibly, if he wants to add on to that.
No, I think that captures it actually perfectly. We want to be able to provide enough assistance so that so owners can understand what this option does entail, and then be able to explore kind of the best service providers that they can reach out to figure out exactly the model that works best for them. So again, we'll provide early stage support just to examine the possible structures that this could take, and then be able to support owners to then figure out who they can refer out to.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Robin. I just have one quick question. First of all, I remember when this came to the marketing committee, and how it seems like it was a long time ago, but yet so much progress has been made really in such a short period of time. I remember that there was going to be outreach to the congressional representatives as well. Has that gone forward, or are there any updates regarding that?
I will let maybe Hillary take that, updates of what's happening at that level. I know Mayor Gilmore did sit on a panel with Representative Khanna, which was great. We were lucky to have her participate. But Hillary, if you could give us an update.
Sure. Yeah, as Kirk mentioned, the Worker-Owned Recovery California Coalition is very active and has been kind of maintaining and deepening relationships with congressional representatives. So I think the latest is that Assemblymember Clara is going to be working with us on some of the next steps that we're bringing, both in terms of a budget letter to get the state to actually invest some funding in supporting initiatives like this, and also some bill ideas we may be advancing. So those conversations have continued, and we should have a lot more to share around that in the months ahead.
Great, good work. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Ben, did you have something to add on to that? I see your hand up.
Oh, I guess just in brief, as well as Representative Ro Khanna has also been helping lead policy initiatives at the federal level to be able to increase support for employee ownership, particularly conversions. So in many ways, Santa Clara is a model community for all the different ways that federal, state, and local players can support business owners to be able to explore this option with the right tools and resources to make it happen. So there is work and outreach work being done, and a lot of leadership from local and regional and federal representatives.
Right, thank you. And the workshop that I participated in, the panel, Assemblyman Clara was on it as well, and with Congressman Khanna. And they really showed, both at the state and federal level, a lot of interest in this. And both of them were, excited about what we were doing here in Santa Clara to help. So thank you. Councilmember Chahal, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robin, and everybody who presented. Appreciate that. And this is, this is a great initiative. My only question is, as per the project equity team's analysis, do we have a target list of businesses which we think are very prospective, fall into this bracket? I know we selected 20-year-old and above businesses, around 1,138 businesses, but out of those, do we have a list of say 50 to 100 which are really great target depending upon the age of the owner, so that we can be very proactive in contacting them and selling them this idea proactively instead of them coming to us and telling us, oh yeah, we are interested. But I'm trying to be, can we be very proactive, and what needs to be done for that, to achieve that?
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal, because that's something we've been discussing over the years, and the outreach, which is more important than anything else. So I don't know who wants to take that. Kurt, did you want to take that?
I'm happy to take it. And Donna, if you'd.
Sorry, is this
Yeah,
Donna?
and Donna, if you'd like to.
Or is this, is that Hillary?
This is Hillary. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
happy to jump in.
Go ahead, Hillary.
Okay, thank you. So we do have the outline of our outreach plan already developed, and we'll be refining that with the city in the weeks ahead. So the first step is actually a press release that I believe Zen and Robin both mentioned. So that's now the city staff is taking a look at that to refine it, and we'll be helping them release that in the coming days, I believe. I think we're still strategizing to decide the final date. And so that's the first step to raise public awareness, because as you probably know, it takes, I think the common wisdom is maybe 7 touch points in most cases to have someone learn about something new and take action around it. So we're hoping that the public awareness raising and some press coverage will be 1 or 2 of those touch points for some of the business owners we want to reach. And then our action plan will include several things that Donna pointed to at a high level. We are probably going to start with some social media ads. So we've been finding that with LinkedIn and Facebook, we can target very specifically to zip codes and put out an ad that has the link of how to sign up for a consultation with Donna, that has the city's initiative mentioned so that they know that it's something formal and official and not just an organization they haven't heard of reaching out to them. So we can target those to zip codes where those companies are. So, and we'll probably follow that on with either kind of direct email outreach and or direct snail mail outreach. We've done both of those things in the past, as well as phone calling, and we've kind of got a sense of the things that we think work best. And it's really the combination of that outreach. So yes, we will have a smaller targeted list of, some hundreds of companies in the industries and of the age bracket that we were discussing.
Thank you.
And Donna will be doing a lot of that work. Yeah.
Okay. Hillary and Donna. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I have just a couple of questions, and I don't know, maybe Kurt might be able to answer because it's regarding Mission College. So, we've been working on this for a long time, right? Since you brought it to our committee, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe. Time flies, right? And we've gotten really far, and now we finally have all the experts lined up here to get this done. But in all the time I've been involved in this, it's not an easy thing to explain. And sometimes that's the real hard part of this, is that it's a great concept and it works for businesses, legacy businesses, but it's not easy to explain. So, or set up. So what you're working on with Mission College, is it going to be more, practical about how to set this up, like a kit, like a toolkit? This is what you do, and hold hands all the way through this, this class or whatever is offered. How are we going to make this easy, super simple, and attractive so that we can keep these small businesses in our community and not lose them? So that's what, and I don't know, Kurt, if you're the one, or Zen, or whoever is going to talk about this. Let's start with Kurt about Mission College. What do those classes look like? What are the charges for those classes, and how do we make it super simple? I know you maybe don't have a responsibility for charges, but start with Kurt, and then I see Zen looks like he's excited to answer this question. Maybe Mo, I don't know. So go ahead.
All right, so I'll take a shot at a little bit of that. I think I'm going to defer to Hillary and Zen and Mo and the experts on some of these other things. But before I lose that, there was something about what Rokan is working. He's working on an actual federal bill. I just want to touch on that. We didn't close the loop on that one. That's still in Legislative Council. It's been there for about a year. COVID has kind of stalled that a little bit, but I just want that's at a federal level. He is engaged, so we have state and federal activity going on. And the other one I wanted to mention on is when Councilmember Chahal talked about, do we have a target of small businesses? I would like to at least offer the ones that Santa Clara created the small business grants to that applied for them. That's a great place to start. I don't know if you're able to combine that with what Project Equity has already put together, but those are small businesses that are struggling already, and you've already engaged and have a solid relationship. So I hope that's a starter list. Regarding your comments about what Mission is doing, we're trying to do, like I said, a parallel approach. What Project Equity and DAWI, these are all trusted and established ways of business ownership conversions and process that works and is proven to work. It's what we went through. We went with we utilized Project Equity services. We worked with the Federation and SELC and DAWI, and those services are absolutely required for what we're doing right now. What we're trying to do at Mission College is take, like you said, a more kind of like a practical, what are some of the things you need to know as a worker, as an owner, and even as legislators? How can all of these three things come together to learn about what is expected of them in a kind of a real nuts and bolts way, and to come at it from that approach? Not this is an unproven kind of approach on how we're looking at it, at least in this kind of in this curriculum, if you will. It's still being defined. Right now, we're just creating the first class, which is that kind of intro class, but it's designed for workers, owners, and government folks to really orient them on, do you think this is a good fit? Trying to get cut to the chase, 2-hour class, talk about very specific sections. What is a transition? What are some of those things to really come at it from that way? And I believe it's completely complementary and consistent with what's happening in the city. These, like I said, these are tried and true ways of making inroads into worker ownership in cities, and this is what these folks do. So I'm really excited to be doing a kind of a parallel initiative to see if we can kind of create a kind of leverage effect in this entire process. I hope that gets a little bit. I'll let Zen and Hillary really talk about some of the other aspects of the education program.
Sure, it's a fantastic question, and thank you, Kurt, for laying out some of what's needed to make it easier for owners to even understand this concept and really be able to anticipate some of the questions they're going to be asking in the first place, right? So I'll just be brief, and I know there are other people who can speak to this. I think what we try to do is make it very clear that this is like any other option for selling your business, but it's one that might actually work the best for your business. It's an option you may not know about, but there are many options out there that people don't know about, and here's just one of them that can help you ensure you don't keep money on the table when you're thinking about selling your business. And for most small businesses that I think we're targeting with this particular initiative, it's likely they're going to have a real difficult time finding a buyer outside the company. And so the best buyers are going to be the employees. And so I think we tell that narrative in a number of different ways. I think one way that we do it is through storytelling in a really simple way. People like Kirk, who clearly are champions of this forum and this process, can talk very clearly about the value proposition and what it means to be able to support this, and how it's better, not just from a value standpoint, but also from a bottom line standpoint, also from how does it strengthen the business. And then also hear from other businesses, maybe in other industries too, to just understand just actually how normal it is, how it's widespread, and how it can work in many different fashions. So that's just one of the ways in which we start to normalize this. And I think one of the other ways we do this is through ecosystem capacity building. So getting this into the toolkits of other business-facing organizations, just be able to understand this is just one of the ways in which they can support their clients. So it starts normalizing it so that owners say, great, well then, what's my checklist to figure out whether or not this is the right option for us? We have tools that we're hosting on the website that owners can use, be able to download and immediately be able to go through and figure out whether or not this is the thing they want to follow up on. And then immediately, if there's interest, they go directly to Project Equity, who can then work with them to really have their questions answered. So maybe I'll pass Project Equity, maybe talk a little bit about their process and how they anticipate those questions.
Thank
Donna,
you.
would you like to take that?
And I can jump in a little bit about
Mo, you have your hand.
Yes, I would. I'd like to talk a little bit about Can you all hear me?
This is Donna. Hi, Donna.
Yes.
I'm hearing you, but I'm
Hi.
looking low because she has her hand raised. So go ahead.
Donna, you go. I'll
Okay,
jump in
yeah.
after.
So I'd like. Great. Yeah, I'd like to just speak a little bit about the educational event and the webinar. Our educational events really are focused around demystifying myths for business owners and really giving a kind of a deep dive into employee ownership 101. We'll really look into readiness factors for businesses, what kind of factors make for a really strong fit for employee ownership. We also will go over the transition process in detail. As I shared earlier, it is a multi-phase process that begins with exploration, can then lead into a formal feasibility to really do a financial analysis of the business, to really understand the financial health and the management bench of the company. And then through the designing the co-op itself. We have a saying in Project Equity, when you've talked to one small business, you've talked to one small business, because each business is unique and has their own unique scenarios. But there are some, kind of similarities, and that is the overall process of it that we can share with everybody in those educational events. And then, of course, those lead into those one-to-one consultations that we find really important to really understand each business, what their goals are, and their unique scenario.
Okay, thank you. Mo?
Yeah, I think that Donna and Zen covered a lot of it. I think the one last piece that I would add is, this very, very astute question, is that there is it's really important for these businesses to be able to have that rich ecosystem and have people that they can go and talk to, not just as, like service providers, but also as peers, as business owners. And one thing that I think is a real benefit to Santa Clara is that there's a really rich ecosystem of worker cooperatives that are in the area or in the general Bay Area that these new businesses are going to be able to lean on. There's a lot of what we do at the U.S. Federation of Worker Co-ops is making sure that there's connections between those businesses. And they're really able to do that kind of like real time, like, hey, I'm having trouble with this piece of the onboarding or converting my business. Like, what do I do? Where did you go? And being able to share those best practices really quickly is like one of the threads of this whole big picture that all of these collaborators are working on to make sure that all these businesses are fully supported. So thank you again to everyone for all your support.
Thank you. So I don't know if I have any other council questions. What about members of the public? Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, are you seeing any?
We don't have any on our side, Mayor.
Okay. I don't know, Robin, if you wanted to make any closing comments. This is a great report for our public to hear that we've made so much progress. It's taken a little bit, but we're finally here. We're getting close to helping our small businesses. So I'm really, really excited about this. And I'm excited about the energy level that's here with all our experts, that, you're very excited about, putting this to work in Santa Clara even more. So thank you all for coming this evening. Robin, did you say there was anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and that's it for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming, everyone, on that issue. So our
Thank
next
you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I know I keep freezing up, so there's some issue going on, but our next special order of business is one that many of us are going to want to hear today because things change so quickly and we need a really good explanation as to what's happening. So we're going to take a verbal report from our city manager and our emergency operations coordinator regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, city manager.
Thank you. And we have a couple of slides to share this evening. And good evening, City Council. The status of this update is related to Government Code Section 8630. And I want to start first with the regional stay-at-home order that was lifted yesterday. The state announced the lifting of the regional stay-at-home order for all regions statewide. This is based on the state's 4-week projection that all regions will have available intensive care units capacity that exceeds 15%. So it's a forward-looking projection to attain 15% that allowed for the lifting. The state projects the Bay Area's availability for ICU capacity will be 25% in 4 weeks. And yesterday, the Santa Clara County's available ICU capacity was 16% with staff surge beds. The lifting of the stay-at-home order means that Santa Clara returned to the purple tier. This is the most restrictive tier of the state's blueprint for the safer economy, and as of yesterday, with some additional local restrictions remaining in place. Outdoor dining will be able to resume, and we already saw some activity beginning as early as yesterday, as well as personal care services and professional, collegiate, and adult and youth sports. The county's mandatory travel quarantine remains in place, requiring a 10-day quarantine for most people who have traveled in the county for more than 150 miles, as well as the telework continues to be required by all employers who continue to require workers to do their work from home when possible, and only coming into work to complete duties that cannot be done at home. I just want to remind the viewing audience that the mandatory directives can be found at scccovidconcerns.org. It's important to note that the improved projections that resulted in the stay-at-home order being lifted are based on everyone continuing to be vigilant and following the current county health orders. County officials stated yesterday that we are nowhere near being out of the woods. Our hospitalization cases and our case counts are much higher than they were even before Thanksgiving. In addition, there are at least 3 new variants being closely monitored, one from the UK, another from South Africa, and one here in Santa Clara County, the L452 variant, which is also elsewhere in the state. These variants are still being researched, and there's a lot that we don't know about these variants, and some may appear to be more transmissible and potentially have greater health impacts. The county no longer updates the dashboard every day, noting the number of new cases. As of last Friday, January 22nd, the 7-day average for COVID cases was 1,127 new cases each day, and the new hospitalization rate decreased slightly to under 100 new hospitalizations each day. Later, I will ask our Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, to provide more specifics on the data, and this will allow for us to understand the purple tier and very current information shared this afternoon during the Board of Supervisors meeting. While working from home is still in place, we have been underway with getting ready to open up some city services. There has been some activity already on the International Swim Club, which we put announcements out already by appointment only. And I wanted to share with you where we're at with the library. I know that a lot of questions have been coming in. And so the city is working to resume services we need we had to suspend temporarily because of the stay-at-home order, but we are preparing to return to providing pickup services first. And these services will be rolled out over the month of February to ensure that staff is doing this safely, as well as to protect public health and safety. So on February 1st, the library will begin accepting the return of library materials at Central Park Library. For the convenience of patrons, the book drop will be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And please note that all returned items will be placed in a 4-day quarantine before they can be checked out. And there will be no overdue fee charges for items returned during this time. Let's show the next slide. The bookmobile hold pickup at the branch libraries will resume on February 9th. This appointment-based service will allow library patrons to pick up items at the Mission Branch Library every Tuesday and at the Northside Branch Library every Thursday. On February 16th, our next slide, beginning February 16th, patrons can now request for materials online, as well as schedule an appointment to pick up library materials that will be held at the Central Park Library. And on February 22nd, by appointment, we will provide pickup on Monday, February 22nd for appointments that are between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Drop-off in library services will resume on February 22nd as well, and patrons will be able to pick up items without any appointment during lobby services hours only. Lobby service will be available Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 10 to 2 p.m. The service will be available in the early evening on Wednesdays from 3 to 7 p.m. When we return to in-person services on February 22nd, patrons will be able to call the library for assistance during the lobby service hours with extended hours on Wednesday from 10 to 7, and staff can always be reached at 408-615-2900. We are very excited to welcome our patrons back to the library. We know that there has been a lot of questions about when we would be reopening, and these are the answers. And please keep in mind that health and safety are our first priority for the community as we begin this transition process. We will also be very clear, and there will be plenty of signage about following the state and county guidelines to ensure that every trip to the library is easy and worry-free. And you can always visit the library website at sclibrary.org to get more information about this schedule. I also want to share some new information that's come in regarding our vaccine. Since my last update, the county opened another mass vaccination site at the Mountain View Community Center for those whom the county serves who are 75 and older and our healthcare workers and not all of our healthcare workers have been vaccinated. So we're working on that as well. As local news has reported, the county and the 49ers are in discussions about establishing Levi Stadium as a mass vaccination site for the county, and we're awaiting information with respect to follow-up that the 49ers had committed to get the city. The lack of vaccine supply remains a challenge. The county indicates that they are not able to confirm with the state what their vaccination allotment will be on a week-to-week basis, which makes it very difficult for us to determine what individuals and age groups will be helped, as well as when people will receive vaccines and communicate that information to the public. You can find information on sccfreevax.org, and that is the website where you can get information about what tier you're in, as well as information for appointments. The state of California's directives about who may receive vaccine has changed rapidly. This website's a good place to go to understand current information, as well as the vaccine supply when it's being received or what information is projected. Lisa may have more to add on this topic, and she certainly will be able to fill us in. I want to share some other information from the county. The city had been tracking the state eviction moratorium closely for renters impacted by the pandemic who are unable to pay their rent. The city's plan had been planning to adopt an emergency ordinance if the state had failed to extend. Yesterday, Governor Newsom stated that this will be sent to the legislature this week. However, today, the County Board of Supervisors had an agenda item, and this is a new moratorium that is expected to pass that bans evictions for non-payment through February to June 2021. It looks like the county's eviction moratorium will be approved, which means the city does not have to take further action on protections for renters at this time. We also are announcing that the round 2 of the emergency rental assistance program is currently working with 158 pre-eligible households. And of that group, 45 checks have been cut of approximately $200,000 that have been dispersed, with roughly $4,500 per household. The city expects another round of 25 checks that will go out this week or sometime early next week. And staff is working with the remaining 88 households to obtain all necessary documentation so that we can continue to process those applications. I also want to share that we received a generous donation this week from O2 Micro International. They were generous in providing personal protective gear for the hospital, for city staff, We received 300 bunny suits and 270 goggles that are valued at $7,350. So I'm going to pass it over to Lisa Schoenthal, who's going to provide some additional update on COVID, but I've also asked her to make specific comments about the storm that we're expecting this week, beginning this evening. So Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. We can go to the next slide. I will talk a bit about the purple tier and what that means. Then I'll discuss some of the data that City Manager Santana referenced before shifting to highlights from the Board of Supervisors meeting. And then let's talk about the weather, shall we? So just a couple of things here. So first up, the purple tier. This is the most restrictive tier of the governor's blueprint for a safer economy, which indicates that we have widespread transmission of COVID-19 in the county. 54 of our 58 counties are in the purple tier, so we are not alone. As the slide shows, the purple tier is for counties who have more than 7 cases per 100,000 of population. We actually have quite a bit more than 7, with 45.5 new COVID cases daily per 100,000, according to the state's calculations. But with the credit they give us for testing, they adjust that rate to 22.8 cases per 100,000 right now. It is still far from 7, for our purposes. Moving to the next slide, we start talking about what is allowed, a little bit more specific information. So we're going back essentially to where we were before the December stay-at-home order. So now gatherings of up to 3 households are allowed outdoors. That's outdoors only. And there's mandatory directives on all of these allowable activities now. The only exception to those limitations is for political, religious, or ceremonial gatherings. Adult recreation activities that involve no contact are allowed now, and our Parks and Recreation Department are busily working to phase those back in. And professional and collegiate sports are also allowed now, all as of yesterday. And we can go to the next slide. We're so pleased that outdoor dining is now allowed, still closed indoors. Of course, with our current weather, it's not so great today, but it's just very good for our restaurants. And then bars that serve food are also allowed to operate outdoors. And then the next slide touches upon indoor services that are allowed to be offered with a 20% limitation on capacity. Indoor gatherings are still not going to be allowed for some time. But personal care services, we're so pleased, hair salons, barbershops, nail services, skincare services, etc. Massage therapy is allowed again. And then the next slide emphasizes, and City Manager Santana touched upon, how the mandatory directive on travel that was in place actually before the regional stay-at-home order was in place is still in effect. And then along with that, lodging facilities are not allowed to provide lodging for non-essential purposes such as recreation or leisure. They're only allowed to operate for essential travel. So some highlights of the purple tier. Moving on to some of the data that I can offer you. I shared at our last meeting that we had just started having fewer than 100 new hospitalizations every day. The county was, let's not say it's a trend yet, they were very, very cautious. But I'm pleased to say that we are in a place where we can say we've got less than 100 hospitalizations per day. Most recently reported yesterday, 67 new hospitalizations, 84 new hospitalizations. A couple days before that, these are not necessarily updated every single day, as City Manager Santana shared. We have a total cumulative number of cases in our county at 98,583 individuals that have been infected with COVID. Yesterday, that was an additional 544. Typically, as was shared, our average number of cases is well over 1,000 each day. But as you know, it's those hospitalizations that we are really very laser focused on. In the city of Santa Clara, we've had a cumulative total of 4,322 cases. That was 28 additional cases yesterday. In the county, we've had a total of 1,264 deaths attributed to COVID, and 30 of those were new as of yesterday. Our ICU capacity went from 14% available ICU capacity on Friday. It was 16% available ICU capacity yesterday, as was shared. And then today, just before the council meeting, we were able to determine that today's available ICU capacity is 20%. So that is all very, very positive. And one of the reasons we're able to move out of that stay-at-home order is because the Bay Area region is projected in 4 weeks to actually be at a 25% ICU capacity by February 21st. That the region is certainly not there yet. We are actually doing better in our county than some of the other counties in the Bay Area region. That hospitalization ICU capacity is part of a bigger picture that I'll talk about that I think was articulated well during the Board of Supervisors meeting today. So highlights from that meeting where I'll talk a bit about what County Executive Dr. Jeff Smith shared, what County Counsel James Williams shared, what the COVID testing officer who's overseeing our vaccines, Dr. Marty Fensterscheib shared, as well as our COVID Healthcare Preparedness Director, Dr. Ahmad Kamal. So Dr. Smith emphasized, and everyone emphasized, how important it is for us to remain vigilant. But he emphasized that our numbers, continue to be very, very high, though they are declining. He said it is, quote, faint reassurance. So our Latinx community still has a very high case rate, and our higher case rates still are between those who are between 18 and 34 years old. Our older groups are lower in case numbers, which is a good trend, but sadly, they remain higher in mortality. And he emphasized COVID, Dr. Smith emphasized COVID is still, very much out of control. County Counsel James Williams also emphasized we are still in a peak surge. We all need to continue to be vigilant, but he shared very recent information regarding the vaccines. He said the state is moving to standardized eligibility with the vaccines in mid-February, which is reportedly going to be a more simplified approach. Future groups will be vaccinated based upon age only. And the state website is piloting with Los Angeles and San Diego counties a new approach to this new approach we're going to have in mid-February. The state also announced today that they are shifting vaccine distribution to a third-party administrator for standardized vaccine distribution. The county has been very transparent about the very frequently changing state guidance and the lack of clarity. This was emphasized by both the County Counsel and Dr. Fensterscheib today. The county does not know exactly what the state means with these announcements today, in particular, the shifting of the vaccines to a third-party administrator. It raises a lot of questions, and County Counsel James Williams stated he finds this very concerning. Dr. Fensterscheib shared that we need to receive 100,000 doses of vaccine from the state each week to meet the vaccination goal I shared with you at the last meeting of having 85% of our county population vaccinated by August 1st. So we need to receive 100,000 doses per week. We are currently receiving an average of about 40,000 doses a week. Currently, Kaiser and Palo Alto Medical Foundation are vaccinating those who are 75 and older. Effective tomorrow, the county will begin vaccinating those who are 65 and older, and Stanford Healthcare right now is vaccinating those who are 65 and older. So as the slide depicted previously, and City Manager Santana emphasized, that SCC FreeVax, vax.org right now really is the place to go to stay on top of these quickly changing actions with the vaccines. Dr. Ahmad Kamal shared that hospitalizations have decreased, but we are still more than 5 times higher than where we were in October. And so the ICU census has gone down, as I've shared, but it's important to note that we are still paying a price for that. The hospitals are still deferring care, but they are assessing the care and the surgeries that can resume. And when they do start rescheduling surgeries and decrease the amount of care they're deferring, this is also going to impact ICU and hospital census. So we can anticipate hospital census likely will remain high for some time. It could take 4 months or longer for our hospital census to come down. In the past, hospital census has taken 2 to 3 times longer to come down than it takes for that to increase. He emphasized hospitals cannot sustain long-term, the current level of care they're being provided because it is extra surge beds they have brought in to help with, that ICU increased capacity right now. So bed availability is improving, but it does reflect a lot of deferred care. So we have reason, in summary, reason to be hopeful. The vaccine, at least we've got a vaccine. We have more than one. We expect to have another one, hopefully soon. But there's still a need to be very vigilant in following the public health measures. So shifting to our severe weather, the city does have a severe weather incident and response, preparedness and response planning guide that we use during times of severe weather. And it involves, of course, when the EOC is activated, the EOC maintains situational awareness. When the EOC is not activated, it's the Office of Emergency Services, myself and Jennifer Guzman, that maintains situational awareness. So I can share today, I have been participating in multiple calls, but today was another one at 2:30. We send frequent situation updates after we have new information. The update I sent out to the city today and communications, also messages information, also included information that I received. I spoke this morning with a Valley Waters engineer that does situational analysis for the Santa Clara Valley Water District regarding expected impacts to the city of Santa Clara from the incoming storm. So I can share, the very current information. We expect the atmospheric river that is coming tonight, the main front of that, to hit the Santa Clara region just after midnight. Localized street flooding with decreased storm drain capacity is a risk for Santa Clara. With the exception of the Almaden Reservoir, Valley Water does not expect reservoirs to fill with the incoming storm. But with the 3 to 5 inches of rain that is expected, 1 to 3 inches of that could occur in a very short period of time, including an inch of rain per hour, which does make the county in general susceptible to urban flash flooding. And then the forecast for wind gusts is 40 to 50 miles per hour in the valley, 60 to 70 miles per hour in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and then burn scars from areas of recent fires are of greater concern for mudslides. So the city departments work together very, very well, during these times as they prepare. Public Works has the sandbags out, communications, messages, the availability of our sandbags. Really now the departments will be moving into the response phase as the storm hits. And I spoke with Public Works Director Craig Mobeck, just before the council meeting, and just confirmed everyone, the Public Works crews, they know our most vulnerable areas, the intersections that would be most vulnerable, needing attention. Silicon Valley Power does great tree trimming mitigation year-round, making impacts from downed trees much less severe than they otherwise would be for us. But from a summary level, what the city does, that's what I can share at the moment about the severe weather. And I certainly welcome any questions, but this concludes my report.
Thank you. City Manager, did you have any following comments? That was very comprehensive and I believe answered a lot of questions that a lot of us had about what the heck is going on. So Councilmember. Go ahead, City Manager.
I was just going to share that just like with the pandemic where we've been putting out lots of information, we will continue to put out information about the weather storms this week. We already have sent the council an incident report and are sharing information with the community in terms of how they can stay safe. So you will see us pushing that information out.
Thank you on that. Councilmember Watanabe, questions?
Yeah. No, Mayor, but just a wealth of thanks to the city manager and to our emergency services officer, Lisa Schoenthal, for just the continual updates. I know that there's a lot, and I don't know how you keep your head straight because it must be spinning with just a constant change of information. And I was in the senior advisory committee meeting yesterday, and they were talking about putting out information to the seniors, and one thing that they talked about was exactly what you said. The information changes so quickly that they can't keep up with it to be able to alert folks, but they were recommended and encouraged to use e-notify and sign up for the city websites and to follow information, because we know that you're very good about putting information out there. So thank you for everything, and we'll just keep putting it out there as well, just to make sure the community is aware too. So thank you again.
And I think that people, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, people really want to know how they can get the vaccines. And I know that whatever facilities they use in our city, whether it's the stadium or the convention center, or whatever they end up using, whatever our part is in terms of the city, we'll be ready for it. We just need the product. We need the product so we can start vaccinating people. And in the meantime, we need to know, how people can survive around here, especially businesses. Do they have indoor? Do they have outdoor? Is it changed? But we're still in a critical phase where the pandemic is still so very contagious. So thank you for this report. I think it's important that we have these at every council meeting, and more often with our social media and online to get the information out, because I listened to a lot yesterday, the governor and everyone else, and I was scratching my head a little bit as to what is exactly happening now. The numbers are getting better, but they're not as good as they should be, but we're still going to open, but we still have to be careful. And thank you for just breaking this all down for us. So I see we have a member of the public, Kurt Vertan.
Hi. I have just a general comment / question about testing and how we do testing, and kind of the expectation of potentially doing more testing to help businesses that are already open. One of the things that I struggle with right now is how do I protect my employees, my business, and the testing protocols that exist now. It takes days to get a test, and it takes days to get results. And that really doesn't help keep a business open. That may be great for people that are at home and just want to check their status every couple of weeks or every month. But people that are working next to each other in the businesses that we're in essential businesses and service businesses that are working on a day-to-day basis, we don't have that luxury to wait that long to find out if there's a problem or to even know if there's a problem. And so the idea of at-home rapid testing, I would really like to see the city have a leadership role in doing that. I've reached out to a couple manufacturers, one's national, one's international, but I got a list from Dr. Celine Gounder, which has about, 50 different companies that have different programs or different test kits that can be done, and volume that could be done at a low rate or at a low amount. So I don't know what else to say other than right now, the strategy we have for our small businesses in our county, not just our city, but our county, is just cross your fingers and hope you're not sick when you come to work. That's literally how we're operating day to day. I don't think that's sustainable. We're going to be with this virus for a number of months, whether the vaccine's in place or not, and how we deal with that on a strategic level as a strategy for businesses. What can we do to monitor and surveil and have surveillance in place for seeing what's out there in the community is something that I desperately feel we need. So I'm happy to be a pilot or work with people to test that, but I don't have any support at the local or county level. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. I don't know if city manager or Lisa Schoenthal want to comment on that. I know there's many businesses that are facing the same issue and we don't have the rapid testing that we need to help them out.
This is Lisa. I can comment on that. The last I knew, and I certainly appreciate the question. The last I knew, the at-home rapid testing that was available was not highly reliable. Now it has been a little, has been a little while since I had looked into that, and so there could be some changes. I'm very pleased to reach out to the county to see if they're aware of perhaps some new at-home rapid testing that they could potentially say is perhaps more reliable than what had previously been advertised anyway. There's just a lot of caution with these tests, and you can see. I mean, we all kind of held our breath maybe three or so weeks ago when the news talked about how SF Gate, I think, was advertising how, a COVID test commonly used in the Bay Area has a false negative rate. And we thought, oh my gosh, what does this mean for us? Well, fortunately, it was a curative test. Fortunately, none of the county testing, which is what we host at the Santa Clara Central Park Library, uses a curative test. So, if the tests aren't reliable, it's not necessarily so helpful. I will also offer that at least for our Central Park Library test, I mean, when I get tested, usually the first Wednesday of the month, I will have a result by Friday. I would think that the other city hosted county sites, I would hope they would also be that rapid. So, I mean, it's less than 48 hours. It maybe longer at other places, but that's not. I'm always pleasantly surprised. But I can see, and we certainly can share information if I learn of at-home rapid testing that is determined to be more accurate.
I'll just add that the county has an economic recovery task force, and I sit as the city manager representative on that task force. And so I certainly will take that information to the group and the expression that Kurt just shared at this meeting, and just talk about the need to really tune into the testing so that employees stay safe at work as well for small businesses.
Yes, because if you have a small business that has only a small number of employees, if one goes out, your whole business is paralyzed. You can't operate. So even, you find a testing spot and then you still have to wait, your business has to shut down. Yeah. So it's a real issue. Anyways, all right, thank you. Do I see anybody else? Let's see, council members, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm a little clarification because I'm still kind of concerned about employees getting pay for if they have to be out for sick. So I've been hearing a lot from either fast food workers or any essential workers that, if they're feeling sick, don't come into work. So then they don't come into work, they get sent a test due from at home, send it in, they have to wait for the results. They still say don't come in until you're better. Then they get the results and then they find out that they don't have COVID. They just had a normal cold. Then the employer turns around and says they're not going to help them with their pay for being out of the office, even though they told them not to come in. Yet they don't qualify for that COVID relief pay. So, and they have to take it out of their PTO or their unpaid time off. So is there going to be more, is there still options out there for people to be covered for COVID, or, employees to basically say to their employers that there is a law or there is a way that they can be covered for that?
Some employers extended the program that was put in place last year with the state allocated or made the direction for employers with certain numbers to allocate 80 hours of leave for these types of scares. And at the end of the year, it did expire, and some employers did decide to continue it. We are looking legislatively to see if there are similar bills. We anticipate that the state will take action, just because nothing has gotten better since it originally took the action to award the 80 hours. So we are looking and tracking any information that comes through for COVID. And we do expect that there should be some action for some COVID relief for employee protections. Certainly that has been something that has been very key while providing services and provide some relief for employees. And we believe it's part of the COVID legislative advocacy positions that they should be continued.
Definitely, because I mean, I'm hearing from like fast food workers, I mean, they're getting intimidation. I mean, they're saying, oh, you know, you can make it to work. And then if they feel sick, they actually go to work because they're afraid that they're going to lose their job and they're not going to get paid. And then there we go, we continue to spread. So that's good news to hear that. I really hope that we can get that going because people need the help. So
and that's information that if you're aware of businesses like that, feel free to just shoot me an email and we can share that with the county, as well as just better understanding of employee protections and what we need to be aware of in the community.
Perfect. Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for that report. Very comprehensive. Thank you. So next we have consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless items are pulled from the consent calendar. So we have Councilmember Jane. And
yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to pull items 2E, 2M, 2Q, 2R, and 2K.
Is that all? Okay. City Attorney.
Yes, I was just simply going to offer to make a presentation on 2K. So since that's already pulled, I'll just make the presentation when that comes. Thank
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pull 2R and 2U, please.
R and U. Okay. Who's next? Councilmember Chahal.
I would like to pull item 2L, and I will recuse on 2J. And for item 2Q, which was pulled by Councilmember Serge Jane, I got a request that they wanted to put it as soon as earliest. The applicant wanted to do that. If we can listen to that request, that's it.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I just want to let you know my internet connection is getting some messages very shaky. So in case I lose everybody or you lose me, so I'll try to connect with the phone. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm freezing up too. So, okay. All right. Anybody else? Any member of the public? Okay. Councilor Chahal. Any member of the public? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar, whatever's left?
Motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion on that? Any attendees? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes, and recusing on 2J, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Record.
Yes. Duly noted. Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, and so that passes unanimously. Okay, I'm just trying to figure this out. 1 second. Okay, Q, R, QR, Watanabe U, 2L, 2R, oh, R is pulled and U. All right, thank you. Next we have, I believe, public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Any member of the public that would like to make a presentation on anything that's not on the agenda? Nope, seeing none. All right, now we're going to go back to consent items pulled for discussion. The first item pulled for discussion was Councilmember Jane 2E. And so let me read what that is. D-E.
Madam Mayor, the applicant requested if we can bring 2Q first, if that can happen.
No, I'd like to stay in order if we can. Everybody's waiting for everything. So I just want to be fair on this. So 2E, approval of the annual investment policy statement for the city of Santa Clara, its agencies and corporations. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, as I read it, section I, which is a new section, sustainable investment, it says the investment policy precludes investments in companies that generate more than 51% of gross revenues from tobacco products, firearms, nuclear weapons, and fossil fuels. So just today I read that S&P Global Ratings placed several of the biggest oil companies, ExxonMobil and Royal Dutch Shell, on a negative watch, signaling that it may cut credit ratings within weeks due to greater industry risks associated with climate change. And yesterday, 3 of New York's largest employee pension funds said they are divesting from securities tied to fossil fuel companies. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio said, fossil fuels are not only bad for our planet and on our frontline communities, they are also a bad investment. So I would like to modify staff's recommendation to change 51% to 10%.
Staff?
I'd like the opportunity that with the policy changes this manner, perhaps we can bring back some analysis and some cost and check with our investors. I think I see Ken on the line. Ken might want to add more before, that way the council has a fuller set of information before it takes a policy action.
Okay.
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the question, Councilmember Jane. And you're correct in the investment policy that's proposed before you. We did add a new section I, on sustainability investments. And so we worked very closely with PFM, who's our investment consultant. Monique Spike is also on the line and could provide additional details as well. But based on our conversations, just the lowest cost approach in terms of evaluating investments for sustainability was to ensure that the majority of those revenues were not derived from fossil fuels and some of the elements in the policy. We did follow up with PFM last night with regards if that were changed to 90% that was not invested in any of those fossil fuels and other revenues, there would be an added cost just from an evaluative perspective to ensure that companies would be able to comply to that, investments would be able to comply to that policy. That cost is about a 1 to 1.5 basis points. And so on our portfolio, it's roughly $60,000 to $100,000 in terms of added costs. And so at the council's will, if that's a direction the council chooses to go, that's just wanted to put that information out there.
These screens are getting very common. The California pension funds are moving to divestment. If we're already doing a screen for 51%, is it really, I guess that's what they're saying, it's that much? And we have so little of our portfolio invested in things that are not treasuries. That seems like a very large percentage of what our current investments are.
I would like to get more information on this as opposed to making a just off the cuff. I don't know if this is reasonable or not, or what the cost is. Can we have a motion to continue this till we get a report back?
I would like to make that motion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion and a second to bring this back when we can more fully discuss it when we have something in front of us. Is there anything time sensitive in here? city manager or finance director that needs to be approved this evening?
We'll put a report together, and I will send via email to the council what date we can expect to come back.
All right. Thank you very much.
Or we'll put it on the TMAC.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other questions from any council members or members of the public on this? So Assistant City Clerk, do you have that motion second to continue for more information?
Yes. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal. Councilmember Shahal.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Hardy.
It's yes, but I will tell you, since we passed the consent calendar, it's now Vice Mayor Chahal. Just a thought.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Hardy. Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Or Vice Mayor Jane.
No, it's Chahal.
Oh, Chahal. I'm sorry. Let me write this down.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do the new order.
Yes, Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to Councilmember Chahal on his new vice mayor title, and thank you very much, Vice Mayor Karen Hardy, for your service. I know that's not on topic, but we did pass the consent calendar, so thank you. Okay, and that passes unanimously, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next consent calendar item is 2K, which is adopt the following City of Santa Clara and related agencies resolutions, amending the conflict of interest codes for designated positions as required by the Political Reform Act and regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission for the City of Santa Clara, the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, the Bayshore North Project Enhancement, the Public Facilities Financing Corporation, the Sports and Open Space Authority, and the Housing Authority. And I know Councilmember Jane pulled it. Did you want to say something before I go to the city attorney for a report?
All I wanted to say was we had gotten a letter from one of the affected agencies requesting a continuance.
The 49ers, is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. City attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members, and in this case, board chair and board members, because this is, I'm really going to speak to the Stadium Authority's adoption of a resolution to amend its conflict of interest code to even more clearly designate the individuals at our consultants, in this case, management company, who are subject to the Political Reform Act and the regulations under that. Clearly, the resolution refers to the act and all of the regulations. So the letters attempt to delay this clarification is way off point in that it does not need to further add detail to those sections to which these individuals are subject. But for the benefit of the public and the council, I just want to point out that it's coming on, in fact, on Monday, it will be 4 years since I was appointed as city attorney and authority counsel. And pretty much the first thing I did was read the agreements between the Stadium Authority and management company, as well as the lease. And particularly with respect to the management agreement, when I read it, I determined that it was absolutely riddled and fraught with possibilities for violations of state law with respect to conflict of interest. And virtually one of the first things I did upon realizing that was contact management company's general counsel, Hannah Gordon, and I sent her an email to that effect and said, hey, don't you think some people should be designated as consultants here under the Fair Political Practices Act. And she didn't really respond to me. She told me that they looked at it, and then I said, and that they had felt that there wasn't any problem here. And this was way back in 2017. Then in the summer of 2017, a case came down from the California Supreme Court, which made it very clear that consultants were subject to Government Code Section 1090, which meant that they could not, in fact, enter into contracts with themselves when they were acting on behalf of a public agency. And again, Ms. Gordon just refused to discuss anything with me, just shined me on for many more months until I finally said, I'm contacting the FPPC and getting an advice letter. And we got an advice letter, and the FPPC agreed with my assessment that, in fact, yes, the management company is acting as a consultant and they should file a Form 700. So that's when we actually formally amended our conflict of interest code and sent to the individual at the management company that we knew was acting as a consultant, and that was Jim Mercurio. And Mr. Mercurio, following the advice letter, did in fact file a Form 700 and in fact reported violations to us of his office, in that he had engaged in some activity that was in violation of the Political Reform Act. So it turns out that later on we found out there were other individuals who were in fact signing contracts and engaging in other activity which would make them fall under the definition of consultant under the Act and under the regulations. And indeed, they even confessed such violations to us in the form of letters. So by way of just background, let me just read to you the basic rule under the FPPC regulations, which is 18700. The basic rule is that a public official at any level of state or local government has a prohibited conflict of interest and may not participate in making, or in any way use or attempt to use his or her official position to influence a governmental decision when he or she knows or has reason to know he or she has a disqualifying financial interest. A public official has a disqualifying financial interest if the decision will have reasonably foreseeable material financial effect distinguishable from the effect on the public generally, directly on the official or his or her immediate family, or on any financial interest described in the regulations. And clearly under subsection C1 of 18700, a public official includes consultant. And so under 18700.3, a consultant includes several categories as to which these individuals that are named in the resolution fall. I'm not going to go through each and every one of those details, but I will bring up for you a very relevant on the screen. I will bring up for you, if I may, a letter that I wrote, or an email that I wrote to Ms. Ziegler, who wrote you this letter requesting a meaningful discussion. So this email was sent in May of 2020. So this was, way more than half a year ago, in which I said,
Brian, can you make it bigger?
I'll try to. Let's see. Let's see what I can do here.
Brian, there's Zoom at the top right.
Top
right. Just scroll to just a little lower, right to the left.
Here. See Zoom by the A.
Oh. Does that help?
Yes.
That's excellent.
Okay, thank you. So this was after we had originally sent letters to 5 people, I think, after we had received the FPPC advice. And 3 of those people refused to file Form 700s, and Ms. Ziegler did respond that at least one extra person besides Mr. Mercurio should file a Form 700. And I replied to her that, you know, here's a letter. This letter that's attached is a letter from Hannah Gordon, basically confessing a violation of conflict of interest law by Al Guido, who's the president of Manco. And so I attempted to have a meaningful discussion with Ms. Ziegler in May of 2020. And I asked her specifically, can you please explain how you determine that Mr. Shob is a consultant as defined by FPPC regulation 18700.3? And also please explain how Mr. Guido was impliedly, how Mr. Mercurio was Mr. Guido was impliedly identified by Hannah Gordon as being subject to state conflict of interest law, see attached letter, was determined by you not to be a consultant under this regulation. Please provide copies of all records by which you made those determinations. This was the last I heard, this was the last time I communicated with Ms. Ziegler about this. Nothing since May, but stony silence until 6 minutes before the meeting starts. If you think, if anyone thinks that this letter is a good faith effort to engage in meaningful discussion, they are sorely mistaken. Ms. Ziegler had tons of opportunity since this time to engage in meaningful good faith discussions, which she obviously did not. I'm very confident that based upon the law, based upon the regulations, based upon the advice of the FPPC, that each and every one of the individuals named in the resolution is in fact subject to conflict of interest law. And you will even see that some of these people will attempt to exercise not only just participation in the making of decision, they will assert to you in the upcoming budget discussions that they get to make the entire decision and that you don't even get to make a decision about the budget. So to the extent that they're trying to claim that they're not making governmental decisions, they're flat out misleading.
I want to add that we already know that Mr. Shob and Mr. Guido are executing documents. With the red box bowl particularly, we made a presentation about concerns of the documents that both signed and how they did imply that there is a potential conflict of interest. And if you look at item 2U, we already know that they're taking action against or in violation of the board's directive. And so that suggests that we do not know the extent for which they are signing on behalf of the Stadium Authority, because clearly they continue to take action that it violates the board's directive. So I do think this is important and is consistent with the reform efforts to make sure that this JPA is ran according to state law.
And transparency. Thank you very much. Is there any council members that have any questions, or Stadium Authority members? Are we Stadium Authority? No, we're City Council now. That has any questions on this? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh, before we do that, Councilmember Park, your hand is up.
Yeah, so I believe that the request was for a continuance for a discussion, and I don't understand why we can't have a little bit further discussion, meaning we've waited 6 months, but if we say that we continue this for no more than 30 days to have the discussion and come back to this, I mean, what would be the problem with that? I understand you want to approve this, but I, again, being new to the council and being new to a lot of these issues, would like to understand this a little bit more. I read the letter as we were going through a number of items, but it's not enough for me to make a decision either way, meaning they both sound like there is some plausibility there.
I just want to add, we have a monthly meeting with the management company, and at their request and obviously at our agreement, we work on developing agenda topics in advance of the meeting, which means that we send our topics to them in advance and what questions and discussion items we want to cover. And they do the same. And then we agree on the agenda and have the meeting. And so the city attorney is suggesting that they signaled their interest in discussing this item back in May, but they have never taken an action since May 2020 to add the item through the process. We do often schedule special meetings, as we did with item 2U on the SBLs. We had tentatively planned for a meeting tomorrow on another procurement matter. So they know how to schedule meetings. They know how to schedule special meetings, and we generally move very quickly when they ask for those types of special meetings. I think the fact that they have not suggested that a meeting be scheduled nor put it on the agenda shows that there is really not an interest. We do know that when we called this to their attention, they did disclose to us items where Mr. Guido as well as Mr. Jim Mercurio had to divest from, and provided us those letters, as well as Jim Mercurio corrected his Form 700. So I think there is a good record to demonstrate that we should be concerned about potential conflicts of interest, as when we have taken action on this, they've either taken divestment action or, in Jim Mercurio's case, has updated his Form 700. We don't know what the status of Mr. Shob is because he's not filed, but he is also a signator on agreements that we should be concerned about.
Understood. And I'm saying that if we force the issue by saying that we will continue for no more than 30 days, I think that that would force the discussion, because I also know that if the letter was received or sent in May of 2020, 2020, especially starting in May, was hardly a normal year. Meaning, I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but at the same time, I would like to get some understanding beyond just, well, they had their chance and they didn't take it.
I think I'll ask Nora or Brian that the deadline for filing Form 700s is coming.
Yes, the annual filing is April 1st.
Then I think that, I mean, we could continue it to 60 days and it would be fine. But if we said 30 days, we continue it for no more than 30 days for the discussion. So the discussion has to be done before then. I think that would give me some background if, we could participate in those meetings and understand what the issues are as well. I mean, again, it's a request. I know there's a motion already in play.
I just wanted to say that they have been asked to submit anybody, let me put it this way, anybody who's signing contracts on behalf of a public agency, like they are on behalf of the Stadium Authority, is subject to the Political Reform Act and the Fair Political Practices Commission, and have to fill out the Form 700s. It's not something we made up or imposed upon any of the organizations here. It's just the law. And so, especially signing on behalf of the Stadium Authority, we have asked, many times for them to fill it out. And the times that they have, Jim Mercurio and Al Guido, we found conflicts of interest the minute they filled them out. And they're signing on behalf of the Stadium Authority. So if you think that waiting 30 days is going to help, why do we wait 30 days? Why don't we wait, 2 weeks? I don't want to wait in terms of transparency. This is all about transparency, pure and simple transparency.
Actually, no. Yeah.
Councilmember Park, and just holding them accountable. This is nothing new. They've known about this. They brought something in 5 minutes before the council meeting. I mean, you will come to learn about the situation. Why aren't they here? Why aren't they requesting it themselves? They have friends on the council now, so why aren't they here? What's the excuse now? So I don't think there's any time to slow this down and not get the type of transparency. But if you're saying that you don't understand Form 700s and the Political Reform Act, okay, well, let's continue it then for 30 days. But I think that the fact that they have to disclose their signing contracts on behalf of the Stadium Authority, and ultimately the city, there's no getting around it. So anyways, City Attorney, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would just like to say, number one, this is clearly, this request for a continuance is clearly in bad faith. I mean, they had since Friday to make this request and engage in this quote unquote meaningful discussion that I requested them to engage in since May. This is just another indication of bad faith. And by continuing the matter, you're just simply rewarding bad faith. But, putting that all aside, I think there's a real legitimate issue here. I think the city clerk can tell us that we have a duty under state law to amend our conflict of interest code every 2 years, and we should not delay this code being adopted. Another observation I can make is that if indeed they are correct that it should not be applied to them, then they can correspond with us and answer my email from May. And if they're able to convince us that it's inappropriately applicable to them, then we can just bring back an amendment to the resolution, and that can be brought back at the next meeting if they want to provide that information in a timely manner to engage in this meaningful discussion. And finally, if they think there's something illegal with what we're doing, they can bring a writ from this action. But they have been playing games with this. They have been passing their own budgets. They've been operating under their own budgets. They've been taking money out of revolving loan, acting as if they're public officials when they do that. And they think that somehow that they should be exempt from the state law on conflict of interest. This is absolutely appalling that they're taking this position. And I'm advising the council you should not in any way reward them for such defiance and bad faith.
So can I ask Councilmember Park, what specifically don't you understand about this?
It sounds like there are a number of exceptions, and I don't understand the exceptions. They're also not stating in the letter that they're not going to file 700 forms, but they are questioning who gets to file or who has to file forms. I hear one side of the story, but I haven't heard the other side of the story. The difference here is you're asking me to vote on something. You're asking me to make a judgment on something that I don't have full information on. And I would like, whether it's for, any other reason, you are asking me to vote on something that I would also like to have more information on. You said that, it may not be beneficial to give them the time, but my question to you is how would it hurt? And I would like to add a point of order, which is when the mayor states that they've got friends on the council, there are only, 6 other people that she could be referring to. And I would take very big, I take offense at this, which is when I come to council and I've taken the oath to be impartial and objective, to characterize a relationship that I don't even know who most of these people are. I have not even seen, some of these people, other than I've heard their name at city council meeting. To characterize them as friends, I think that is going a little bit far, and I would like a point of order to correct or amend that. I'd also like to point out that if the 49ers had since Friday to make a motion or to respond to the agenda, I understand that. But I'll also remember a time when the city attorney could not give us indication of a received communication within 5 days.
Subject, excuse me, that's on a different subject. Could we please stick with our subject?
No, but what it is on the subject, which is I can understand why it may take a little bit longer for a response to get through, especially if it has to go through, another agency such as their legal, right? Again, I will point out that even our legal cannot give us a straight answer within 5 days on every subject.
Okay, thank you, Council Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would also like to point out, Madam Mayor, I also felt bad when you say friends of theirs. I don't know who you're pointing out to, but it's not in good sense. Please, if we can be a little bit more impartial, you can keep your personal thinking with you, but not in city council forum. That would be great. That's my first comment. And coming back to the agenda item, basically, so the earliest filing for these Form 700 is 1st of April. Even if we approve today, anybody who need to file will be filing on 1st of April. Is that correct, City Clerk or City Attorney?
No, that's not correct. They need to file an assuming office statement within 30 days of receiving the letter that the clerk will send out following this action. So there's a different point here, though. The code needs to be amended every 2 years. So we have to update the code. Maybe the assistant city clerk can advise us when that deadline is.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, City Attorney. The deadline to file the Form 700 is April 1st.
No, I'm talking about the amendment to the code.
Oh, the amendment. So this is a biannual review that
Yeah.
the FPPC requires us as a city to do every 2 years, and it should have been done a little earlier. So with the adoption of this,
Do you have a date, Nora, when it should have been done?
It should have been done in December. I don't have, there wasn't a particular date, just it had to be done December before the end of the year.
So we're already 1 month late, is my point, in terms of complying with state law and completing our review of the conflict of interest code.
May I add some perspective?
Yes, please.
I think that there is a solution that the city attorney provided in that take action, and then from here to April 1st, if the stadium manager can provide information that is worthy of bringing back to the council, or even if it's not worthy, just to see how they responded, that would keep the city's work going forward on this item, as well as begin the process of complying with state law. I want to share the perspective in that with the last minute request, in that it does present itself as a pattern for the management company, and it plays out an item 2U as well as an item that took place over the weekend. As you know, SBLs have been under discussion for many months, and we had met with the 49ers in December, as documented in the report, as well as in January. And we met at their last minute request for an urgent meeting. And when we got to the urgent meeting, they made representations to us of a completely changed action, and in fact, violations against the board's direction. And they disclosed those to us in a business email after hours that completely changed the direction of how we had to proceed on item 2U. And in fact, when we put the report together and asked them for supporting documentation, they had already taken action that they claimed had taken place on January 15th, another misrepresentation. So this is a pattern of calling things as urgent, and then that they're ready to move on it, and then when we take the time to meet with them, the story has completely changed, or the truth is now revealed. I want to also share that last Thursday, when we met with them, they requested an urgent meeting to talk about signage. We set the urgent meeting at their request, and it was to take place tomorrow. And today they canceled the meeting on us. And so I just caution that there is a pattern of behavior where the staff readies up for an action that we're anticipating they're going to take. We provide all the resources, and then we find ourselves with incomplete information, or the facts aren't there to support the action that they want to take, or we are now delayed having spent a lot of our time. And so I think that the attorney brings a good recommendation that secures the compliance with state law for the stadium authority, and still gives them the opportunity to respond after the fact. We can always change the information if it's compelling. But just given the last 2 weeks of their cries of urgencies and what the scenario is, and then we find out misrepresentations, or that they cancel meetings that we've set, or they've wasted our time, I think it would be prudent to put the burden on them. Take your action, put the burden on them to prove that it's worthy of review for whatever information they put forward, so that we keep on moving. Having experienced this over the last 2 weeks, I now know that we should be mindful of whether we schedule special meetings or urgent meetings at their request, when they end up canceling, or they end up coming later and revealing the misrepresentations that we had to correct in a staff report.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, are you finished? I mean, Vice Mayor, are you finished?
Yeah, I know I got the answer. Even city manager mentioned that they can always come back. My only other question was, what do we lose if we move as Council Member Park was asking if we can move it to 1 month period, and we can hear from that. But I'm okay with the.
We'd lose compliance with state law.
Right, we are already late on that. I agree with that. At least we are filing now a month late. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share that city attorney and city manager were really good about putting a stadium authority orientation together for the new council members, and I was included as well, although I didn't participate because we had 4 people in the meeting, 4 council members. But I have to say that the city manager and the city attorney both gave extensive, comprehensive explanations, examples of the stadium managers, inability to comply, with, regulations that they're supposed to be following. And actually, the Form 700 was one of the issues that was discussed and explained. So, I mean, this is not the first time that we are hearing of this issue and this situation. And so it's all the more reason why I'm happy with the motion, making the motion. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. So first off, I want to start off with saying that I find those comments that you made, Mayor Gilmore, about, friends on the council, I find it very highly insulting. And the reason why is because none of us are friends of the 49ers. In fact, all of us have to make sound decisions. Coming onto this council, I didn't know what I was getting myself into with the 49ers in the city. Now that I'm seeing what I'm seeing on both sides, I'm thinking this isn't a fair assessment of someone saying that we are friends of the 49ers when we have never taken a dime from the 49ers in the past elections. Going forward, what Councilmember Park asked was just to have a delay. The thing is that I think in open government, in an open democracy, in an open forum like this, we should not have to attack somebody for saying that they want a delay or insult them because maybe they are a 49er candidate. We have to get over this mentality to move forward. It can't be the 49ers are always the bad guys. The city is always a victim. No, we have to sit down and figure this out together. And so when I hear these insulting comments, because honestly, if the 49ers are supporting me, do you think I would be renting a room? Do you think I would be renting? I mean, come on. It's a joke. But anyways, getting forward to what Councilmember Park was saying is all he was asking was to move forward I may not even support this, but the thing is he was just asking to delay it. Because maybe as council members, we need more information. And Councilmember Watanabe, she is right. City Manager and Brian Dole gave us all very thorough knowledge, but at the same time, new council members, we have to speak to the other side too. We have to understand where we are coming from, because it's almost like, for example, you take somebody and you throw them in the middle of a fight. You don't know what side you're going to be on. You don't know what side. The only side you're going to be on is the people side. And so this is what I'm thinking, is that whenever we sit here, and if we one time ever agree with the 49ers, we're pegged as a 49er candidate or a 49er council member or a friend. If we say one thing that may favor the 49ers, suddenly we're that. And if we say anything here tonight, I guarantee you we're going to be on criminal Robert Hawes' blog tomorrow morning by saying that they're the 49er candidates. This needs to stop. I'm so upset how we constantly have to accuse us as the 49er counts that we have this cloud overhead that we never, ever gave permission for the 49ers to do any of what they did. Never. And that is what's really insulting, is that we continue to take these hits left and right, and it's not fair. It's not. And I think it's fair that Councilmember Park has the right to say, hey, I want to hear some more information. I want to learn more information about the conflicts of interest, because when I fill out my conflict of interest forms, I think a lot about what the conflicts of interest of what our council members have. and what other entities have. Because if we're going to really go down these roads, I can start naming things like Related. Let's go down the road with Related and how they funded certain candidates. And let's look at their voting records. So we can't sit here and do this tit for tat kind of thing, because what's going to happen is the public's going to continue to see that, oh, look, the city is at odds with the 49ers. No one's going to want to do business with us because we're known as toxic.
Councilmember Becker. I just
So-
want to say thank you very much. I just want to say that this is about disclosure. This is about Form 700s. This is about all these entities where we have consultants signing contracts on behalf of the city and the state authority. It's not rocket science, it's disclosures. All of you should be very familiar with
I
Form
agree.
700s. All of you should be very familiar with Fair Political Practices Commission and the Political Reform Act and state law. So I'm just shocked and surprised that this disclosure information has become this. This should have been motion second passed, of course. We represent the city. We represent the stadium authority. We have to show to the public that we are transparent, that our consultants, the people that sign our contracts, the people that sign contracts that spend city money, that spend stadium authority money, they're all, our convention center people do it, that they're transparent. It's as simple. It's really as simple as that.
Mayor Gilmore.
Really as simple as that.
That's what
Mayor,
I'm trying to find
call
out,
for the
Mayor
question.
Gilmore.
Can we call for the question? Can we call?
I'm sorry, but let me finish. Let me finish.
I'll let you finish. There wasn't, if we could just stick to the issue of the item.
Okay, and I'm asking that question because
there wasn't a second to the motion.
if we're going to go, so to say, we go down that road of delaying, let's hold them to it 2 weeks. And if they don't do it, then guess what? You're playing the same games, and the new council members, myself, Councilmember Park, and Councilmember Jane, are going to start to see a trend then, if that's the case. But we are new, so we're trying to understand where you're coming from, and maybe we need to witness this ourselves.
Well, that's fine.
I'm just saying,
all of your campaigns focused on transparency and openness.
and that's the thing. We want to be transparent. We want to provide the oversight. We want to make sure we're doing the checks and balances. And I agree with you, and I agree with Councilmember Watanabe. Let's find out what's going on. But maybe because we're new council members, we need to look at it for further detail.
Right. I apologize. I guess you're not up to speed as much as I thought you were. So I do apologize. And you said 2 weeks. That's fine. Let's do the 2 weeks then.
I mean, I would be for 2 weeks. I mean, Councilmember Park wants to do 30 days, but I mean, I'll do 2 weeks just to say, hey.
How about making a motion then?
I mean, well, okay, I'll make a motion.
Watanabe's didn't pass. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion. Let's talk in 2 weeks.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, we have, I want to say Vice Mayor Hardy, I'm sorry. It'll take me a while, guys. I have to redo the seniority in my head. I'll write it down, I promise. Councilmember Hardy is a second. Okay, this is for 2 weeks, so that would bring us to the next council meeting of whenever 2 weeks is. Okay, the 8th.
February 9th.
May I request something on the motion?
Yes.
May I request direction to Ms. Ziegler, who wrote the request for continuance, that she respond to my May 2020 email and explain to me and provide the records I requested as to why the individuals that we were naming should not be in the conflict of interest code of the stadium authority.
Okay.
And 2, explain why she waited till 6 minutes before the meeting to request the continuance. And 3, to have all that ready so that we can put it in a report to you in a timely fashion. So if we're going to put this on a 2-week turnaround, then I think she needs to respond to us within 7 days.
Okay, I'd be fine with that.
I want to, just for schedule, the packet will go out February 4th. So information should be received from her on January 29th so that we have the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And mindful that we have 2 all-day sessions on the 1st and 2nd, but we'll make it work if we get it on the 29th. We'll use the weekend to review it and put a report together.
Very good. Is that all right, Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, and if Councilmember Hardy's okay with that.
Yes, I'm fine with that. I liked the deadline.
That's great. And it will prove to not only myself as council member and the new council members and to the public, we're doing the oversight and we're following through on this. And we just want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Park.
So I want to clarify, I didn't ask for this to be delayed. I asked for a discussion. I think that that was the original request as well. Again, I don't know that emails being sent back and forth qualifies as a discussion, because I would like to ask questions in that. I would like to insert myself into that as well, because again, my request was discussion. I also feel that maybe we're being a little disingenuous here, because if we are in fact, out of compliance, that out of compliance, we should have had this item in December. And I'm pretty sure, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that we weren't waiting for the 49ers response to delay it until January. So I don't know that that is a valid reason to move forward with something because of urgency, because obviously we didn't feel this urgency for at least a month. That said, I don't know that city attorneys' requests are valid. They seem like very, very, to be honest, very petty. I feel like we should be very responsible and very, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with them or not, they are a business partner, one of the largest business partners in our city, and we should respect them as such, whether it's an Intel, whether it's, a slice of New York. I feel that we should respect our business partners. And again, you are asking, not just the council, but me to make a decision on something that I did not understand. You say, well, I should know all about these things. I do understand those to a point. But when it comes to the finer details, even you don't understand them, because you have to go to a city attorney who then has to do research to give you the answers back. So I feel that your belittling of our experience and our knowledge is inappropriate. And again, I did not ask for a delay. I asked for a discussion, because a delay doesn't give us anything, but a discussion does. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Park, if you felt like I was belittling you, and I really thought you were asking for a continuance for 30 days. I feel like this motion does give time for them to respond and does answer their question for a continuance. And it's exactly what you asked for. It's just a shorter time period, because when it comes to, us updating, this is not just about.
Oh, I'm not complaining about the motion. I am simply clarifying.
It's not just about the 49ers. It's about all of our other authorities, including the city and everything else that we have. It's the whole organization. This is not just about them. So we want to get in compliance as quickly as we can. And so I thought that this motion would satisfy exactly what you asked for. And so
and this was not this
about discussion versus delay versus, I thought this is exactly what you wanted, but a shorter time period.
Yeah, this was not a complaint against the motion. This was a clarification, because I feel that a lot of the stuff was lost. And as you say, we have a lot of agencies that we need to show respect to, and I feel that we should show equal respect. Again, whether you like or dislike any agency, your role is to be objective and fair. And I think that this request seems like a reasonable request. It may not be desired because, city attorney asked months in advance. But again, 2020, especially starting in May, was hardly a normal year. And it often takes a long time, as we see with the city attorney himself, to get information to a meeting. Like, if you ask me, is that a reasonable thing? I don't know. I like to get things done on time. Yet I have filed extensions for taxes and things like that. That's why extensions are there. In this case, my question was, why does it hurt? People say, well, we are out of compliance, but we were out of compliance for a month. And that had nothing to do with the 49ers. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have two members of the public now that would like to speak. First is Jeff Houston, followed by Kurt Bertan. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, I agree that this matter should be given more time for everybody to consider all the details that it involves. And secondly, I'm a little disappointed in our city attorney claiming that they're playing games. That's fairly unprofessional, and I'd like him to treat our business partner with more professionalism.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Kurt Bertan.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for letting me speak on this. I have to say I don't understand the real confusion about where some of the comments are coming from. And when I hear Councilmember Park talk about make sure you respect every business like a slice of New York or the 49ers, I will say that anytime a slice of New York was asked to show up at a meeting or there was content that was relevant to a slice of New York's business practices or the financial model that we have, I showed up. I was there and I prepared for the meeting. And the only times I have seen the 49ers show up to any meeting that is relevant to them is when they're trying to bash the mayor publicly with the rowdiest crowd, or they want to start, they have to because they have to present a PowerPoint that doesn't have any content or material. But for the stadium audit committees and for all the financial discussions or this discussion as just a blaring example, they are not participating. And for you to say there in kind of a smug voice, and I am just really shocked that you are so surprised about the comments on how they're disingenuous. They are disingenuous. They are deliberate. They file like a dozen lawsuits against the city every year. And for you to think that they are not doing this out of some malign attitude is just ignorant. And I am so surprised to hear you say that as the justification and to try and attack the city attorney for being petty or whatever. He doesn't have time to chase everybody down. He's made it clear what needs to be done. It's just, I just can't believe you think this is a good faith effort. And I was at those meetings and they were not. I recorded every single one.
Thank you. Linda Mepper, Linda? You're muted, Linda. There you go.
I didn't mean to be on. Sorry. Bye.
Did you want to speak, Linda?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Debbie, you're next. Debbie Algier. You're muted, Debbie. Can unmute Debbie. There you go. Oh no, Debbie, now we lost you.
It looks like she dropped the meeting.
What happened?
She left the meeting.
Oh, she dropped off. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what else here. We have Councilmember Park. Are you your hands up? Is it still up from? Or did you
No, it's it's a comment. I feel like public addressed me. I wanted to say I really liked his profile picture. And to state that my objection was I wanted to have a discussion for things that I did not fully understand. And if people will say they fully understand it and they understand all the nuances there, then that's good for them. But I will happily and freely admit that I currently do not and would benefit from additional discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, do you have that motion?
Yes, this is to continue this discussion to February 9th, and Ruth Ann Ziegler is to provide additional information to the city by January 29th.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
No.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. That passes on a 6-1. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, we look forward to the next meeting when this comes back. All right, our next item is EFGHJKL. Okay, Councilmember Chahal, you pulled 2L, action on adopting a resolution to amend Council Policy 020, adopt a resolution to amend as recommended by the Governance and Ethics Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have some suggestions on this one, the policy we are adopting basically. And
Yes.
can, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I do have some suggestions, right? No. And it's not that I just want to be very upright on this one. It whenever I have asked for any of these certificates or proclamation, whatever, mayor has always done a great job, complied with right away. But as a policy matter, I looked at some of the policies for various cities, and to make it more democratic and elaborative, I have some suggestions, and those are like I also attached Sunnyvale's similar policy manual. So one concern I have is it says at the sole discretion of mayor. I would like to make it at the discretion of mayor and or council, so that if the council, if there is a difference of opinion between the mayor and the council, we can resolve it in the council. That's one of my first requests on this one. And on all the item, basically proclamation and recommendations and certificate of recognitions, basically all three. My next one is signing of these commendations and certificate recognitions, etc. I would like, sometimes there is a particular issue, a particular council member is more passionate about and he's recommending he work on it. I would like that. I know that it does mention somewhere mayor and the council can sign it. So as per the request for a council member for any of these certificates, if a council member wants to sign these certificates or commendations, let's accommodate that particular council member, especially now that we have a district. In a particular district, if there is a council member want to commend somebody, so along with mayor, let the council member sign those certificates. Those are two. And I know I have a question for staff on this one. Are we doing DocuSign so that mayor or a council member doesn't have to come to the council to physically sign it? We can do a DocuSign on any of these?
On these items, we do wet signatures.
Wet signatures. Oh, okay. So we cannot use DocuSign facility?
We could use an e-signature if you wanted for staff to receive the e-signature and place it on, because the document itself is a certificate, and the DocuSign signatures that we use here are encoded, and so what really just comes out is the number, a number with your name printed. So it really wouldn't lend itself to the essence of a proclamation or certificate. It would be a wet signature or an e-signature that we could cut and paste into the document.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong or don't know, because when I DocuSign some of these different documents which I get, I can basically sign my signature, and as per my from my desktop with my pen, or is that not available with City DocuSign? You cannot put your
I would have to look into that. The DocuSign that we use, and this is an IT question that I could follow up on. We use it's because we're using DocuSign to sign city documents and contracts. We use it prints our name and it timestamps the date and the time that we signed, and then there's an assignment of a number for tracking purposes. But it's a secured, encoded signature that we use for DocuSign. Because proclamations generally have a wet signature, we could work on if there is a different, which I imagine there is, a DocuSign signature that we can insert into the document so that it has the same essence as a wet signature.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, basically, right? And I visited some other cities' sites, looked at the policies. They do have on their site, if a resident wants to ask for these recommendations or certificates or commendations, they can put online request on that. I think we should look into that and do our own website so that they can put a request online and we can work on that basically. So those are my suggestions. Look at the Sunnyvale's policy, and if we can make these amendments instead of a sole mayor discretion, we can make it mayor and council or council discretion. And if you want to bring it back with the more discussion, if you really want me to give you exact wording, I can get you that depending on what you are looking for. But if you can incorporate what I told and make comment changes, then we can approve it today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have responded to pretty much every request from every council member since the moment I have been mayor of Santa Clara. But I want to refer to our city charter, and the city charter says the mayor is the official head of the city for all ceremonial purposes. And so I want to ask the city attorney what Vice Mayor Chahal is trying to do is I believe contrary to what the charter says. So city attorney.
Well, I mean, certainly if you want to add signatures to your signature on these types of ceremonial documents, that's certainly fine. But there's a lot of, the idea of, I heard something about getting the permission of the rest of the council to sign certain things or something like that. That would be problematic from a charter standpoint as well as from a Brown Act standpoint. And I just, I think as long as the policy allows for the mayor to reach out to the council, and include that signature, I don't see where there's really a problem there. But if you want to change the actual policy itself, the language of the policy, to somehow reflect that, recognizing your power under the charter, then you should probably bring this back so we can have a better look at it. One other comment I wanted to make was on the issue of DocuSign. These are not the type of legally binding documents that you'd have to use something like DocuSign for. I mean, you can just use some kind of electronic signature if you want to. But I just consider that to be a logistical issue. And certainly DocuSign is not necessary for something like this.
Right. And it's again, these are proclamations, they're commendations and mayoral recognitions. And I know this has come up before. I think with you, Vice Mayor Chahal, if every council member was declaring and proclaiming and sending out mayoral proclamations, it would be, a nightmare around here, and it would be contrary to what our charter says. So for practical purposes, it's always the mayor that does this. I don't know what other cities' charters say. I just know what Santa Clara's charter says. And I have to say, if you have a special request, I'm very open to accommodating everyone, every council member that's ever asked me to do anything. I've never turned anyone down. So anyways, I still believe under the charter that it's the mayor's position that says it head of all for ceremonial purposes.
So let me clarify. And at the outset, I said that, like, whenever I have requested, you have complied.
I know.
100% you have complied. And my reason was not to say what happened in the past. I'm trying to, because I was looking at several policies, and several of the city, I don't know whether their charter says different thing, but they did mention that, okay, mayor and the council. And I'm asking each one of these proclamations or commendations to get approval from the council to explain city attorney's question. No, I'm not asking for that. But in case there is an issue with the particular resolution or commendation or proclamation, the mayor acts on behalf of the council, basically. In that cases, it should be mayor and the council. Let it come back. Let's say there is some controversial proclamation we are trying to do, and some council member or some residents do objections to that. Then I'm trying to find a way out to find a resolution to that. Okay, let's bring it to the council. Let what the council decides.
Vice Mayor Chahal, it says it in the charter, and someone just sent me about Sunnyvale. The mayor shall determine whether or not a proclamation is signed by the mayor or by the entire city council. That's Sunnyvale. That's probably in their charter too. So anyways, I just think I'm not going to violate the charter. Any mayor in the past isn't going to violate the charter. You can get a charter change by going to a vote of the people, but that's not practical. And if there's something that, you know, any council member wants to do or some special recognition, all you have to do is work with me. I guess that's what I'm saying. That's what I've always done. I've been very accessible, very open. I've signed, you know, dozens and dozens of mayoral recognitions for you and other council members. I'm happy to do that. But changing, you know, a policy is different. If you want to work with me, that's fine. If you want to come up with some wording, but it doesn't change the charter.
Okay,
So Councilmember Hardy, go ahead.
I will be happy to look at the charter and
take a look. Yeah. Councilmember Hardy.
Obviously, we want to keep with the charter. My thought was usually when we were in person, we would get many of these and we would sign them as we go. And I think this is part of what Vice Mayor Chahal is worried about. And I'm wondering if there is a proclamation for someone in my district or someone in Councilmember Watanabe's district or Council Jane, if we could figure out a way that we could sign that. I know I wanted to be able to deliver some of the proclamations, and we were under a situation where we could not. So I think that is more what I'm hearing as a concern. Obviously, we follow the charter, but if we could, especially while we're still apart, if there's a way for us to come in and sign or get those and then deliver them or something.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because we've done that a lot, is that I've seen things and then particular council members go and deliver. I know Vice Mayor Chahal has done that, Councilmember Watanabe, I think you too, Councilmember Hardy. If you want something, you know, prepare it. It's usually the mayoral recognitions, and then you can deliver them. I will work with all the council members. I always have. Councilmember Becker, followed by City Manager.
I didn't hear it, but when it's appropriate, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Manager, do you have any comments? Your hand
Could
is
you
up.
clarify your motion on the motion to approve the item as presented in the packet, or what are you suggesting is approved?
I thought it was staff's recommendation.
Okay.
I second it.
I'm pulling it right here, 2L, right? There it is.
Why don't we read the recommendation?
Yeah, just to make sure we know.
There we go. So let's do, I motion to adopt a resolution to amend Council Policy 020 as recommended by the Governance and Ethics Committee.
Okay, is that all right with the second? Is that
Yes.
what you're understanding? All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Oh, let me go to the public, please. Bob O'Keefe, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm glad that motion came up because I was just thinking, and I looked up our charter, and Mayor, you are correct. Under section 704 and 704.2, the mayor is the presiding officer and also the political leader of the city that gives guidance to the council and explains city programs and any ceremonial things to the citizens. But also, even more important than that, I'm not saying something's more important in our charter. But as we all know, just recently, within the last 2 years, there was a CVRA lawsuit that Judge Cooney looked strictly and deeply into our six councils, our council members, and the position of mayor. And Judge Cooney strongly stated that he was not going to touch the position of mayor, and he clearly understood the duties of the mayor. So I think it's appropriate that the mayor is the presiding officer of the city and the ceremonial leader of the city to the public. So thank you for the motion, and I think it's a thing that everyone can support. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other hands up. So Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal. Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And we're going to take a 10-minute break till 8:05 because we've been going for
Thank you.
4 hours now. So I want to give everyone, including staff down here at City Hall, a chance for a 10-minute break. Okay, so 8:05, we're back. Thank you, everybody. Are we live?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. We're still moving through items that were pulled from the consent calendar for discussion. The next item we have is item M. It was pulled by Councilmember Jane. 2M, and it's action on appointments to the city committees and area-wide outside agency committees for the 2021 calendar year. Now, I know that, is Councilmember Jane on?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. I know that you pulled this item, but I thought I would do an intro since this is my item that I have prepared for the city council on behalf of the public. So if you'll please just bear with me. Similar to the last item that was pulled about one of the duties of the mayor, I just wanted to state, this is for historical perspective, the city council has outside committees and inside city committees that we serve on. And there's quite a few of them. And so it has been practice that any mayor that is sitting in my position, including all the past mayors that I can count and that I've been involved with, what we do is part of our duties is just to put forward to the city council for the city council's approval a recommended list of committee assignments for the city council. So as far as I know, all the previous mayors in the past have followed this practice by preparing this committee assignment list and presenting it to the city council. And I think what's important to note is that our city staff is not able to do this job, and that's probably why the mayors have been historically the members of the city council that put the list forward. It is subject to city council approval, but it is prepared by the mayor. So that's what I have done. I have taken the list of committees and made recommended assignments. So the recommended assignments that I have made, I based on seniority and experience with committees. Many past members, and we have four council members that have been on the council previously, and we have 3 new members. So I looked at the experience, knowledge, and the historical perspective for the council members that are the sitting council members, and looked at the committees that they were serving on, because I believe that best serves the community. But we're not alone in the city of Santa Clara in how we look at committee assignments. When you look at the state assembly or the Senate, or even looking at Congress or the US Senate, assignments are always based on seniority and experience. So most legislators work their way up and learn and study situations before being placed in top leadership roles. And so Santa Clara has followed this same plan over our own history. I actually changed it up a little bit because we have mayors that I know in my experience, I had mayors that, especially when I was new, and others, they didn't ask me what I was interested in or what my preferences were. I just was placed. And I ended up serving on committees that I wasn't too fond of, but I actually learned from in the long run. So, I mean, that's what we have done. All of us started as new council members, you know, at one time. All of us, including me, worked our way up from, you know, either alternates or into full committee members. And when you attend meetings, as I did originally, and I know Councilmember Watanabe and Vice Mayor Chahal and Councilmember Hardy, when you attend as an alternate, you know, you'll learn. It's a learning ground, and it takes time to actually absorb the situations. So for practicality purposes, it gives you an opportunity to educate yourself on current and past issues in these committees. And so for the benefit of our city in key areas of transportation, power, utilities, our city should want the most experienced and seasoned representatives at the table. And many times when you're on regional boards, you need to aggressively advocate for our city's interests. And it's hard to advocate and know all the background when you're a new council member. And if you're trying to advocate and you're learning, there's a steep learning curve. And you know, my job as mayor, just to promote forward, I felt like I am putting forward the best and most experienced candidates, especially in key positions on behalf of our community. You want your most experienced and seasoned candidates in, and that's why I use seniority, very similar to what we did on the council item that we approved, where we approved without discussion Vice Mayor Chahal. He was the most experienced candidate from the city council that had not served in the vice mayor position. He was the senior member, so he of course got that position. So to not have our most senior and experienced members on certain key committees especially is doing a grave disservice to our residents. And that is why our seniority and experience system has worked for decades, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. So what I did was I asked each council member for their preferences. And I have done this since I've been mayor, because I think it's important that each council member communicates with me and lets me know what they're interested in. And I, although it took a little prodding at the end, I did get responses back from every single council member. And I want to thank everybody for responding back to me. And I also asked those that had existing assignments whether or not they wanted to keep them or to give them up. And in some cases, people did give them up. And in some cases, there were council members that said, I have this committee, but if this council member wants it, you know, I'll be happy to step down. And I did plug those in certain places. So I prepared my my list by those that were already serving in their positions, and those, you know, that were interested in other positions or wanted to give up positions. And I gave a deference to seniority. Of course I did. That's what we've always done. That's what all the mayors in the past have done. So, and I tried to do the best I could, because we have 3 new council members. I tried to place them in areas that I thought, based on their selections, that they might be interested in, knowing in some cases they would either be members or serve as alternates. And then ultimately, if they were serving as alternates, then they would be you know, serving or working their way up to be members of committees. And I think, you know, as I said, I ended up on committees. I was just placed. I had no choice. And I was placed, and I was happy because I was elected, and I didn't care what I was doing as long as I was serving Santa Clara. And there were areas that now I can say I know everything about airport noise, because I spent 8 years on the Airport Noise Advisory Committee. I would have never selected that, but I'm glad I did, because it took me out of my area. And I learned, and it was during a time we were advocating for all the noise on the north side and the house rehabilitations. So I also looked at areas where I thought council members, because we're in districts now, I am the only council member that's elected by the city as a whole. We are now in districts. If I thought there was a particular district that should be involved in a particular committee, I would select that council member that represented that district to put them in that committee. There was an example is the NERC committee, the University Relations Committee. Our council member there has a conflict and is not able to serve, but I put, you know, specifically the council member from District 2 because it borders Santa Clara University. So I thought that would be a great fit until our council member in District 5 is able to serve on the committee. So I really spent a lot of time going over. I worked on people's work schedules. You know, I know that there's certain people of us that have jobs, right? So we're a little bit more limited in what we can do and the certain hours. So I was very cognizant of that, of doing that. And for the most part, the 4 existing members of the city council pretty much got everything that they asked for. And the new members, I'm trying to, you know, bring in so that they can learn. As we learned tonight through Councilmember Park, there's a lot of things they don't know, and they need time to learn and understand. But right now in our city, we have big issues. We have big issues on, you know, SVP and VTA and TPAC and all of these things that have, where council members like myself and Councilmember Watanabe and Councilmember and Vice Mayor Chahal and Councilmember Hardy have been working on for a long time. We have the knowledge, we have the history. We should continue because we don't have time to educate and do that and educate and have that steep learning curve when there's so many important things right now to advocate on behalf of the city. Like I said, especially in regional committees where we are really trying to advocate for Santa Clara. So I know there's Councilmember Jane has come up with, I just got it, you know, an alternate proposal for this, which I can't remember in my time on the city council that anything like this has happened. And that doesn't mean anything. It just means that I wanted to explain how I worked with this, how I tried to take everyone in consideration, how I tried to be as fair as I can, but also with my I always have in the back of my mind, how can Santa Clara best be served and represented? And I can't take the risk that there's not that level of experience. And that's why, you know, like I said, other agencies do this the same way. Other cities do it this way. But I wanted to explain how I put this report together. In the past, I've had council members that have, you know, maybe not liked a certain committee, and we'll talk about one committee. I've never had anyone revamp the whole thing like this. And I just don't think it best serves the city of Santa Clara. And I have some suggestions on how we might move ahead to try to accommodate as many people as possible that really want to serve. And I get that. They really want to serve and are anxious about doing that. And so I'll let Councilmember Jane go ahead with his alternate proposal, and then I'd like to make some comments after. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nora, I believe you have the packet that you can put up. I just wanted to explain that I have served for 5 years on the Planning Commission. Anthony has served on the Planning Commission, including as chair. Kevin Park was involved with the general plan. If you could make that a little bit bigger, Nora, maybe. Mostly I want the bottom part of it to show. How this works is, you know, we're subject to the Brown Act. So we can't talk to each other about what committees we want. What we do is we submit our request to the mayor. And what you see on your screen was my request to the mayor. And my top choice was the Governance and Ethics Committee. And then it was the Northern California Power Authority. Now, I believe that I'm suited to serve on the, I'm suited to serve on the Power Authority because I have been working with SVP for over 5 years, meeting with Larry Owens, former director of SVP, very regularly, every couple of months. And he endorsed my campaign. And what he said was, Suds Jane is one of the few active stakeholders we met with at SVP over the last 10 years who really understands the complexities and unique benefits of delivering clean, reliable, and affordable electricity to Santa Clara. So these are my requests to the mayor, and because of Brown Act, all of the council members sent our requests directly to the mayor. She did not converse with us because that would have been a Brown Act violation. She came up with her recommendation, which is in the council packet. And I had a concern because I didn't think that the responsibilities were really that well balanced. And if you look at this list that I submitted to the mayor, I was not placed either as a council person or an alternate on the Governance and Ethics nor the NCPA. I was an alternate to the Valley Water. I was an alternate to the Financing Authority. I was not placed on BOSCA. I was an alternate to the, sorry, if you, no, you have to go, no, sorry. If you go, I'm still on the, sorry, Nora, I'm there, okay. I was an alternate. So the only place that I was put on as a council person was number 7, the Cities Association City Selection Committee. And that only meets as needed. It's not even as on a regular basis. So I felt that I was really not given anything that I requested. So if you go to the next slide, Nora, one of my concerns was how we balance the responsibilities. And what you look at is these are the city's internal committees, the ADA, audit, bicycle pedestrian, economic development. And what the mayor had proposed was that as council members, none of the new council members were given any positions in these committees. And I was not even put on as an alternate on any of these committees, even though my top choice was governance. So I thought that this was kind of imbalanced. So if you go to the next slide, what you would see is that pretty much all the council members get to be on about 2 committees, this red part here, and that then we have alternates. So I thought that this was far more balanced. And if you go to the next slide, please. These are the outside committees. And if you go, sorry, I don't know if this will fit. I need to see the red part at the bottom. There we go. So what you'll see, oh, and you can't see the names at the top. Maybe you can make it smaller. I'm sorry. Could you make it a little bit smaller? I have to see the names, the council member names at the top. Maybe 70%, 75%. Can now scroll down. Okay, yeah, you can see it. Just scroll down to the name. No. The page above, that one. There, now you can, there you go. Now you see the names at the top: Gilmore, Watanabe, Chahal, Hardy, Jane, Becker, Park. And what you'll see is Councilmember Watanabe was put on as the council person representing 12 committees. And council members Jane, Becker, and Park were only put on 2 committees. And if you look at the committees that I was put on, I was only put on one that meets annually and one that meets as needed. So I was not put on any regularly meeting committees. So I thought that this was fairly imbalanced. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see how I balanced them so that everyone gets a fairly fair amount of committee assignments. So you see here it's 4 to 6 per council member as being the council member on the committee. And I just thought that that was far more balanced. And so this is the proposal that I would like the council to vote on. And I guess if there are objections, we would have to go through, there's actually the next few pages are each committee individually, and we could go through each of those individually and vote on each one of these. I'm not sure exactly how the mayor would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you. May I ask you, Councilmember Jane, who did you talk to on the city council when you were preparing your alternate?
Yes, I talked to Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Hardy.
Becker and Hardy?
Mhm.
Okay. I can see that, you know, I just want to say that being an alternate is being on a committee. That's where you learn, and that's where you fill in when the committee member is not able to make it. And I'll tell you, in the last few years, there was almost, you know, very few of us that were attending committee meetings because people couldn't make it and the alternates were there. As an alternate, you still attend the meetings and you still, learn and you fill in when the member's not able to. I do believe in seniority. Councilmember Watanabe's the most senior member. Councilmember Hardy and Chahal were given everything they asked for. So I think that experience counts on committees. I think experience is something that our our community is expecting. They want, they want their team in there that has the experience, is going to represent the city. And I know you were planning commissioners. We all came from commissions. I was a 10-year Parks and Recreation commissioner. I still got whatever, they told me I was going to serve. I didn't complain. I worked my way through. And so, the council, again, can do whatever they like. But I think if you have such an objection to this, and I appreciate the fact that I reached out to everybody, you only reached out to Councilmember Hardy and Becker.
Yes, that would be a Brown Act violation if I
but
talked
all
to
I'm
anybody
saying
else.
is, mine was fully comprehensive about what everybody wanted. I did what everybody wanted, taking seniority in mind. So you, I think, are proposing to throw out the seniority and make everybody equal, but also to give you the committees that you want the most. And for instance, I was one of the creators of the Economic Development Marketing Committee, and I'm completely off now. And that's fine, but I'm just saying that I think that seniority and experience matter. But I hear what you're saying about wanting to serve. And it's my understanding you have a lot of time compared to maybe some other council members too, that you want to do that. So I'd like to propose that we have like an ad hoc committee, because there's no way we're going to go through 30 committees one by one at a council meeting right now. I don't think it's a good use of the public time. So I'd like to propose that we have some kind of a ad hoc committee, and I'd be happy to have you on it, Councilmember Jane, and me, and somebody else that wants to, one of the, I keep wanting to say Vice Mayor Hardy, Councilmember Hardy, or Councilmember Park, somebody else that would like to sit down and let's go through these together, so we're not in a quorum, and come back with it, see if we can come and meet the minds on a recommended list. So I would like to propose that, as opposed to doing it this way, because I put a lot of thought and a lot of effort into this, and I've done it for many, many years. And I hear what you're saying, but we all started where you were. It took 2 years for Councilmember Chahal, Vice Mayor Chahal, and Councilmember Hardy to go from newly elected to getting pretty much every committee assignment that they asked for. And that's why a lot of the internal city committees are filled with members who either they were alternates or they've been waiting for their turn. So I think, in all fairness, I'm totally open to sitting down and, talking. So I would, like to ask you, Councilmember Jane, and anybody else that would like to join, and we can come back in the next couple of weeks with a revised plan. But I think doing it this way is not productive unless you're going to take massive, action. I think there's a better way to do this, in a much more collaborative way. And I know all of you talked about getting along and being collaborative, but I don't feel like this actually achieves it. So I'd like to take it to the next step. All right, Councilmember Park, followed by Becker, followed by Vice Mayor Chahal. Go ahead, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that you put into this. I do question why we can't discuss this as a group. Make it a public meeting or make it an open meeting to avoid Brown Act issues, but why we can't discuss this as a group. I'll also point out that seniority does not mean most experience. In fact, in engineering, we hire new people all the time. And it turns out some of the new hires actually are the more experienced people, because that's their background. The fact that people are older means that they have an opportunity to have more experience, but that doesn't translate, that doesn't equate to more senior people have more more experience. The other thing I will say is that when we are doing pair programming or when we're doing engineering tasks, often mentoring means that you give the less experienced person the responsibility, and the mentor acts as the alternate. And that way we make sure that way the person that is trying to learn actually gets real learning experience, while the person that knows is doing their job as a mentor. And and it's very clear their role is as a mentor, and we get the best experienced people, because we're not just pulling from the people who are most experienced now, but we're also creating the more experienced people. We're actually adding more experience to people who will continue on city council after the mentors have left. It's just a comment, but I don't understand why we can't have a discussion altogether. I like your idea of having another committee to discuss these things for more. I don't want to call it balance, but I would like to have it as let's put the experience where the tasks are. Let's put seniority second when the experience is equal. But I feel like experience does not equate to seniority, and seniority does not mean experience.
Are you volunteering to be on the ad hoc committee?
Sure.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So when looking at these, I mean, I think Councilmember Janes is pretty fair, and I believe all the hard work that you put in, Mayor Gilmore. But at the same time, I kind of see an opportunity, and I see a major opportunity, because sometimes we need some fresh out of the box type of thinking. And when I look at the Economic Marketing Committee, I see that as a major opportunity. Sud put myself on there, Councilmember Park, as well as Councilmember Watanabe. I see that as an opportunity because we have a seasoned person on there, and I would rather have Mayor Gilmore on there, because you know more about that than probably we would do. You would be able to be the one that guides us in these things. And I see that as a perfect way of mending relationships, because we work here on the council, but also on a committee. I think it would give us more time to get to know each other personally, and more about brainstorming. Seeing what Councilmember Jane was proposing I think is pretty fair. When you go to the outside committees, Councilmember Watanabe, she is the senior council member, but at the same time, that 12 committees is a lot. And I think that, what's the word that everyone says is spread the wealth. And I think when you spread the wealth, that's also spreading the knowledge. And I learned a lot on planning commission as being a chair, as also just being a regular planning commissioner. You learn a lot about the process. You also learn a lot when you're on architectural review. I'm learning a lot here. I'm still learning every day. I mean, frankly, every day I learn something new. Deanna will text me and I'll be like, wow, didn't know that. Okay. And we're moving forward. But, seeing these committees, and seeing how, it's Councilmember Janes is pretty open-minded, pretty fair, pretty, across the board. One thing I do see an error on, which I think Suds mentioned it, and also asked you, Mayor Gilmore, which was about the Caltrain one, where I was named as the Caltrain one. I think I would rather have Councilmember Chahal be the one as the Caltrain person, and I'd be the alternate. But with that,
I think that was my recommendation.
on the list, it shows my name actually, and I think it was just an error, maybe on the sheet. I don't know, but that's why I kind of questioned it. But yeah, it's supposed to be Chahal, and I'm supposed to be the alternate. So, but with that, I mean, seeing what Councilmember Chahal has, I like to make a motion to adopt Councilmember Chahal's proposals. And the reason why I say this is because I did some research right now. Looking up here, it says on LA, the city of LA and the city of New York both say that they each council member is often a chair of one committee and a member of two others. There's also in the city of New York, it says each member votes on committee assignments. All council members vote on council assignments. So with that, just seeing the balance, and I would like to also add in there too, of changing Councilmember Watanabe on the marketing committee and adding Mayor Gilmore in there, because I think having that experience in there will count. And I think it would be a great way for Councilmember Park and myself to work with Mayor Gilmore to provide a better future for our residents. So I would like to make a motion to adopt Councilmember Jane's plan or proposed committee list with the exemption of making Mayor Gilmore replacing Kathy Watanabe on the Marketing and Economic Committee, and also switching Raj Chahal to be the Caltrain committee member, and I will be the alternate.
I'd like to ask Councilmember Becker if we could have an opportunity to have an ad hoc committee to try to go through some of these, because the committee assignments that Councilmember Jane has put forward, I think it's just looking at numbers of committees and numbers of assignments without taking into consideration a lot of issues. And I would like the opportunity to meet with an ad hoc committee to explain why certain members really need to be on certain committees for experience. And I think that in the private sector too, I'm totally in favor of the of training and meeting and working with council members that eventually will be committee members on. But even in the private sector, when you have a new hire, you don't make them vice president of the company. There has to be some time. And I would just like to explain, there's a lot of time involved in a lot of these things. And for instance, I have been serving as, the VTA representative. I was actually sworn into VTA. This list has Councilmember Park, who didn't even ask for transportation on VTA, but in the last week, I spent 10 to 12 hours in meetings, right? I think that people need to know that history and working hard to get yourself in position and seniority does count. I'll give you an example of the vice mayor issue. You didn't even think twice about that. That was based on seniority. Years ago, when I was first on the city council did not appoint me as vice mayor, even though it was my turn. And so the public got upset. So the next year we ended up with the policy about who's going to be vice mayor, so that wouldn't happen again. And so we have our, traditions. We have people working their way up through our committees. And at the end of the day, it's not the number that you have. It's how do we best serve the community? And are we really at a time where we're going to put new council members into really, as smart as we all think we are, put new council members into really strategic committees when they don't have the background? I'm sorry, they just don't. And the only way to get the background is to serve as an alternate, to go to the meetings, to listen. Again, I think I would like the opportunity to have an ad hoc committee, because I did reach out to everyone. This list here only reached out to 3 of you. So I really would like the opportunity so we could all work together. So I know you have a motion.
So to say that would be a Brown Act violation if we did go and talk to other council members. That's why Councilmember Jane only kept it to myself and Councilmember Hardy. When we talk about experience, and that's the thing that I find really hard growing up in Santa Clara in the Bay Area. And I think a lot of millennials out there and a lot of Gen Zers and young people, we hear that word all the time: experience, experience, experience. My question is how do you get the experience if no one gives you the opportunity to gain that experience? Because sometimes the best candidate isn't the typical candidate. I see it as an opportunity for fresh minds and fresh voices. And, I think, Councilmember Chahal, Vice Mayor Chahal, and Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Watanabe have some things to say too. But, I just see this as a way of being balanced, being fair, educating the new council members. And, when you say that we need people with the experience, or we need people that, understand the issues, I'm here to understand the issues, because here's the thing. When I didn't have a car, I took a bus to get to work. I took a bus to get to the planning commission meetings. And when people would ask me the question, they go, why do you do that? Why do you take a bus to get to planning commission readings, run across the city, get off the train, run over here? Why do you do it? I go, because I'm dedicated, and because I care about my community, and because I want to see the city do better things. Because like our logo says, and our motto says, it says, we're the center of what's possible. And I think this council right here, we are the center of what's possible. And the only way that we're going to make things possible is, like we were saying earlier, by working together. And that's why I threw that, I say this motion, because I think it would be great to have Mayor Gilmore, working with her on the marketing committee, because, as a filmmaker, a lot of the backgrounds that we do is, if we don't make it in the film business, where do we end up? Marketing. We end up in marketing, or we end up in our advertising. And I think that's a major opportunity to gain that experience, because like I said before, young people are suffering because people don't want to really give people the opportunity or the chance to do something. Because I think we have a bunch of fresh young minds. And I think that young lady tonight, that third grader that Councilmember Watanabe brought up here, that shows what the future is. And I think that's what I'm fighting hard for. And I know that's what you and everybody else is fighting for, because we got to provide that better future. And seeing what she provided us, I think we have, like I said, the best options in front of us. And that's why I would really like to hear
I agree with a certain extent, but as mayor, I have to put forward recommendations where I think I want people to succeed. And we all started, as alternates. I know, maybe you all don't feel like you need to do that, but all of us did, at some point, because that's what makes sense. Because remember, it's not about us personally, it's what is best for the city. What does the city want to have as a representative? So the historical past of Santa Clara, this is the way that it's been done based on seniority. It's not just Santa Clara, it's the Congress, it's the Senate, it's the Assembly, it's you'll go up and down the community, it's every governmental agency, and it's the school board, it's everybody. Seniority counts. And remember, there's not always a time where you're going to be in a majority. There's not. I've been in them and I've been out of them, right? No matter what. So what you're doing is setting the precedent for, something in the future that we're trying to work with. I want you all to be successful. I want you all to learn, but it takes a while. In order to be successful, you have to find a foundation, and to get the foundation, you have to go to these meetings. You have to listen, you have to understand, because there's a lot of history and they go fast. They don't suffer anything in these, especially the regional committees. So I wanted everyone to be successful, and I wanted a chance to talk about some of this stuff. For instance, there's things that anyways, I don't want to go about individual committees, because I think it's not a good use of our public time. But I would like an opportunity to collaborate with a committee to go over some of this stuff that makes sense. Anyways, okay. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing is, I know Mayor mentioned that we did not had a policy how to appoint the vice mayor, and we have a policy now. And so I think we should work on the policy on this subject too. If we do not have a policy, and if we are depending on historically what has been going on, and historical aspects can be a little bit different from person to person. So long term, like, we should be making a policy like how we define it. And to be fair, being on the council as a seniority, I'm disagreeing to Mayor Gilmore over here, doesn't mean that we are more worthwhile serving the city in a particular job. Basically, I know like how much time council members Surds have spent on power issues, on sustainability issues, on transportation issues, and he can be much more learned than any of us on the council right now. He's not senior to us on council as a council member, but at the end of a day, we have to look at who has the expertise domain where the city as such can make best use of the talent we have on the council. And I respect that. And I know I used to call Councilmember Jan more often while he was not on council to take some advice. Now, because of the Brown Act, I don't even call him for certain things. But I respect that, and bringing, like, in all these corporation experience versus the new blood, we see lot of this thing happening. A corporation, multi-billion-dollar corporation, being headed by a young 40-year young gentleman, and he does not have experience what his vice presidents under him have, but they bring new blood to the organization. They bring something new on the table. And I know we have to respect the seniority, not to an extent that we only do on a seniority. Like I see that big imbalance, Madam Mayor, on the list you prepared. Like a council member is getting 12 assignments versus somebody like only getting 2. That is such a big delta, like 2 is to like 6 times. If you do in percentage, it goes very, very high percentage of that. So we have to balance that out. The experience, if we know somebody on the council has such a great experience, we have to bring that. And I know I am over here, I am ready to make my own, even my own further changes, because for Mr. Saj Jain's list, he put me on Grand Boulevard committee. I think he was already serving on El Camino Boulevard, and he has more. I would like to switch that basically with him. Like he's more experienced than me on that, because as a planning commissioner and as a citizen, he served on that. So to me, this list prepared by Councilmember Jain and whosoever he worked with is much more balanced than what we have over here. Like I'm on 8 committees. I can give up some committees to balance it out. And if like Councilmember Surds is not on any city committee, like that's a very big imbalance. Like I know we have only 3, 4, 3 on that, but yeah, we have to accommodate everybody according to talent they bring on the council. So I am of the opinion, like if you want to work out with the committee, I'm okay with it, but I'm also okay with what has been submitted with the change. Like if I can make my one change to Councilmember Jain can serve on the Grand Boulevard committee instead of me. I can be alternate on that. And I know Caltrain, Councilmember Backer wanted me to be. But if you want to stay on Caltrans, I'm okay with that too. It's not a problem at all for me. So I want to hear what others say, and then I'll make a final decision accordingly. Thank you. Madam Mayor, you are muted.
I was getting some feedback. Sorry about that. Councilmember Jain.
Yeah, this is a very complicated process, really because of the Brown Act, because we just can't sort of sit and discuss, who wants what and divide it up. It's very, very complicated. But I have worked with Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Hardy on this list. So my question is, if we did an ad hoc committee, I want advice from the city attorney, who could be on that ad hoc committee to avoid any Brown Act issues?
City attorney?
Yes. I was going to suggest, you kind of have to, you could have an ad hoc committee. If it's not going to be noticed as a council meeting, could only have 3 members on it. And then it'd be problematic if you all started showing up at the meeting. So, to tell you the truth, I don't know. The other alternative is to have a committee of the whole, where the whole council meets just on this topic. And you just sit there and freely discuss who wants what. And you just come up with a list that way. But I think it might be more efficient than trying to, at a meeting like this, vote on each. And this discussion seems like it's going to be going on for quite a while. So, there's two alternatives: an ad hoc committee, where everybody kind of comments on both and sends their comments to the ad hoc committee, and then the ad hoc committee works it out based upon the comments that they receive, and then you could have a more free-ranging discussion in an ad hoc committee. and it'd be less cumbersome than trying to get everybody together for a committee of the whole. But it doesn't seem like trying to work it out at this as a discrete item on a very full council agenda is going to work out too well in terms of deciding this kind of thing. But I think it is workable from both ways.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
I'm sorry, I still didn't get an answer. Who could serve on the ad hoc committee?
Any
You
three
had
member, any three members of the council.
Right, but if three of us have already talked,
Well,
and the
but
mayor
all
has
this
talked to
discussion
everybody.
occurred in public, so that's fine. As long as the discussions about what you want to do occur at a public meeting where it's noticed, that's fine. Then other people discuss it in an ad hoc committee with no problem.
I see. Okay, now I understand.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, before the idea of seniority equating to experience gets too much traction, I want to disavow that notion. And you stated that, well, you don't make the new hire the vice president. Sometimes you do. I mean, sometimes, especially in engineering, the new hire becomes the manager because they've got the experience, they've got the background. Sometimes the person that was hired for one role actually takes another role because even though they have experience in the role they were hired for, they also have the most experience in another role that they were not hired for. I think that we need to, if we really want what's best for Santa Clara, we need to stop thinking about seniority, except as a tiebreaker when we are considering experience. Like experience is experience. The fact that I've worked as I don't know, I mean, we have a saying, did you work for 20 years or did you work for 1 year 20 times? And that saying means a lot to me. I mean, I really, as a somewhat older person, I feel kind of odd saying that. I respect experience, but I also know as a scientist and engineer that experience doesn't always come from the oldest person in the room. And again, or the person that's been with the company the longest. In fact, with startup companies, oftentimes the people who've been with the company the longest are the cause of the problems, and that's why they need to hire new blood, because they need people with experience. Like you had the people that started the company, they got things going, then you need to hire people with experience. They're newer, but they have more experience. I like the concept of everyone on city council getting together in a meeting and discussing what's our experience, what are our preferences, and then just like a workshop, like we've done lots of workshops for what kind of housing would we like to see, what kind of developments we'd like to see, where we could, put votes on these are the committees, these are where I want to put my votes. I get 2 votes for this, I get 2 votes, this for that, and we weight them based on experience. I mean, I like that concept. I don't know. And I would put the time in to attend a meeting, and I don't care how long that meeting takes. I would be willing to put the time in to do that. But I do like the concept of a more balanced committee assignment, list, and I do like the concept of people with experience, regardless of their seniority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
So yeah, I mean, we talked about Congress just a while ago, but look, they haven't got anything done. So, I mean, I'm looking at this as a major opportunity. And if Vice Mayor Chahal would like to second that, I would want to see his friendly amendment to those changes he would like to make. And if Such Jane would be interested in that too. I think we lost him.
I am fine with the amendments or proposed changes that Councilmember Becker and Vice Mayor Chahal have made, but I'm also very amenable to having an ad hoc committee separate from this meeting, because this is going to extend this council meeting to basically work this out.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane. I would support that. And it sounds like Councilmember Park has volunteered to be on that as well. So I would like the committee to be Councilmember Jane, myself, since I created the original list, and Councilmember Park.
Would you like that as a motion?
Yes, I would.
Mayor?
Please, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we have an ad hoc committee to go over the council appointments, both for the internal and external, and that be the mayor, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Park.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just have a point of clarification. I would like to understand as part of the motion, if that means that the current assignments are in place until the council takes action on a new list. And I ask because even tomorrow we have a TPAC meeting. And as we all know, the TPAC is addressing some very important projects right now. And we'd like to be able to make sure that we are able to send our vice chair to the meeting.
So, and okay, that's, yes, I would.
It's in place. Okay, excellent.
Okay.
As part of the motion that the committee assignments as they stand right now would be in place until we work out a new assignment situation.
Thank you. I do have members of the public. So first, we have Linda. Linda, are you there? Nope. Okay. Microphone off, Linda. I don't know if you accidentally raised your hand or not, like before. I'm not sure. Okay.
Accidentally raised my hand. So,
All right.
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Linda. Bob, you're next.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mayor. I have one question and then maybe a comment after. On this ad hoc committee, I think it's a very good idea. Is that going to be a public meeting where it will take public comment? Because I did have some public comment on the committees also. And it would be more appropriate to make it then if it's a public meeting with public comment.
Thank you. Usually our ad hoc committee meetings are public. Correct, City Attorney? City Attorney? Hope the weather isn't making us lose people.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Yes. Public. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I'll save my comment for that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other member of the public? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Bear with me, I'm entering all this.
I mean, you can't read our minds. Come on.
Let me just interject. Yes, the ad hoc committee will be subject to the Brown Act. It'll be properly noticed and publicly accessed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember
hear me?
Hardy. Yes,
Okay,
thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes, I think, 5-2. Thank you very much. All right. The next item, we're still working our way through the consent calendar. Let's see, NOPQ. So we have Councilmember Jane pulled. Q. Response to written petition from Mr. Sam Liu regarding a proposed CMU wall at 3200 Scott Boulevard. And the recommendations note and file the report. Councilmember Jane.
I pulled this because I've had some fairly extensive discussions with Mr. Liu, and I have visited his facility to look at this proposed wall, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to present his case. If he's in the audience.
Did we not have this on a written petition already?
This is our response from the written petition.
Okay.
And so it's we can make comment on it if I don't know if Mr. Liu is here.
Okay, I couldn't.
He is here and his hand is up.
Okay, Mr. Liu, go ahead, please. Mr. Liu, you're muted.
Okay,
there you go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to thank the mayor and the council members pay attention on this matter. I just briefly to express our opinion. There are two different plans. Yeah, one we call the building permit, the reverse T plan. Okay, our company accepted the only approved building permit for reverse T concrete plan for this project as is. Yeah, this basically with a balanced footing support on each side of the property line and a maximum all height of 7 feet and 8 inches. Yeah, even the height, we express concern, but this one, for this case, we cannot accept it, okay? Because this is a city building permit, so from the grant. And we understand that this permit needed to access to our site to do the work. We will grant full access as needed for all the curb work and the installation of the footprint, the footings, and the cable restoration, and all other necessary work. But we do not accept the MIRA-L as a new proposal from the developer. It's not a permit. And we feel it's an arbitrary plan, put it together in rush. It doesn't conform to the approved plan, finalize the plan. And also, it's a much worse plan to us. Why? Because the symmetric balanced footing for the safety is very important. But this one, it just remove half of them, make it like a MIRA-L, and there was zero support on our side. And also they increase the height. Initially, so the city is 10, but right now something like 8. So I don't think this one is a legitimate process to change our already approved a building permit to a proposal without the affected labor's input. So we think this is not acceptable. We hope the city council and agree with us on the city approved permit, follow the city procedure protocol. Next thing I want to say is our parking lot along the fence line has been severely damaged by the pile driving activities from the same developer. So as a result, we have 29 of 66, our parking lot has had to be evacuated. We keep a stop sign since late 2017. If people use the Google map, show the historical Earth map, you can see right what happened before 2017. And it's a very normal, very walking and organized the parking lot. Suddenly, no any car there because our foundation, the parking lot. One time at the beginning, we have one finger we can put it in. Gradually, they have one hand to put it in. Right now, we have 2 hands can put it in to the gutter between the foundation and the curb. So we cannot use that one. So our employees and our people have a lot of problem, and they, every day they have to park very far away, and they just a lot of pain experience. So so we feel they has to repair the foundation and the curb for us. Yeah, at the same time, even before they install the wall. Okay. Also, I like to use this opportunity just a little bit to say how this developer and to think about the community welfare. Okay, because it seems to me when they do the design work, they never consider the labor into consideration. For example, the pile driving, they push it to be accepted by the city with a condition. What's the condition? You have to use the mitigation measures. When this pile driving reach to certain level, you have to stop, try to some other method. They never follow this on. That's continuous doing that. Okay, this is one example. Created so many pain for experience memory to the community around this project. This is number one. Second one, they erected 200 feet tall and 300, almost 300 long arm of the tall crane. But their boundary will only limited about like 150. So that means they have 100 feet arm of the crane, the jib they call that. And they constantly hang over the whole community. And the pedestrians, the cars, and the people walking in the building all constantly has the anxiety and the fear to say that hope that crane will not collapse for 2 years. But they can design a smaller one, but it is not in their consideration. For this all, we know it's not necessary in our whole entire community. Never have a war, and the people don't come across the border to steal somebody else the items of property. So it's in a very good harmony without the fence, without the wall. But they come here on the building. First thing they tell us the plan is 10. And the concrete wall, we give them all kinds of options friendly for the community. Let them consider, say, if you can change the plan, make it lower. And finally, the answer we get is no. Okay, so I conclude this one is said, okay, in the way, as on behalf of our company, okay, we want to really appreciate the city council and the staff to give us the opportunity to make our voice to be heard, our concerns to the community harmony be heard the first time, like this in the Santa Clara City Council meeting. I would really appreciate that. Also, we sincerely wish in the future, when the council approves a new big development project, need to take it into the SECO compliance needs to be enforced in a real place. This is the first our opinion. Also, the developer should show they will be a part of the community. They are not only thinking about the profit, but they need to think about how to work with the laborers, take the laborers' concern and respect the laborers, and not do whatever they want to do. Here's my way, you have to accept it because the city gave me a permit. So that's very important in addition to tax revenue. So this is the sense we really want to do. As a community member, I will get more involved as a community member to do, not only say something, to do something to contribute to this kind of initiative. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Liu, thank you so much. I would like to reach out to our staff for a report for the public's benefit, because I did read the report, and I think you should talk about the findings of the report and the permits. Okay.
Yes, we did issue a report, and Andrew is available to just summarize the contents of the report and just the limitations in terms of actions.
If you wouldn't mind summarizing.
Sure.
What came up. Thank you. And then I'll go to council questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a summary in the report. And the report focuses on issues that Mr. Liu raised at December 15th. He raised a couple of additional new issues tonight as well. But the primary concerns he raised regarding the construction of the CMU concrete wall along the property line. It's just first clarification. I think he acknowledged that the wall would be 8 feet above the ground height as it's being built. And so just some things that are referenced in the report. there was a planning permit granted for the adjacent project in 2016 that included that 8-foot wall. So that was really the city's discretionary review for the construction of that wall in terms of architectural style, potential aesthetic impacts, that sort of issue. And there was an appeal period. So that was completed in 2016. And the city is now in the building permit process, which is not a discretionary process. It's really the city's purview is really limited to determining conformance with the building code. And so through the building permit process, it's common to sometimes have slight adjustments or changes that are made to construction through that process. All of those are reviewed for consistency with the building code. The developer considered both a T footing and an L footing. Either one complies with the building code, and it's really not up to the city which type of footing that is used in construction. L footings are quite common along property lines as they avoid the need to intrude in any way onto the adjacent property. So that's the case here, that the developer is proposing to use an L footing, and it does, again, comply with the building code, and it's reviewed by licensed engineers as part of that process. And a couple of the new issues that were raised are also sort of like the issue of the crane that's outside of the city's purview. Sort of construction site safety is generally regulated by the state OSHA requirements, and so that's not part of our process. And then I'm not really familiar with the issue about the cracks in the paving lot that in his parking lot, the cracks in the paving in the parking lot that Mr. Liu was just raising. But again, that would not be something that we would have direct oversight to address. So Val, if there are additional questions.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilmember Park. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I also wanted to pull this item because I know that there are ongoing discussions on email, at least, that bring up issues that I have not seen resolution to. During the break, I took a look at those emails again, and quite frankly, I'm surprised that we are taking such a, well, there's nothing we can do about it stance for businesses in our city. I mean, the first thing is, if I had a business in the city and there was a development next to me, my first thought would never be that that development would take away my parking spaces. Like that wouldn't have even been a thought. And for the director to talk about this as an opt-out type of thing, that, well, they had a chance to raise concerns. I would much rather see this as an opt-in, which is if something's going to change my business, I would really like to see the city give more outreach and say, do you understand that this is going to affect your business? But even better than that, I would really like to see plans that do not affect neighboring businesses to begin with. I feel like by saying, oh, even the crane, that's not really our responsibility, that's a state thing. I feel that that is a very bad, it looks very bad for the city when we are basically disavowing, responsibility by saying that's not us. Well, I think that our permits and our what do you call it? Our approvals, that is very much our responsibility. I think that, if we want to be a high touch city, we need to think about how we affect the businesses that are here. And I said this before, and I said this in an email. If this affected a residential development, like if this were in a neighborhood, I think you'd get a far larger outcry. And we've got to stop doing this to, city partners. I mean, both for the people who are already here and so that people who are trying to come here, set up businesses, do development, aren't held up by these kinds of what I call needless holdups, because we're affecting people that should not have been affected.
Mayor, may I respond to that issue? I neglected to address the parking lot concern because Mr. Liu didn't bring it up tonight, but he did previously. So he had raised a concern that this wall would in some way reduce his ability to use his property, and that is not correct. The wall in no way will take away Mr. Liu's ability to use his parking lot. There was a request made by the contractor to temporarily use a portion of Mr. Liu's property during construction. And they had the impression that he would not grant that. So they came up with an alternative means of construction that would not require them in any way to use his property. But that was really just, their request, as sort of like a, a favor, or, I don't know, for a fee, whatever, to temporarily use a portion of his property. But the wall does not impact him in that way. And just generally want to say that in issues where the state has authority, that really preempts us. They're sort of the overriding authority. We don't have the ability to go against the state when they have a regulatory authority on something. And then lastly, I'd say that we certainly do take our businesses' concerns to heart in the city. We've made ourselves very available to meet with Mr. Liu, to discuss his concerns, to review plans with him, and provide whatever information we can. But ultimately, we have to follow the rules that are in place that govern what authority that we have, what discretion we have when we issue building permits.
Okay. Councilmember Parker, are you finished with your questions?
I was going to say that was not the impression I got from the emails. I will wait. I will defer to plan director because, again, there may be other information that's there, but I did do a review of the email chains the email threads that I, found, and I don't see a lot of that. There's also an exclusionary zone, which is, I think, the reason that we would lose those parking spaces. That includes a transformer. And I did not see a conclusion to that, but I will wait. I will wait for further information before I.
Thank you. It might be in the staff report that's attached to the agenda. Anyways, Councilmember Chahal. I'm Vice Mayor Chahal. Sorry, I will get it. I will get it.
No worries. I'm still the council member too, so it's okay. Yeah.
I will. It'll be in there. Thanks.
No worries, Mayor. Yeah. So I know that there was some confusion regarding, I know Director Andrew mentioned that the developer had an impression that the neighbor will not allow him. I don't know where that confusion, and as per Mr. Liu, I also read all the emails and I have spoken to him on the phone just for disclosure purposes. He said he never ever refused for them to have access. They never approached him. So I know this has been going on for long. So now that Mr. Liu was not initially happy with the height of the wall, he thought initially 10 feet. Now that he's okay with 7 feet 8 inches, which was initially approved with the T type reverse T design. So what can we do to amicably resolve that now Mr. Liu has agreed to these things? What can be the solution? Like we can have a reverse T design with 7 foot 8 inch height. That's my open question to Mr. Andrew, or how these two neighbors can work out.
Thank you. That's a really good question because there was a permit issued. So Community Development Director Crabtree or City Attorney, you look like you really want to jump in there.
Yeah, I just want to really, unfortunately, the way that even our own enacted building code works, this council has no jurisdiction to in any way affect a building permit. The proper way to affect the building permit that was pulled would be for for Mr. Liu to go to the building department and say there was something wrong with the way the building permit was being issued, or there's something wrong with the construction from the standpoint of the building code. And that affects the rights of the person who's doing the construction. I mean, they have rights under our ordinance and under the state code to not have their building permit changed by the city council. The city council has no jurisdiction whatsoever to suspend, revoke, or modify a building permit. Only the building official does, because they're enforcing state law as adopted by this council. So it's really a question of rule of law and jurisdiction. And unfortunately, I understand that, there's a difference of opinion between two neighboring property owners, but unfortunately, this is not the forum for that discussion to be occurring. I mean, it may be of interest to the council in trying to resolve differences, but there's really nothing that the council has jurisdiction to actually do with respect to the building permit.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because there was a lot of confusion about loss of parking spaces. And Mr. Liu had showed me a diagram showing an exclusion area, but that was OSHA rules, and that only applies during construction. So before this concrete has solidified or cured, there is a possibility that a wind load could knock that wall over. So the exclusion only applies during construction, but afterwards, if you build it to standard codes, it is earthquake, resistant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So hold on, let me get to the view here. Okay, Dawn, I'm going to the public now. Dawn, you have some comments, Dawn. You're
Yes.
oh, there you
Hello.
go. There you go. Welcome, Dawn.
Thank you. My name is Dawn Sweet, and I'm an attorney at Berliner Cohen, and we represent not only Nunix, but the owner of the property upon which Nunix does its business. And first of all, there's big confusion with the city attorney. Mr. Liu is not contesting the permit. That's the problem. The neighbor has already obtained a permit for the 7-foot, 8-inch wall T design. And that was part of the initial design presented to the city when the building was proposed. Because that was the proposal, Mr. Liu didn't have a problem with it and did not contest at that time or go through the proper channels at that time to contest the project. Now, however, the neighbor is trying to circumvent the process and exclude Mr. Liu from doing a proper objection by saying, you know what, we know we have the permit, but we want to change it now. Now we want a bigger wall, and we're going to circumvent Mr. Liu's right to object at public hearing by just going in and getting a new permit. And so the issue is that the neighbor has now submitted a request for a new permit for a differently designed wall that is 10 feet. There are no 10 feet walls at all around that area in Santa Clara County. In Santa Clara, city of Santa Clara, or any of the neighbor buildings. It's completely out of place, and it does create a safety risk. Now, the first permit actually allowed the wall to encroach on Mr. Liu's property by 2 feet. No one asked Mr. Liu for his permission at that time, but it all came to a surprise recently when this new wall was issued. Mr. Liu has been cooperative, is more than willing to let them come onto his property. The issue is that section that they would have to drill into to support the wall is currently unstable because of the damage caused by the the driving, which is subject to a lawsuit that we have. And so I would encourage the city to change the recommendation to advise the building committee to allow this to be flushed out in civil court with regards to the amended wall, and recommend not approving the new 10-foot wall.
Can I just make an observation? I don't know what committee you're talking about, and if this is in court, city attorney, should we be discussing this? I'm confused. So.
Well, we're not. To my knowledge, we're not a party. I don't think the attorney at Berliner has filed a writ against the city. This is all what this recent statement has been. It sounds like they don't understand the way building permits work. If indeed the building permit, as appears to have been alleged, does not comply with the planning permit, which I don't think that's what our director said. I think he said it does comply with the planning permit. But that would be a grounds for at least issuing a stop work order. But that information and that request goes to the building official. So someone issues a building permit, the building permit is allegedly not in compliance with the planning permit. That's grounds for stopping work and reviewing the building permit. And I'm assuming that's something that's already happened. I don't know anything about this private lawsuit between these two property owners.
Okay, I think that my point is this, we're not making a decision on a building permit. That's not before us today.
Right.
It's an informational report on a written petition that came in, giving us the facts of the situation. And I'm sorry, it's an unfortunate situation. But can somebody clearly state to us what are our options in this? Because I think that, for the council to take action on a building permit that's already been issued, I'm not sure we can take any action, as you said, on that. So is it just a note and file? Like what, we want to help so much, but what are our options here for the council as we sit tonight right now?
This was brought forward. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just going to suggest you could refer it back to the building official to review the status of the permit in light of the testimony that was offered at city council.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Do we have a council member that would like to make that motion?
I would like to so move that. I would feel much better if this can be reviewed.
Yes,
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. So we have Councilmember Hardy.
Good job.
Councilmember Jane, second. Okay, do we have any other discussion on this?
Madam Mayor, I have two e-comments.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The first e-comment is from Alan Lee. My name is Alan Lee, product manager of Nunex. I'm upset about the CMU wall that the 3200 Scott Boulevard project is going to build along Nunex borderline. Despite the safety threat it potentially creates, we were not able to use the parking spaces for more than 3 years due to the construction. Nunex, our parking lot renovated back in 2017, yet we still haven't got a chance to use it until now. What's even worse is the brand new parking lot had already been severely damaged by this construction. End of comment. The second e-comment is from Halion C. As a current Nunex employee, since the beginning of the project in 2017, I have to park the car very far away from our building entrance with the concerns of safety and damages to our parking lot. It is very inconvenient every day. I heard about the wall they plan to build. I would lose the parking at the front of the building forever because of it. I wish the city could do something about it. They need to fix our parking lot. We deserve our parking spaces and our rights to park safely. End of comment.
Okay, thank you, Nunex employees, for those comments. So, Mr. Liu, we're going to be, I'm hoping we'll vote on this in a second, but we're going to be referring this based upon the information from your attorney that she presented this evening. We're going to be referring this back to our building department and our building, is it inspector? Or just building department to review the new revised, if there is a new revised application for a building permit, to follow up on the testimony that was given by your attorney. So we have a motion and a second. Is there Assistant City Clerk? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your patience with us through this long council meeting. We appreciate it. Good luck. Next, we have item 2R. Oh, I love this one. This is one of my favorites. Action on adoption of an ordinance approving the update of the Fairway Glen Park master plan to include a restroom in accordance with the city charter section 714.1. Councilmember Watanabe, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I had submitted a question to staff as well. But just for the record, I just basically would like for staff to just give the timeline for the construction of the bathroom, please. Because I know the residents are anxious to get their bathroom.
Sure are. Thank you. Go ahead, City Manager.
Craig, I believe you have that schedule handy.
Director Mobeck, are you on the line here?
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
I believe I'm pulling that email up, so we're all on the same page on the schedule, and I believe it came from Director Teixeira. So let me get that. But ultimately, it's finishing up in, I believe it was the beginning of 23. So hold on a sec.
Sorry, Jim, maybe you have it handy. It's in the questions and answers that we published.
Yeah, I've had difficulty getting my email at the moment. But anyways, yes, we are going to complete the design by the end of this year, goes out to bid spring of next year, and then construction should be complete. And substantial completion date is January of 2023. Is
that okay, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll share that with the residents as well, but just wanted to get it on the record. So, but thank you for that. So in 2 years, they'll have a bathroom. Thank you.
Well, it'd be a year. Remember, we're in 2023, 2 more years to build a bathroom?
Well, the RFP and all the other,
Oh, wow. Okay. I know those residents really want this bad. Okay, Councilmember Becker, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really happy that they're doing this. I mean, I've heard everyone wanting this for a very long time. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'd like to second that because it was me taking my children to that park more than 30 years ago and there was no restroom. Now I could take my grandkids and there will be.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Watanabe because I was out there with her on our national night outs, which I'm hoping we can all do it this year because it's a really great experience. And you know, we promised the residents out there because they go to the park with their families and their grandparents, and there's no restroom there, and it's very, very uncomfortable. And there's a large population out there that uses that. So I'm sure, we can't get it up soon enough. So thank you. Councilmember Jane. We have a motion.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I am fully in favor of this restroom, but I noticed that there are security cameras there. So presumably there's electricity and internet there. And I know that a number of our parks provide Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi for residents. And I think it's a matter of equity to be able to provide a Wi-Fi service at our parks. So I would request that the parks director include in the design of this some sort of wiring closet that holds some networking equipment for Wi-Fi for the public. And I think that we could also put in some intelligent irrigation controls in there so that we're looking at evapotranspiration when we're watering these fields, because as we know, we're going to be suffering from persistent droughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is an irrigation system there or just the bathroom. So is there...
Director Teixeira, we do have Wi-Fi. That is part of it. Our standard design for restrooms does include a maintenance chase. And in there, we do have capacity for smart irrigation. In discussion with Director Mobeck on design of this, if the irrigation is not included, there may be some additional design cost, but we will evaluate that as the project moves forward to get smart irrigation included.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to put my 2 cents in. I would hope people would be off their electronic devices and out playing with their kids. So I know it's there, but doesn't mean you have to use it. Be present with your children. That's just my personal comment. Councilmember Becker.
So yeah, when going off of what Councilmember Hardy was saying, when I was a kid, riding bikes, yeah, that was, you needed a bathroom in that area. So thank God we're having it. But for clarification and point of order, does since Councilmember Jane got his questions asked, do I have to for the recommended? Do I have to say what I'm for my motion?
I think we already have Wi-Fi and they're looking at including it.
Oh no. As in, do I have to read what my motion is
Yeah,
out?
why don't you just read it just so we have it on the record?
Okay, so my motion is to adopt the ordinance number 2027, approving the update of the Fairway Glen Park Master Plan to include a restroom in accordance with City Charter Section 714.1.
Okay, and I think it was
Councilmember Hardy.
Okay, so do we have any public comments on this? Okay, let's get in that restroom. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And now we're rounding up with our last item in on the consent calendar, and that's report from Councilmember Watanabe, report and action on the stadium manager's request for authority to execute agreements with FedEx and UPS to mail stadium brokers license, notice of default default and or notice of termination for 2020, and request for payment for 2021 invoices. Do we have a brief report on this?
We do. We have a brief presentation. I can go through it quickly, or I can just answer questions.
No, I do the presentation, but quickly. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the next slide. Christina's running the slide presentation. So this is related to the SBLs, and under the agreement, the authority for managing SBLs is with the stadium manager, and they are responsible for all of the actions that support selling the SBLs. However, with respect to the revocation of procurement authority, for managing the basic office procedures and operations, they do need to present to the board, whether it's through purchase order or other operational approaches, the basic operations for expending public funds. Next slide. So under the agreement, they are responsible for maintaining appropriate records. They are responsible for monitoring the transfer of SBLs, as well as making recommendations to the stadium authority where stadium authority is required. They also are responsible for overseeing any unsold or defaulted SBLs, administering and enforcing the terms and conditions of SBLs, and managing the provisions of services specified for SBLs, and particularly invoicing, collecting, and accounting for the distribution and amounts payable. You'll find through the report that we do have some concerns with respect to their ability to maintain appropriate records, as we learned that they are putting in place payment procedures that have gone undocumented, which means that it is difficult for them then to oversee and administer the collections, the invoices, and the accounting of losses or revenue. Next slide. So this report regards two types of SBLs. The first is the 2020 SBLs, where payments are now a year behind, and there have been some individuals that have defaulted. The stadium manager approached the stadium authority on issuing notices of default, as well as potential terminations, as well as for SBLs that are due on March 1st, 2021. And this is to provide invoices advising the SBL holders that the March date is coming when payment will be due. Important here is that the The payments we anticipate will have a higher collection rate for 2020 because the shelter in place happened after the March 1st deadline for paying SBLs. And so it was anticipated that the collection rate was higher last year just because the actions related to COVID occurred after the fact of the debt payment deadline. Next slide. So I'm not going to bore you with this. I made comments earlier, but long story short, we had been working with the stadium manager for several months and requiring information for them about exactly what they wanted to do. We had a meeting with them on January 11th where they represented that they would need $20,000. We had the staff report completed in time for January 26th to bring it timely. We had a special meeting with the stadium manager on the 14th where we learned that the proposal that had been existent for a couple of months had been changed significantly, and that the stadium manager took action outside of the board's directive, and that what really became a proposal had changed, requiring us to spend a lot of time in drafting the report, delaying the agenda packet in order to wait for the deliverables. And this is just one of the issues that came up in terms of it really showed that while we had been meeting and spending quite a bit of time on trying to solve the SBL problem, there were some misrepresentations made through the conversation that only were discovered once we were able to get documents in our hands. Next slide. So the stadium manager is seeking authorization now for $16,400 for billing and sending out notices for default. They are now stating that they are going to do the work in-house and use the SBL staff in order to do that work instead of hiring a vendor at the original cost of $20,000. They are also seeking retroactive approval, whereas prior they stated that they were going to hire a vendor and begin issuing with approval of this action the notices on February 1st to SBL holders, letting them know that payment was due on March 1st. We learned that on January 5th, they were invoiced for the mailing services that they had provided, which indicates that the action was probably taken in December, leaving plenty of time to properly represent the current scenario at the January 11th, January 14th meetings as well. Next slide. So there are some concerns. One, I think it continues to show the poor planning and lack of communication with respect to how they manage SBLs, as well as just their ability to provide information that's accurate and reflective of the requirements under the agreement for how they have to manage the SBLs. Next slide. It also shows that there may be more than just the violation that was disclosed in this process, in that we know that they now violated the Stadium Authority's action by going ahead and issuing a mailer and then having to get retroactive approval. But we also don't know what they did last year with respect to billing and advising and invoicing SBL holders that payment was due March 1st of last year, because they certainly did not present or have not presented any purchase orders for basic functioning that would give them broad authority to conduct general operations. So it's likely that from this incident that there's other incidents out there that are in violation of the board's procurement directives. Next slide. It also reflects lack of procurement expertise. I state in the memo that doing a mailing and paying for postage is probably one of the easiest or most straightforward administrative tasks on a spectrum of administrative tasks. And the purchase order is a tool, a procurement tool that we have met with them before. We have advised them before that if they were just to bring to the board some large procurement order requests that the board could consider, then they would be able to not have to bring an item of this low value to the board, and certainly cost the organization their time and our time of putting something like this together. And so it does it does reflect a lack of understanding still of procurement expertise on their part that they represented they had in the management agreement. Next slide. There is a matter of truthfulness or proper representation. If you recall, there has been a public agenda noticed for closed session that's on the topic of SBL, for which staff provided staff support and a report to the council. I can share with you that I did share with them that there was a lack of truthfulness in the meetings that led up to last week's meeting, and their disclosure of an email after hours where they stated a changed approach. We had met several times, spent several staff resources preparing a report for the January 26th. And it was only the night before the Thursday meeting that they disclosed that they had a completely changed approach. They had violated the procurement authority, and they clearly misrepresented the actions, causing for a lot of sequence of reprioritizing and frankly a waste of city resources for bringing this into compliance. Had they shown procurement expertise, we could have avoided all of this, as well as the violations that they committed. I am concerned about this one here just because ultimately in a relationship where there is collaboration, there should be truthfulness and proper representation. Next slide. So 2021 SBL invoices, I've already stated. They went ahead and did the mailing. They have not been able to provide complete information. I had asked them for the complete information to present to the board for retroactive approval. However, the board's directive has been that if they cannot provide complete information, then we should not release public funds. And so we are still short some documents and are awaiting for those submittals. Next slide. So my recommendation is that we take them up on doing the work in-house for the notices of default and termination. It is a lesser cost, and they certainly can go ahead and process with the board's approval the termination and default notices. On the second recommendation, I'm recommending, because of the past practice and the past directives of the board, that the denial of the retroactive approval, because they have not been able to submit all of those invoices that are required in order to reimburse for this cost, and just delegate it to me so that we also don't spend the staff time on issuing another report and bringing it back, but delegating it to me as the council, as the board has done in the past, for me just to substantiate the supporting documentation before public funds are released. So that's our report, and that's the recommendation. I don't know if there's additional questions.
Thank you, City Executive Director. Let's see, I've got just one. Authority Member Watanabe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So thank you, City Manager, for just going through that presentation. Again, it just goes to, what we were talking about earlier, and, just things are not being done in a timely fashion. There's no response to requests. And we talk about being good business partners. Well, if you're going to be a good business partner, you need to follow through and work together, and obviously truthfulness is part of that. So thank you, and I will just go ahead and move staff recommendation for alternatives 1 and 4. I don't know if you want me to read them.
I don't think we need to, right? They're both.
Yeah.
Do we need to read them? Someone?
Sorry, I was on mute trying to take myself off of mute. It's just staff recommendation. It's duly noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
That's for A and B. 1 and 4. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
I will second that.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy. Second. I think you're going to get the award for the most seconds today. Anyways, you're quick on the draw. All right. Do we have any other questions of council or members of the public? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Boy, if we do this, we're done with our consent calendar. Assistant City Stadium Clerk. I don't know. I forget the name when you're Stadium Authority. Stadium Authority Clerk.
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Board Member Park,
Yes.
Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Board Member Becker,
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. We're officially done with the consent calendar. All right, let's move on to our public hearing general business. The first item we have, okay, Stadium Authority action on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority financial status report for quarter ending September 30th, 2020. Is that
We
state-
have a PowerPoint presentation, and Kenley is going to be providing the PowerPoint presentation.
Director Lee, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable board members, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer, and happy to have the opportunity to brief you on the financial status report for the Stadium Authority for the quarter ending September 30, 2020. Just by way of agenda, I have an update on activity related to NFL and non-NFL events, status of debt and our operating budget, our CIP projects through the second quarter, and updated impact due to COVID-19, and then a recommended note and file of the report. By way of methodology and disclosures, the information provided in the report is provided by the management company. For events greater than $25,000, we do review some source documentation. There were no events through the second quarter due to COVID-19. For other financial information, that documentation review is done at the end of the year when it's provided to us by the stadium manager. And then that last bullet here, there is a forensic accountant on contract that is scheduled to continue his evaluation of non-NFL event information. From an NFL and non-NFL event perspective, two preseason games for the NFL were canceled based on the COVID-19 pandemic. They did conduct one game at Levi's Stadium. It was game 3 of the NFL season on September 13th, and that was conducted without fans. And then due to COVID-19, from a non-NFL perspective, there were no events during the time frame. From an operating budget standpoint, total revenues amounted to $23.2 million, or 34% of the budget. This is under budget due to COVID-19, and I have a slide later on in my presentation to detail some of the specific line items that were impacted. There are some nuances with timing of revenue, as the executive director mentioned earlier in the last item. SBL proceeds collections continue to remain strong, reflecting a lot of the collections that happened prior to COVID-19. And then a cancellation of the last 3 NFL games, the rent is expected to fall below budget by $7.2 million. On the expense side, total expenses were just shy of $40 million, or 57% of the budget. A lot of that is higher than pacing through the year, mainly due to timing of transfers for debt service in this fund. With regards to shared stadium manager expenses, those continue to be withheld at the board's direction for proper documentation. The stadium manager continues to use the revolving loan to pay themselves through the second quarter. That balance was $3.9 million, and then to date, it's approximately $9.3 million. Activity related to SBLs continue to be very strong. 86% of the principal value has been collected through the second quarter. 270 new SBLs with a face value of $1.4 million changed hands through the second quarter. From a discretionary fund perspective, these are dollars that are generated by half of the non-NFL ticket surcharge of $4. And because no non-NFL events attendees happened during the year because of COVID-19, that balance remains around $2.3 million as shown in the table there. From a debt schedule perspective, we do have a balance of just shy of $300 million for 3 series of outstanding debt. The Term A debt, this is the main obligation, the largest obligation here. Budgeted payments of $25.6 million, and that's those payments can be made from existing revenues, primarily our facility rent. There's a second issue of CFD debt that's paid off through a pass-through from hotels in the CFD district. And so as that hotel activity has declined through COVID-19, that pass-through, those payments to pay off that debt will be lower this year. And then the subloan, which we have with the 49ers, we are exploring the use of a ledger credit to save on dollars in the operating fund of $5.6 million. So we're under ongoing discussions there to use that credit. From a CIP perspective, much of the activities were focused around equipment for public safety, so bicycles, radios, and some equipment to outfit the public safety equipments. The remaining projects have been halted or slowed due to continuing state procurement and prevailing wage non-compliance. I want to spend a minute on this slide. This is updated from my presentation in December, reflecting what we are tracking to date with regards to the COVID-19 impact. On the revenue side, a total of almost $18.2 million is our projected impact. Both ticket surcharges from the NFL and non-NFL events due to having no attendees. That's a little over $9 million in total between those two line items. $1.5 million for net non-NFL events that was forecasted by the stadium manager prior to COVID-19, and because of no events that will not materialize. And then the 30% or 3 games worth of the facility rent, $7.4 million anticipated impact here. And on the bottom of the line here, the solutions and savings that we're tracking to help offset that. We're in conversations with the stadium manager on their shared expenses, and they're forecasting $2.4 million worth of savings, roughly a quarter of their budget. SBL sales and services and buffet costs of 1.5. And then the other large item here are vacancy savings and general administrative savings for the Stadium Authority of $1.9 million there. So in total, what we would have to either tap through the operating reserve or a ledger credit, if we can use that, is about $11.2 million to offset the total impact from the revenue loss. This slide, I wanted to show the rent payments to date with the cancellation of that third NFL game early in January. We did not receive payment for that. So in total, out of the $24.7 or $0.8 million or so, we did receive $17.9 million. So with that, the recommendation is to note and file the second quarter report for quarter ending September 30th, 2020, and I am available for any questions the board has.
Okay, I'm trying to get my participants to see if anybody has their hand up. Okay, I've got 2. Okay, Authority Member Jane and then Authority Member Watanabe.
I'd just like to make a motion to note and file.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Authority Member Jane, second by Authority Member Watanabe. Let's see, I see no other hands. Any member of the public would like to make a comment on this? Okay, thank you, Treasurer Lee. That was an excellent, well, I say excellent report. I mean it like you did an excellent job, not great numbers, but an excellent job. Thank you. You know what I mean? Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Stadium Authority Clerk, could you please take roll?
Board Member Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chahal,
Yes.
Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Board Member Park,
Yes.
Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Board Member Becker,
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, next we're back to city council, council general business items. One, discussion, item number 4, discussion and direction on the conversion of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District. We always call it the TID, established under the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989 to a TID established under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. And there's a recommendation to approve alternates 1 and 3, and mainly to increase the gross room revenue from 1.5% to 2% in year 2 for the hotels. So who's taking this report?
This is going to be Ruth and Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. We have a presentation tonight to talk a little bit about the conversion and seek your direction. So next slide, please. So we'll try and be brief. We have 3 sections of this presentation. I'm just going to give you a little bit of the background just to bring everybody back up to speed of where we're at and how we got here. And then we'll have Kelly Rankin from Civitas Advisors, and she'll talk to you a little bit about the differences between the 2 different types of districts that we're talking about. We are currently established under the 1989 law, and what the recommendation is to convert that district into the 1994 law, and it has some differences, and so Kelly will go through that. And then the last part of the presentation will be given by Nancy Thome, who's assistant to the city manager. And she has really been responsible for working with the TID and the DMO and the convention center and all the activities happening in the area. And she's going to talk to you specifically about the recommendation to move the TID into the 1994 law, and then propose a certain assessment level. So next slide, please. So as a background, again, the Santa Clara TID was formed in 2005 under the 1989 law. It established boundaries, which is basically the northern part of Santa Clara, and it currently includes the 9 lodging businesses located in the area. The hotels collect $1 per occupied room night, and that goes into a fund that the TID Advisory Board makes recommendations on its expenditures. So this, although the 1994 law was passed by the state legislature, which changed the way that the business districts can be formed and how they operate, the Santa Clara never changed and converted. We stayed with the 1989 law, and for a number of different reasons are looking at changing. And next slide, please. So what brought us here was that in July of 2018, the tourism and lodging businesses had the benefit of a $1.5 million of city funds that were spent through the CVB. And then it also had the ability to access funds through the TID. And so after July of 2018, the city no longer provided general funds in order to promote the area. So the hoteliers and the TID looked at other ways that it might be able to fund the critical need of marketing the area for tourism and for conventions. And so the board decided, the TID Advisory Board, which is made up of the 11 hotels, decided to pursue a formation of a new district under the 1994 law. In February 2020, we brought that to the council, and the TID was asking for an assessment of around 1.5 to 2% of the gross rental revenue. And then COVID hit. And so not knowing what the potential might be, that the council requested that staff go back and look at potential options of just maintaining a flat rate assessment similar to what was currently in place. So the $1 per occupied room night versus going to a percentage of gross revenues. Next slide, please. And then so in order to maintain the funding in the area, the TID reformed itself, and it reforms itself on an annual basis under the 1989 law, and decided to revisit the conversion at a later time. And so at this point in time, with the activities of the TID and then the newly formed DMO, the TID is again requesting that it reforms itself under the 1989 law. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kelly Rankin, who's from Civitas Advisors, and she'll give you more of a background of what the conversion might mean.
Okay.
So, Kelly?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. As Ruth mentioned, my name is Kelly Rankin, and I am the consultant who's been hired from Civitas to assist in the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District's conversion from the 89 law to the 94 law. So Civitas is a consulting firm that specializes in the formation, renewal, and modification of improvement districts. Our owner and CEO wrote the law, which enables improvement districts, and our firm alone has formed 90 of the 184 districts in existence. Next slide, please. I have a brief presentation for you this evening where I'll be going over the key components of the 89 and the 94 law, give you an overview of the steps to a conversion, and provide examples of other districts that have chosen to convert from the 89 to the 94 law. Next slide, please. As you know, the Parking and Business Improvement District Law of 1999 allows for businesses to be assessed within a predetermined district boundary, ultimately forming an improvement district. City Council has the authority to form these districts and also appoint the advisory board who governs the district. These districts must be renewed annually as they have a one-year term. Next slide. Under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994, districts run similarly, but with some key differences. First to note is the district can only be formed if there is a 50% or more in support through a signed petition from the businesses proposed to be assessed. The district would be governed by a nonprofit corporation known as the Owners Association. Their governance will be guided by the Management District Plan, which is a legally binding and city-approved document which outlines all of the services and parameters of the district. Also, the district can have an initial 5-year term and up to 10 years upon renewal. Lastly, the district is required to comply with the Brown Act and the Public Records Act. Next slide, please. And here's just a quick comparison of the two laws. So the biggest thing to note is the 94 law requires 50% or more of support from the assessed businesses based on how much they pay via a signed petition. The district under the 94 law would be governed by a nonprofit corporation under the guidance of the Management District Plan, and they're also required to come to council every year to submit an annual report. There is also only one 30-day challenge period per district term under the 94 law. And lastly, an 89 district must be renewed annually, while a 94 district can have an initial 5-year term. Next slide, please. So a quick overview process of the steps to a conversion begins with hotel and local government outreach and consensus building, which will lead us to determine the district parameters and a service plan for the district for the length of its term. Once all of that has been determined, we draft the Management District Plan, which again is legally binding and city approved. We then enter the hotel petition drive where we obtain the required signatures totaling over 50% in support based on how much the hotel is paying assessment. Upon having that support, we have 3 stops at City Council in order to get approval to move forward with forming the new district. And this ultimately leads to the natural expiration of the 89 district. Next slide, please. And lastly, I just wanted to leave you with some examples of other districts who have chosen to convert their 89 district to a 94, all of which these have occurred in the last 10 years or so. Next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation, and I will now turn it back over to Nancy. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This is Nancy Thum, Assistant to the City Manager, and a quick thank you to Kelly for your presentation. As you see, Kelly just provided the overview of the differences between each of the business improvement laws, and I'll be providing an overview of how the potential changes would affect the current Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District. Next slide. As it has been stated, the TID was established under the 1989 law and is interested in converting or establishing under the 1994 law. And this also includes changing the assessment from $1 per occupied room night up to 2% of gross revenue of short-term rentals. And the TID is proposing to step into the 2% with 1.5% assessment in year 1 and an increase to 2% in year 2. Next slide. As mentioned previously, if council decides to move forward with establishing the district under the 1994 law, the new district would operate in accordance to a council-approved management district plan. And a copy of this draft plan has been provided to you in your packet to review and for your reference. And this was prepared with the assistance of Civitas advisors and input from the TID, the DMO Board of Directors, and city staff. And so listed here are some of the key provisions of the plan that I will be going through briefly. Next slide. The current TID is governed by an 11-member advisory board who were all appointed by council, and they are comprised of the general managers of each of the hotels in the TID. Under the 1994 law, rather than an advisory board, the TID would operate through an owners association. As stated earlier, it's a nonprofit organization, and the nonprofit would be required to enter into an agreement with the city. There has been efforts to develop and form the Silicon Valley Santa Clara DMO, and the TID Advisory Board has been in full support of the formation efforts and for the DMO to serve as the Owners Association to manage its affairs. With this government structure, the Owners Association would be responsible for day-to-day operations, with the city providing general oversight. As the DMO would be administering district funds, which are publicly collected, the DMO would be required to provide an annual report to City Council and would be subject to the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act. As noted in the draft district plan, the DMO is the proposed Owners Association. The Silicon Valley Santa Clara DMO is currently the designated destination marketing organization of the city. An agreement for destination marketing destination marketing services between the city and DMO was approved by council in October of 2020. Next slide. So the government structure, as I just described, is per the district plan, but as you can see here, it is also in direct alignment to the direction provided by council on the overall governance model for the delivery of convention and CVB services. This slide is the model that was approved by council and is currently being implemented. As you can see, the city provides oversight of and has a separate agreement with each entity. And we have a management agreement with Spectra for the management operations of the convention center and a separate service agreement with the DMO for destination marketing services. The funding model here is also consistent as under the district plan where the TID would provide funding for the DMO. Next slide. There are no proposed changes to the district boundary, and this picture here represents the same district boundary that was established in 2005. Again, it's stated, it includes 11 hotels, and under the new district, any new hotels that open within these boundaries would automatically become part of the district and would therefore be subject to the assessment. Next slide. Currently, the TID assessment is $1 per occupied room night, and there has been a lot of discussion with the TID on their desire to have an assessment based on percentage. As stated several times, they are proposing a 1.5% assessment for the initial year and an increase to 2% in year 2. The hotels do see the percentage as a fair process, as the larger hotels would pay proportionately more into the assessment than the smaller hotels and would derive more direct benefit from programs funded by TID dollars. It is really about having the opportunity to generate additional revenue to support ongoing destination sales and marketing efforts, focused specifically on increasing hotel occupancy and overall spending in Santa Clara. The collection method for the assessment would not change under the new district. Currently, the hotel submits the assessment when they submit the TOT to the city, which is done monthly. For the assessment, the city will receive funds and merely pass through the funds to the DMO, also on a monthly basis. Next slide. With regards to budgets and services and use of funds, under the current district, the council can direct the funding for the assessment funds received. Under the new district, the funds collected must be used to directly benefit the hotels paying the assessment. This would be the programs and activities as outlined in the district plan, again with the focus on efforts to increase future hotel occupancy and overall overnight visitation. The proposed budget, which you'll see in the next slide, is about $611,000, and this is based on a 1.5% assessment. Establishing the percentage model now for the TID will help to establish a long-term funding mechanism for the DMO to sustain itself. Historically, the city did provide the previous CVB with $1.5 million annually from the general fund. And changing to a percentage assessment will also help the TID establish the replacement funding needed, as there is no longer any direct contributions from the general fund. Next slide. So this slide here provides you with an overview of how the TID funds would be allocated among the different DMO programs. And it really focuses on 5 core areas. Again, the specific program activities are detailed in the district plan. The total budget you see here is approximately $611,000, and this is based on estimated revenue that would be received in year 1, and that would be fiscal year 21-22. And it does take into consideration the reduced collections due to the COVID-19 impacts. Again, this is an estimate based on the available data and the current economic environment, and may be subject to change. Also, if council decides to proceed with a different percentage, aside from the 1.5, this of course would affect the budget, and that would change as well. I do want to note that if the TID conversion takes place and a new district is established, the current district will have a fund balance. So as of Q2 ending December 30th, the fund balance is approximately 1.5 million. And it will probably be just a little bit less by the end of June, as there's currently some DMO activity taking place. Any existing fund balance from the current district would transfer to the new district. Well, what you see here is just a preliminary budget. Some of the fund balance may be allocated to each program as deemed necessary to support adequate DMO operations. And that budget for fiscal year 21-22 is still yet to be fully developed. Next slide. So this really here is just to provide you a visual of how the funds will be allocated in the first year. As you can see, the largest allocation is for convention sales. And really this is with the focus on proactive sales activity to book future business. And that's specifically new citywide business. Next slide. Currently, the district is renewed every year through council action, which means there is a formal process to renew the district and to levy an assessment for the next fiscal year. And under the 1994 law, the district can be established for the initial 5-year term and renewed for up to 10. While this is being brought forward to council at this time, if council decides to move forward, the new district could align with the city's fiscal year. As the DMO has established the fiscal year as their operating budget year, staff do recommend this alignment to make consistency among all parties. The current district term expires on June 30th on 2021, and if today council decides to proceed, the formation process to establish the new district would be initiated immediately so that the new district could be established effective July 1st. If this were to occur, the current district would naturally expire at the end of its term on June 30th. Next slide. So I know there's a lot of information that I just went through. And so what I wanted to provide here was just a summary snapshot of the item that we just went over. And so of course the 1989 law is where the current TID is formed, and they're looking to form under the 1994 law. And as it's been stated, the assessment method has been the same since the TID was established in 2005. And as Kelly noted earlier, cities are converting to or establishing under the 1994 law. When comparing the governance under the new district, the new DMO would manage the affairs and the funds for the TID under the guidance of an approved district plan, and the advisory board would no longer be required. It is worth noting that the DMO does have 2 board members that are from the hotels, so hotel representation would still exist, and the DMO could also elect to continue having a subcommittee, which is formed of the hotel general managers. The assessment method, again, they're looking to change to percent, 1.5% of gross revenue in year 1 and 2% in year 2. And when you look at the annual revenue under 1989, and this is pre-COVID, at $1 per occupied room night, the TID was collecting approximately $800,000 annually. And so with the conversion happening at this time and taking into account the impacts of COVID-19, the estimated revenues for the first year under the 1994 year is lower. However, this can be supplemented with existing TID fund balance for the next few years as the economy recovers. Again, the desire of the TID is to really put a funding mechanism in place that will generate the revenues for the DMO to sustain itself well into the future. Next slide. Up here are the alternatives for council's consideration. And the first is to provide direction to proceed with the conversion. And that's a conversion of the district from under the 1989 law to form under the 1994 law. Council could also decide to continue the TID under the current 1989 law. Another alternative is to provide direction to proceed with an additional district assessment, and that's to change to the formula model of 1.5% in the first year and 2.5% in the second year, and then also any other council action. Next slide. So staff is recommending alternatives 1 and 3, and that is to provide direction to proceed with the conversion from the district under the 1989 law to the 1994 law, and also to provide direction to proceed with changing to the formula of 1.5% for year 1 and 2.5% for year 2. So that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
I'm wondering if I see that Aaron is here from the DMO and Matt Stewart, the new executive director, if they wanted to say something before we went add on to that for anything before we go to council questions. And I want to thank everyone that's attending this meeting for their patience and the lateness of the hour. I understand that. So I don't know if Matt or Aaron, if you wanted to say anything, this would be a great time. Yes, no.
Madam Mayor, I think that they're moving over right now, but I do believe that Aaron did have something to say, and then Matt as well.
Yeah, they both have their hands up. So let's hear from them and we'll go to the council then. Anthony, Councilmember Becker, you'll be first. Okay.
Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor Gilmore. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. We can.
Awesome. This is Aaron Hodges. I serve as the chair of the board for both the TID and the DMO. And on behalf of those two entities, I'd like to obviously urge you to support this direction. As Nancy stated, knowing that the future solvency of the DMO is really dependent on this change. Our plan not only improves a self-assessed funding model of the TID to properly market Santa Clara as a hospitality and tourism destination, but it also removes the annual reliance of the city on financial assistance that, as Nancy suggested, has averaged about $1.5 million annually. The TID has developed a plan that is complete with key performance indicators. There's a focused booking strategy to drive citywide group business. That represents roughly 30 to 40% of our business in the hotels. And we also have a seamless service approach to these large programs, as well as an inclusive governance model that we've worked on extensively. The plan has clear transparency and accountability measures that are built in, and we're excited to share those with you all in the months ahead. Supporting this direction will create really a long-term sustainable revenue stream that will ensure Santa Clara is top of mind when key decision makers are looking to bring business to the Bay Area, which is something that we haven't had for years. So we're really excited about that. As Madam Mayor Gilmore suggested, Matt Stewart is on as well. He is our new CEO. He's also very much engaged with our key customers in the first 60 days. He's been really delving into sentiment of our customers to find out how they feel. And I know he'll want to help validate the importance of these resources and things that we're doing. So Matt, would you like to share a few words also?
Sure. Good evening. Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. Of course, the DMO's purpose is really to promote the economic growth for the destination. and work with all businesses, nonprofit and for-profit, to benefit all. But my specific purpose is to revitalize Santa Clara as a position it is as the destination of choice for citywide business, travel, and leisure for the foreseeable future. As Aaron said, these past 60 days have been very productive. I've been speaking with well over 100 customers, and really the consistent theme was their validation that without a proactive outreach and an increased awareness of developments in the city of Santa Clara, they wouldn't have considered us for future conventions or meetings. We've really been out of sight, out of mind to the larger convention community, those decision makers, influencers. Those that are aware of the center have mostly commented on the need for the renovation to the building. That is being attended to, very exciting. It has reinforced to me the importance of sustainable funding and the importance of increasing Santa Clara's profile in the meetings and convention marketplace. So I also urge the council to support the proposed direction and look forward to reporting on progress as we go forward, and success to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And if you and Aaron could just stay put for a little bit, we're going to go to council in case there's questions for you. Councilmember Becker, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My one question is, and I guess, do we go to public comment after this? And then we go to comments and then making motions?
There is no public comment at this point. So if you have a motion, you can make a motion. If you want to make a comment, you can make a comment, but now's the time.
So I'm going to start with a question. I'm going to start with about the timing. If we go this route with the 94, what's the effect that it's going to have on our competitive edge with other cities?
I can answer that. This is Aaron. Really, in terms of competitive edge, the 94 Act doesn't really impact that when you compare the other tertiary markets and their TID assessments. So going from $1 to 1.5% as a self-assessment, Council Becker, it will have no bearing on whether or not we are able to capture the business at the convention center and at the hotels that we have been unable to. Really, the reality is we need the resources to be able to market and sell the destination, to really bring it to the customer's attention that we exist, so that we can drive that future business. And that's an opportunity that we've lost out on the last several years. Comparatively, I know it's apples to oranges, but if you look at the city of San Francisco, their tourism improvement district in a normalized year is about $19 million. So with this assessment, we're looking to capture somewhere between 2.8 and $3 million in a normalized year to really be able to compete against San Jose and San Francisco.
I just want to add, Councilmember Becker, that it does modernize the structure, as you see from the presentation, as well as those that have recently converted. It stabilizes funding for marketing and developing strategies to make sure, as Matt put it well, that we have been out of sight, out of mind, and it allows for us to begin to work on those strategies so that we are front and center as we should be.
Okay, my second question is, what do the new customers think of the TOT increase and now assessment increase?
Well, the TOT and City Council Santana can speak to this, but no assessment has been applied in terms of TOT increase at this point. There has been an overwhelming approval rating with the vote in November by the community, but in terms of the customer, there has been no change to TOT assessment.
We will be talking about revenue opportunities, and with the passage of an up to 4%, we'll be talking about that on Monday and Tuesday as part of the priority setting sessions. What we do know is from the data and the surveying that we did of other cities is that we are low when compared to the other TOTs in surrounding regions. But obviously the industry is down right now, and we'll need to make measured decisions with respect to how to increase it and ensure that the industry recovers. That said, we were also strategic here, where initially the TID was looking at a higher percentage, and they also adjusted strategically so that we moved in the right direction that they had desired for a while, but at the same time we were responsible with the larger goal.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to get to my comments and then also get to my motion. I mean, this is my opinion. This is what I've been seeing and my assessment of things, you know, and it's no offense to anybody else, you know, moving forward on this. And I also like to know what my council feels, the rest of my council members feel, and if they would support my motion. But when looking at the 89 and 94, the 89, the TID, it's renewed annually every year. The 94 is every 5 years. When I look at that, it says more TID, more control, coming back every 5 years. And to me, that sounds like a lot of less oversight and very little transparency under the new act. There's a French term I know, it's called laissez-faire, and it means let alone. So I would like to see that this is not a good time, I think, to be changing this. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the pandemic is, I think, erasing businesses. The 94 route is more expensive. I think it creates less business for our hotels. And I feel if we stick with the 89, this could be pretty much close to ways for us to come back and talk about this maybe at another time. But the 1.5% on top of the 2% TOT tax that we approved back in November, that's 3.5% more per night for our guests. That's a huge jump for returning new visitors. That's 13.5% total. If you think about it, our rooms are already pretty expensive. I mean, you go try to rent a room, you know, during the pre-pandemic, it was pretty expensive during the week. I think, you know, we still need to keep that competitive edge against neighboring cities, because I'd rather have somebody say, I want to stay in Santa Clara rather than stay in San Jose or Sunnyvale or any other city around us. I want to make that money. When we had the 9.5, I feel that we got much more business. Seeing that, you know, it may look low as $1, but maybe we make more money on $1 because of more of competitive edge. As in terms of marketing, no one's going to be coming this year, I think. I mean, look what's happening. We're really, right now, the governor did the removing the stay-at-home order. You know, is that a sign that we're moving in the right direction? But then we hear our health reports recently, and it's still cause for concern. Moving forward, I mean, you have the great, this is a great chance to generate more money for the DMO with that 94 Act. But then at the same time, the pandemic with no travel, the no convention center, we can't have groups. You know, going back to it, just like I said, it's not a good time to be moving to a new model when we are having a higher TID assessment and have less city oversight. I mean, look at the recent mismanagement of the CVB. It sounds like we are reverting back to what got us in trouble in the first place. The 89, I feel, though, has more oversight. Okay, this is my opinion, and it's a yearly checkup. As I do like the 94, trust me, I am very open to the 94, but it is limited and it gives less power, I feel, to the city. In fact, we raised our rates with the TOT tax, like I said, in November. And then if we're going to add more, I just don't think it's the right time, because business travel has stalled. Like I said, needing to stay competitive, but the unknown impacts due to COVID-19, we could have a huge surge in the next coming months, and we could be pitted back further into 2022. This change, I think, could affect the occupancy. I think it could, when it comes to people coming back to our hotels, this could cause pause. Moreover, the 5-year renewal, like I said, has less oversight and less transparency, but yet it's still an option that I'm very open to. I think, my motion, I think, is going to be that we revisit this in the future in about 6 months. And the reason why I say this is because we are going to allow ourselves to see the effects of the pandemic play out. We've already seen this year go by of 2020 and what it's done to our city and what it's done to our hotels. Personally, I feel that revisiting this in 6 months is to basically find out if the vaccinations are working, if herd immunity, and if we're going to be able to see a rebound. Because one thing I do see is, if you've watched the football games this last weekend for the championship game, congrats to the Buccaneers and the Chiefs, both of those stadiums actually had people in their stadiums. So it kind of makes me think that maybe we are going to be rebounding pretty soon. But at the same time, it causes me to worry that, we might be going too fast and then suddenly we're going to get more cases. So 6 months, I think, is a fair way of saying, let's find out what this does in 2021, because then we could be really prepared for 2022. This is just me being very conservative and looking out for every asset, because down the road in 6 months, I'm probably going to end up maybe favoring the 94 if things are going really well and the pandemic isn't taking any more toll on our community. So I'd like to make the motion to continue this to 6 months to discuss this at that time. And excuse me for my voice. Thank you, Mayor.
May I just clarify some information?
Yeah, there's a lot to clarify there, but let me even see if there's a second on this motion. I'm certainly not supporting it, but is there a second? Okay, no lack of second. City Manager, can you fill in some of those?
Sure, absolutely. I want to start first with the oversight. The council authority is certainly built in, and we spent a lot of time going through governance structures to make sure that the areas of governance that were found as deficient in the former model were addressed. Through this model, there will be an annual budget that's approved by the council, as well as an annual report. And as part of the reform on the service delivery model, we built in performance measures to both the contract with DMO, for which it's funded by the TID funds, as well as with the convention center. And so those performance measures, as data is collected, will be available to the council for managing and making informed decisions, as well as the annual budget report and annual report. I also want to mention that quarterly reports on the convention center is provided to the city council as an agenda report, much like you just received the quarterly report for the stadium authority. So any perception of lost oversight or monitoring, I think is incomplete, because those were areas that we worked very hard to improve and make sure that they were strengthened, not weakened. I also just want to mention that having been the city manager for the city of Sunnyvale, the TOT is we are lower here in Santa Clara, and it was higher in Sunnyvale, and that is not an influencer. What we know is that Sunnyvale was always booked with a higher TOT. We had 15 hotel applications on the books for hotels being built in the city. And so unfortunately, the market here on hotels is a little different, as I have learned over time, in that business travel is very high in terms of during weekday travel is probably a higher nightly rate as the past has shown than weekends, which is really opposite of what happens in areas where tourism is trying to be attractive when people have the free time on weekends to travel. And so there's a lot of components that need to be thought out. I would say that a 6-month delay and revisit really turns into a year, because the current model is due to expire at the end of June. And we would have to ramp back up to do all of the documents again. And still we would require time in order to make the transition from a 6-month model to what the council would need to improve just to keep this going for TID at the $1, and then do all the remaining documents again for implementing. And so just want to make sure that since this has already been delayed once last year, prior to the ballot measure, that there is an understanding for the council that delay it in this time during recovery could certainly be costly. So I don't know if there's any additional comments or questions.
Yeah, city manager, to piggyback off of that, wrapping my mind around this. So let's say things get worse this year, are we going to be okay? Or are we going to still have a strategic plan? Like if we have a rebound in surging cases and we get stuck in the pandemic for another year, let's say.
So the strategic plan is a separate matter. This TID is a component, a funding component for the strategic plan. Clearly, this is one part of the milestones that were put before the council over a year ago of things that we needed to do in order to strengthen this industry, our place in this industry, as well as the partnership with the TID. And so we are checking the box, and this has been through the committee, it's been through the council, it's been delayed once. But the strategic plan needs to come with stabilizing the TID dollars, as well as then looking at where we're at and how to work towards recovery. And we can bring reports to the Economic Development Committee, as we have in the past, where this was studied at length, as well as continue to do the oversight reports that I just referenced, so that the council has at its fingertips what it thinks it needs. This isn't anything that we want to take away from the council and go run off. This is something that has developed into a very strong partnership. I was going to mention Joe too, because I noticed Aaron and Joe stuck it out, and I think that certainly demonstrates the commitment that they have to making sure that everything is moving forward hand in hand.
Thank you, Deanna. I appreciate that for some clarification on that. But didn't see that there's a second to my motion, but that was just my feelings on this and my conservative thought on it. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council Becker, this is Aaron. I just wanted to clarify one thing, just so you understand as you're all assessing this, and that is the marketing efforts specifically for the DMO. It's really focused on future years. So Matt and his team in the future, they're not going to be marketing for, what's happening next month. We're really focused on large citywide programs that in some cases are 2, 3, 4 years out, that they're going to be working on, just to clarify that.
Thank you for clarifying that, because that was where I think I was maybe a little confused in trying to read this and understand it.
Right, thank you. I'm going to go down the list because we have a lot of members and it's 10:45 and it's really bad outside, and I want to make sure our staff gets home safely tonight. Let's see, we have Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to pass the recommendation to provide direction to proceed with the conversion of Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, the TID, up to the 1994, and to provide direction to proceed with the initial district assessment formula of 1.5 gross to then increase to 2% in year 2. There's a term in engineering called prime the pump, and this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to reboot and prime the pump and bring back all of that business travel that we have lost. And I feel like there's going to be a great, should we say, pent-up desire, pent-up demand that we want to get into, and we need to start planning now. So I want to make this happen now.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Watanabe. I'm so much in favor of this. I'm going to be renting hotel rooms in Santa Clara just to get away from my house. So that's how much pent up desire there is. Okay, Councilmember Park, followed by Watanabe.
Actually, can I request that the slide comparing the 89 model effects versus the 94 model effects be put on? And I have some questions I can ask while they're getting the slide,
Why don't
if
you
I could.
go ahead and ask while we reboot that again?
Okay, so you said that the 89 model expires in June. Does that mean that it's in effect until then? And my understanding is that to approve the 94 model, we would require a survey of businesses and 3 city council meetings or 3 city council approvals. Is that correct?
The council approves the TID on an annual basis, as well as its form of assessment. And that is scheduled to expire at the end of June. We've generally ran it with a fiscal year. And I will let Nancy or Ruth speak to the survey. And my guess is that it would happen from here to before June in time to make sure that everything is in place, but I'll let them add the details.
Hi, this is Nancy Thome. Yes, you are correct. If council approves today the direction with the percentage, we would immediately start the petition process with the hotels. And so there is a noticing requirement to all the hotel ownership, the businesses that would be affected. And that would therefore be submitted to council. And we would go through this legislative process with a resolution of intention, and then there would be a public meeting, a public hearing, which would then result in the resolution of formation. And so we anticipate going through the process, we would be able to complete the process by the end of May, which would allow sufficient time for the hotels to make the changes they need to in their system for it to be effective July 1st.
Okay, and then under the 89 model, the DMO and the association would be separate entities. But what are the pros and cons of combining these 2 entities under the 94 model? Right, I mean, how would the 94 model change DMO operations and costs? Is there more people, more money? Like what? I mean, there would be more people anyway, because you'd have 2 different organizations, but we would be funding the DMO more? Well, how does that work?
Let's go to the governance structure, and I can just the chart with the DMO is the marketing organization for which has a separate board and that manages the marketing strategy that is to be developed. The TID is the funding mechanism, and it is through the council's approval. As well as through state law, it is developed as a surcharge on rooms that allows for the funds to assemble in order to fund these types of DMO activities. So they are inherently different in that the TID is governed through council action and articulated through state law, and the DMO is an organization that serves to exist with a separate board for purposes of marketing. And so they are by nature very different beings. The TID is advisory, and the DMO is under contract with the city for purposes of marketing activities. So they're governed through a contract that has been approved by the city council, and the TID is governed through state law, for which council has put that into place. And
Okay.
Spectra is another contractor that we have for operating the stadium. I mean, this convention center, my goodness.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't see the slide that I.
Yeah, it's I had asked to go to governance, but let's go to the slide that Councilmember Park asked for.
And also TOT, you said that Santa Clara is lower when compared to other cities, but how do we compare in terms of occupancy and like revenue per room compared to other cities?
For what period of time?
Well, I guess, I don't know, outside of COVID.
Now they're empty. I can tell you.
We were like, and Aaron and Joe are on the call, but we were like a Silicon Valley city that was strong during the weekdays for business travel, at which time prices were much higher. And then on the weekends, where there was less activity, unless there was an NFL or non-NFL event or anything else that would draw in weekend tourism, there was obviously there were lesser prices, is my understanding, for nighttime rates. We collected a good amount that had been growing like any other cities. What I noticed here as compared to Sunnyvale, and I imagine it's just because Sunnyvale had smaller hotels, is that there was a large demand in Sunnyvale for hotels. I mentioned we were working on 15 at one time. Here it's lesser, but our hotels are also much bigger.
Okay, because
I don't know
my
if you're ready to
concern is,
go, if you want to add more to that.
Yeah, City Manager Santana, this is Aaron. I'll chime in. Council Park, just comparatively, obviously, the Bay Area in general is a desirable business and leisure travel destination for many different things. And we're very much competitive in the South Bay, Santa Clara specifically, in overall occupancy. The city of San Francisco tends to have a much higher overall average ADR as other communities in and around us. Our focus has been really on driving weekend business for many, many years now as an opportunity, since as somebody had mentioned earlier, we do have a very strong business traveler. But that said, you know, one of the key notes to understand by going from a fixed dollar to a percentage is that it does adjust with the current economic conditions. And so today, unfortunately, many of our hotels are less than $100 a night, and in some cases much lower than that. So as a percentage, that would adjust with what those rates are, and conversely, it would adjust up as those rates go up. But even so, with the TOT and with the increase in the TID assessment, we would still remain very much competitive with all of the other markets in and around us.
Understood. I think my concern was, I know a lot of friends and family who don't go to Santa Clara hotels even to visit me, because there's nothing to do for hotel visitors in Santa Clara. They prefer to go to places like Sunnyvale and San Jose and even San Francisco, because again, the areas around the hotels are much more active and lively. And that's why my concern is, if we don't put the amenities in, I'm looking at projects like related to help with that. But if we don't put in additional amenities, raising prices or changing the cost structure isn't going to generate more room nights. It's just an opinion. And the slide that I'm looking for is actually the slide that talks about the effect of, this is how much the fees were under 89. This is how much the fees were in under 94. Because basically it looked like to me that the money collected under the 94 model with 1.5% was less than the money collected under the 89 model. And it's about equal with the 2% when it go after the first year at 2%. And then there was a note about with COVID. Can you re-explain what that note meant?
Right. I'm sorry, this is Nancy. Councilmember Parks referring to the summary near the end of the presentation.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me just jump in and explain it. I've been talking about this for years, so I can speak to it. And essentially, in the past, Council Park, the hotels on average were collecting roughly $800,000 in TID assessments. Inclusive of that was about $1.5 million that the city was providing to help support the TID, the CVB, and all of the efforts to market the destination and the convention center. Currently, there are no funds that are coming from the city. With the model change to the 1.5%, what we are suggesting in year one is roughly $600,000 and change in assessment fees based upon that percentage model. I can assure you it would be much lower than that at $1. So they're not apples to apples comparisons, because we're looking at 800,000 that was pre-COVID. And we're looking at 600,000 with a new percentage model that's relatively close. However, you need to understand that in prior years with the 89, the city was contributing sizably to the finances of the TID and the CBB.
Okay, because I look at the pre-COVID-19 and the with COVID-19, and it looks like we get less annual revenue under the 94 law, and I'm wondering, is it because we have less occupancy
Exactly.
with COVID?
Exactly.
Okay, because then my question is, why are you putting up a slide that compares a pre-COVID number to a COVID number? Like it doesn't make sense for that to happen. I would think that you would say, like, this is how much we would have pre-COVID, this is how much we had pre-COVID, and this is how much we expect to get if we had pre-COVID numbers again.
Sure.
Because I think that, right? I mean, does that make sense? And then
Yes.
it looks like the city annual fee is also higher. I mean, it's not that much higher when you compare it to hopefully the annual revenue that we expect to go up, right? But it just looks like it's higher, and I think you tried to explain a little bit of that, and I, like, looking at the slide,
Yeah, I could see why you would be confused, and perhaps somebody can provide you with what the dollar assessment would be based upon that occupancy number. But I think that the reality is that the budget transitioning to the 94, what it does do is it removes future dependence of the city contributing to the funds, and it also adjusts according to what the economic conditions are as a percentage. Which is to the benefit to everybody.
I would just add that we offered the COVID numbers there as projections for full transparency to demonstrate the projected revenue, knowing that at this point in time, we're not able to project the level of recovery for this industry and what the numbers would be. But certainly it will be trend information that we capture once we have some time to collect data.
yeah, I just feel that maybe if we had a third column that said ceteris paribus, if we had the same type of occupancy we did, in 2019, this is what the numbers would have been for 2019 with the 1.5 and the 2.0. Right. I mean, that's a thought. The other question I have is, I know that the review period is, I think, up to 5 years, up to 10 years actually, but 5 years nominal. Is that correct under the 94 model?
Yeah, the initial establishment would be for 5 years, and then renewals are 10 years. And and if I could just clarify, because when we talk about the renewal, it also, what comes along with the renewal is the whole process to renew the district. So, under the 1989 law, we renew annually. And so there's noticing requirements, there's public hearing requirements, et cetera, resolutions that need to be adopted by council. And so that happens annually under the 1989 law. With the 1994 law, we would actually just have to go through those procedural legislative process once, and then in 5 years, you would do it again to renew it for the 10 years.
Okay, and are those requirements, or are those just what we would agree upon?
The renewal, I'm sorry, the renewal process are requirements.
I see. So it's required that, well, but you said that the renewal requirements under 94 model would be every 5 years and then up to 10 years. I believe I saw a 10-year number up there.
Yes, correct. So thank you for clarifying. So the first would be the 5 years, and then the renewal could be up to 10 years.
Is there any way that we could, I guess, further break that down and say, when we're putting this program in place, we would like to have a renewal every 2 years, and then work maybe after the 2-year assessment, 2-year, we go to a 5-year, meaning we're moving to a completely different model. And I don't know how much I'm willing to commit to a longer term period.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor, correct? I'm sorry, I've lost it.
We do.
So
Yeah, we
lost
do.
track of
Yeah.
what-
Yes, we do.
But can I get an answer to my question about, like, could we go to a 2-year renewal? Could we specify a 2-year renewal and then move to a 5-year renewal and then longer after that?
This is Kelly from
Yes.
Civitas. I'd be happy to answer that question. The first term can be anywhere from 1 to 5 years, and then upon the second renewal, it can be anywhere again from 1 now up to 10 years. So you can define the term length.
Okay, because I would like to make I guess a friendly amendment or just an added, which is I would like the first term not to exceed 2 years, if we can.
So Council Park, remember too, though, that every year the DMO is going to come to City Council to have a review process of the budget, the future fiscal budget. So there is a process in place where you will be reviewing what the DMO is doing and making recommendation based upon that information that's provided to you all.
But the question is, if we decide that something is off, we can decide, even though we've agreed to a 5-year term, that we want to do a renewal, a complete renewal process in the middle of that 5-year term or after 1 year of that 5-year term. Are you saying that that's also possible?
Maybe I can ask, I see where this line of questioning is going. What would be what would be the city council's authority to change the DMO anytime in between? What would be the grounds to change, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years? Like when you say something's off, you mean is something is not, if they're not following the law? Or are you talking about if the council changes
I'm also happy to weigh in. I'm sorry, my internet's going in and out. Was the question if the term can be reduced while it's already in term?
Yes, could it be terminated or reduced, or, what would be the grounds for, I would say my internet connection's unstable too. I don't know what's going on outside, but
the wind is going crazy.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm really worried about, and getting people.
So there's 2 opportunities for the term to be reduced or the district to be established. One of those is if city council finds that there's been a misappropriation or malfeasance of funds. The other time is if hotels sign petitions also equaling 50% or more to disestablish the district. So it's a reverse petition drive, if you will.
So I'm sorry, Councilmember Parks, I'm just asking these questions because I'm listening to what you're saying. What can the city council terminate this?
And just yes, going on that point, as there is the opportunity to review the annual budget, you actually have that discretion each time, and particularly as we begin to do more reporting with the financial quarterly reports of the convention center, as well as the performance measures with the DMO contract, as well as with the convention center. So you're not limited to 5 years with taking that action, or 2 years. The council, because this is governed as part of the state law, as well as through council authority, it is established. It provides the council the authority to put it in place, as well as authority to decommission.
Okay, Councilmember Park, does that answer your question? I'm trying to get to what you're trying to get. I'm not quite sure. Does that answer?
No, I think it does. I think they're basically saying that we do have the capacity to change it in flight if we found just cause.
Yeah, that's for cause, right? Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see. Council member, hold on a second. Losing my screen here. I'm sorry. Councilmember Chahal, Vice Mayor Chahal. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I was mute. I think I got the answer for my question. My question was, in case city want to terminate before the full term of 5 years, what are our options? So that was my question. Sorry, I didn't lower my hand up before that. I already had that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. I don't see anybody else. I just want to make a comment before we vote. We have a motion in a second. I'm very much in favor of this. We have to start now, thinking positively that this pandemic will, at least dissipate this year with the vaccines and head us into next year. But there's a tremendous amount of planning to bring tourism and fill up our hotels. And we have to understand as a council, TOT is a major source of funding for us. And even though we raised the, potential TOT tax in Santa Clara up to 4%, we haven't activated that yet. So I think that we should hold off and gauge what's happening, especially if we do this, 2% increase. It's a vitally important revenue stream for us. And so we can't be very short-sighted about this. We have to think long-term about it. And I don't know what's in Sunnyvale that isn't in Santa Clara, but I think that, we have so much potential in Santa Clara with everything in our tourist district out there and what's to come with the new city place. So I'm very much in favor. They need to get started now, get the infrastructure in place. And I think we have a wonderful DMO board as well. Very, very, very professional and very inclusive of all the stakeholders out in that area. So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chahal, your Vice Mayor, your hand's still up. Did you want to keep it up?
I just wanted to, I did some reverse calculation for Mr. Council Member Park. If we have the same revenue what we had in pre-COVID, if we were making 800,000, and if you have an average room rent of 200K, we would make, in those circumstances, we will make around $3.6 million under the new 1.5%.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think the key is post-COVID, we fill hotels, we make money, everyone's very happy, and we put a lot of money into our general fund. So let's have a vote on this. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
The key word is economic recovery. Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Matt and Aaron, for joining us this evening and staying late. We appreciate your continued patience with us, and we'll hopefully see you soon. So thank you very much for that. Next, we have item number 5, action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Jane requesting a discussion on the vote on the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property. So I think, is this a request to put it on a future council agenda? I was going to recommend we put it on our goal setting, refer it to there, but Councilmember Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to put this on a future council. I don't think it's really worthy of putting on a goal setting meeting because we usually pick 5 key goals. I don't think this rises to that level of priority or importance, but I do have a slide that I could show if I could share my screen. I don't know if that's possible.
Is it something that we would do, you would show when we put it on a council agenda? So we actually discuss it? Can it wait is my point.
Well, I'm just trying to give the motivation of why we should consider this.
Go ahead.
I don't know because staff will come back with a report of what the actual issue is, but I want to make sure that there's enough interest in putting this on an agenda. So I don't know if that means that I should share my screen or I can just talk through the numbers. What do you want to do, Madam Mayor?
I don't know what you're presenting, so I have no idea. I have my thoughts on this issue, but what numbers are you sharing? Your own numbers for the Loyalton property?
There are some numbers I got from staff and some numbers that I calculated.
Okay, because I think we would prefer to have a staff report with the staff preparing the report, but can you just briefly explain why you want to put this on?
Yeah, so this property burned in August of 2020, and I believe it's a liability to the city. It is not covered by Measure R, so council can move to dispose of this property with an ordinance or a resolution. It was purchased in 1977 for $1.6 million with the thought that we could develop geothermal energy. Now, SVP staff has come back to me and said that there is no capability of geothermal energy there. Wind and solar is not really feasible. There's no transmission line capability. So I don't see any point of the city holding on to a $4 million asset that's a liability, and we could rather sell it and spend that money on other uses. Grazing fees are $21,000. The property tax is $16,000. The net to the city is $5,000, basically $6,000. The return on investment of a $4.1 million property is 0.14%. It's just a weight hanging on us that we could rather use that money for better uses, like possibly a community solar project.
Okay, so you're asking that the council place this on the agenda. I'll go along with placing it on the agenda, but I have some other facts as well on this issue, because this is 40,000 acres. And in 2017, our value was between 10 and 13 million. We got a $4 million value last June, which was before the fire, which we were going to demolish all the buildings anyway, because there's not much on there. So it would literally be a fire sale if we sold it now. And we have a policy of not selling property. We ground lease things to make our real estate work for us, as we've done with all our properties in the past. So if this comes back, I'd like to have all that other information. I'd like information as to whether or not this is the best time to sell property. Will we get our maximum value for it? And also our policy on not selling property. So I'd like that all to come back. But Councilmember Jane, would you like to make a motion to put this on a future agenda?
Yes, I would.
Okay, there's the motion. Is there a second?
Second. I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Hardy, I think. Yeah, I want to keep you consistent, Councilmember Hardy. Okay, a motion and a second. If we don't have any discussion, do we have any public members? Okay, hold on. Councilmember Becker and then city, oh, no, he's not. Okay, good. City manager, do you have comments?
I want to comment that I'd like to come back towards mid to late March, just given the February agendas are pretty full, as well as our information sessions with council. And so mid to late March would be an ideal timeframe to return with the discussion.
That would be great. Maybe our value will increase by then. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please. Are you awake out there?
Yes, I'm sorry. My computer's acting up.
Yeah, mine is acting up too, so I'm a little bit worried, but we're almost through.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll hear that sometime in March. All right. The last item, we have action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Jane requesting a discussion and vote on revising the terms of the Franklin Mall Maintenance District number 122. My office is in the Franklin Mall Maintenance District, so I will be recusing myself from this discussion, and I'm going to turn this over to our new Vice Mayor, Raj Chahal. So I'm going to be signing off. Well, if someone will come text me or when you're ready to have me back to close up the meeting. Okay, thank you.
We'll let you know, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for appointing me the Vice Mayor, first of all. So, Mr. Jain, item number 6, as mentioned by Mayor, action on written petition submitted by you requesting a discussion on vote of revising the terms of Franklin Mall Maintenance District number 122. So it's yours.
Yes, this is another item that I guess would come up for an agendizing on a future council meeting. I have talked about this for a number of years. Basically, I believe that the businesses at the Franklin Mall are being undercharged for the cost of services. So I have these numbers. The total area is 4 acres. The private land is 1.46 acres. So the percentage of private land is 36%, 36%. So the total maintenance costs are $155,000, but we only charge the businesses $14,000. That's 9.12%. So while the percentage of private land is 36%, we're only charging the businesses 9% of the cost of maintenance. So if we took 36% of 155,000, that would work out to be 56,539, which for me would be the minimum that we should be charging the businesses. Because if you look at other malls, it's the owners, they provide all the maintenance. They provide all the tree cutting services. They provide the parking lots. They provide the sidewalks. The city doesn't pay for anything there. This is very unique. And I think that I believe that it's an unfair subsidy to one particular group of owners. In addition, the city has land on 2 parking lots that these businesses take advantage of. One of the parking lots is 1 acre, and an acre would support 150 parking spots. And at $20,000 per parking spot, that's $3 million. But our downtown consultants value property at $5 to $8 million an acre. So for us to be giving parking for free and also doing all of the sweeping and tree maintenance and sidewalks maintenance just seems to be an unfair subsidy to those businesses. So I would like it to be considered at a future council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Jain. I see Councilmember Becker's hand. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to entertain Councilmember Jane's request. So I'd like to make a motion to put it on a future agenda.
I will second that.
Vice Mayor Shahal?
Yes.
I am not certain if Brian is still with us, but I know that he had some concerns. Oh, his hand is up. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm still with you.
Okay, I thought you were asleep.
No, I'm still here. I'm actually looking out the window. The rain has gone from vertical to almost horizontal now. So
okay,
it's getting a little rough out there. No, it's important.
In a library?
No, I'm in my office. Yeah, I don't know what's going on at that library, but that's just a virtual. No, it's important for me to advise the council that there's a very significant Government Code Section 1090 question here. And that is under Government Code Section 1090, if there is a contract that the council wants to vote on, it cannot vote at all if on the other side of the contract there is a council member. So in this case, the mayor owns property in the maintenance district. Mm-hmm. Based upon what we've looked at already in terms of Attorney General opinions and FPPC opinions, it looks like it's quite possible that this maintenance district formula, in other words, the formula that limits the amount that the property owners pay is to $15,000, would be seen as a contract under 1090, which means that during the period of time when any council member is a owner of property within the maintenance district, it would not be possible for the council to amend that contract. So my opinion about 1090 doesn't count. So what I'm proposing to do is, if we want to move forward on looking at changing the formula, for the maintenance district, I'm going to need to be able to send a request for an advisory opinion from the FPPC on whether or not the council can even vote on this.
So city attorney, we can do it in parallel. So whatever we decide today is irrespective. You can do that thing in
Yeah,
parallel.
you can say, and I would bring a report back on what the FPPC said. It's just that I don't think it would be very productive to come back before we hear back from the FPPC. That's all I'm saying.
So why don't we do this thing as this thing on agenda today, so we can vote on it whether to bring it back or not, and we can bring it back after your report comes. That way we don't need to bring it back for voting again.
Sure, exactly, Vice Mayor. That's exactly what I'm advising.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see Council Member Watanabe.
Thank you. Yes, I actually have strong reservations about any proposed increase in tax, because we're talking about an increase in tax in the midst of COVID that will be assessed against small businesses that are already having difficulties in this environment. And I really think that this is not an appropriate time to even be discussing this. And so I would not support a motion to even look at this, any potential increase right now, because it's not an opportune time for small businesses or even property owners that would probably pass the increase in tax assessment over to the small businesses that probably rent their properties. So I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Staff, can I take like, we already have a contract on this thing for up to, I don't know what date it is. I have a question for Councilmember Jain. Are we thinking of amending right away, or are we thinking of amending after this current contract expires?
Yeah, so this contract comes up, I believe, every year.
Yes.
And every year council votes on it, actually.
That's correct.
I need to clarify when you're finished.
Okay. And so I have complained about this for a number of years, but every time when it comes up for the vote, they say, oh, well, it's too late to amend it. We have to approve the contract because it's expiring. So now I'm trying to do it before the contract comes up for expiration, so that the next time it comes up, that we can handle it.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, can I clarify what
Sure.
happens every year?
Sure, City Attorney.
Yeah, what happens every year is the amount of money necessary to maintain the district comes up. So the assessment amount comes up, but the assessment, the amount that the property owners pay is fixed at $15,000. So all you're doing every year is determining what's the amount of money we need to maintain this district. So it's the contract itself hasn't changed in many years. So it's not really, it's really the formula for how the district apportions that maintenance payment that has not changed and doesn't come up every year.
It's the annual budget process for the maintenance district as well.
So it's not the contract coming up every year. So that's why we've never confronted this issue before. The last time it was changed, and I did look back at just the last time it was changed, at that time, none of the property owners was on the council. So that's why it was able to happen at that time. As far as I can tell, the formula that's in the district formula, which is basically the contract that I'm talking about, has not changed in many years. And so because we're talking about changing the formula vis-a-vis the property owners, that is the part that is a contract that I have to consult with the FPPC to see if under 1090 the council can vote on it.
So City Attorney, if I may ask, so this means the current contract is perpetual, like it can go forever?
The district is not being, as far as I know, the district is not being renewed. Maybe Public Works Director can talk about that. But as far as I know, we haven't renewed it. It's just simply, it just goes on.
Yeah, this is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yeah, what the city attorney referenced is correct. Based on the current terms of the maintenance district, the costs that the private property owners pay is fixed, minus the interest accrued in an account. So every year we come forward to budget for the maintenance district based on those criteria. The criteria, yeah, it's been a long time since those changed. And when I went back through the records, there seemed to be a whole process that went on with engaging the private property owners, engaging council, and going through a rather lengthy process to come to terms with how to restructure it. But in the recent future, there has been no restructuring. We just go annually to budget and to assess everybody's payment.
Okay, thank you, Director. I see Councilmember Kevin Park's hand.
Yes, thank you. I mean, based on these discussions, it sounds like what we do every year is we discuss how much more we need to budget for the increasing cost of the land because the payment from the landowners is fixed. And I don't know how we would go into that, especially since that fee doesn't look like it's changed in many years. I think that where Councilmember Jane is going is a fairer way to both handle the landowners and apportion city money for the maintenance. I also know that we don't have to say that. I think we could put up a plan that says it would not go immediately from the 9% to the 30-odd% that Councilmember Jane suggests. It doesn't even have to be that percentage. It could be any percentage that we want. And I believe that we could scale it, like after 1 year, it would go to this percent. After 2 years, it would go to this percent, until N years later, we get to the final percentage that we want. I'm curious as to what the FPPC would rule, because I don't understand really I don't really understand that rule too much. I would think that would basically put in limbo, it would freeze the properties for the contracts for any properties of any city council person. I don't know what the point of that would be. But I think that the idea of trying to, manage the cost, make a fairer maintenance budget is a good one. And I had another question, but I have to think about this a little bit more based on the information I just got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Vice Mayor, may I make some clarifying comments? So this is a maintenance district, and just like our former conversation, the establishment of a maintenance district also is governed by state law, for which the city council has the approval to establish. The approval to establish a maintenance district comes with the authority of the participants who will be subject to the fees or the taxes to vote on the proposal. So the council could put forward a format for assessment, but it is ultimately the property owners who get to vote and decide whether it gets implemented or not. And so the process, if this is something that the council will want to go through, will bring forward a full explanation of the process for the maintenance district. And obviously, as Director Mobeck was saying, it does entail community participation and engagement, particularly with the stakeholders, noticing, and then a voting process. So we will want to make sure that the process is well outlined for the council to consider, as well as to make sure that those that are impacted are made aware of what the proposal is. So there is a voting process where we then bring back the results of the vote, and based on the results of the vote, we will determine the next steps of how the council could proceed.
Okay.
But it sounds like first we need to get the FPPC letter and then bring back the options for the city council to consider.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Park, you have another question or comment? I see your hand.
Yeah, based on City Manager's comment, does that mean that the City Council has no purview on the maintenance district? It like the previously with the TID, my understanding was that the City Council could dissolve the TID, or the members of the TID could do that. But are you telling me that the maintenance district does not work that way? That the City Council has no control over the maintenance?
No, the maintenance district is governed through state law of how to impose or implement a district where property owners on their own accord are making a determination that they want to be assessed additional fees for purposes of investing in the maintenance of a geographic area that's established by boundary. And so when that occurs, obviously the council can work with those that want to be within the boundary and set up a special assessment district. However, it's the property owners that get to vote on the level of assessment, as well as the proposals of changes and how ultimately how the budget is approved. So it's not taking away the council's authority. As I mentioned, it's the state law that provides the authority to the city council to even form the maintenance districts. But the state law doesn't ignore that the property owners have a right to make a determination as to the amount of assessment that will be imposed.
Okay, because I would definitely like a report on the maintenance districts and this one in particular, and comparison with other maintenance districts, because it sounds to me, based on what you said, that we can create the maintenance district, but the members get to decide how much they pay in, and that
we would create a proposal based on a budget, and then we send it to the voters. It's similar. We have business districts, we have facilities districts, and so we can certainly bring back the outline of how a maintenance district, the mechanics of it, based on state law, and then what the schedule would look like for implementing a maintenance district.
And what would happen if we just decided to dissolve the maintenance district? Could we not do that because of state law? Or, I mean, state law basically says if you have a maintenance district, this is how it must be governed. But what if we decide to dissolve the maintenance district? What would happen then?
I would have to go back and understand the dissolution process. My instincts tell me that we'd likely have to engage with those that participate in the maintenance district, work with them on how to dissolve it. If there's any reserves and any remaining funds, to make determinations on how to expend those funds to close down the maintenance district, and then also have a plan with respect to how is the area then maintained going forward.
Okay, because based on those rules, I don't see how the pay-in from the business owners ever increases as property values go up. I don't understand how that works.
We'll bring back the explanation of a maintenance district and the state laws and the mechanics that govern it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Attorney, you have a comments to make on the same?
I was just going to echo some of the comments that the city manager made. Yet the city would have the right to eventually to dissolve the maintenance district, but there'd be a process for it. And exactly as the city manager said, the result would not necessarily be what we're trying to achieve here, because then you'd have city property that's a parking lot that you would have no assessments to pay for. So anyway, these are things that we can analyze if and when we can come back with a choice for the council. Again, the issue of the formula not being able to be changed right now is merely a question of the coincidence of a council member happening to be an owner within the maintenance district. So it's not like we could never change the formula. It's just that we have to ask the FPPC whether it's something we can do while a council member is still an owner of property within the maintenance district.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Council Member Surds, Jane, I see. You have-
Yes. First, I don't exactly agree with the city attorney that the city would have a parking lot with no assessments to pay for it, because right now the city is paying $140,000 out of general funds to maintain this district. It's a subsidy from the city. Those funds could easily pay for maintaining our own parking lot. But further to the point is, what happens if we go through a downtown redevelopment? What happens to this maintenance district?
So if the maintenance districts, if there are stakeholders that surface that determine that they want a changed approach, or if a business district is developed that that addresses these types of activities as well as other activities, then there could be a conversation between those participating in the maintenance district and those creating a business district of merging, so that the funds are leveraged. All of that is it's subject to paperwork and filings according to state law and council action. So it's all very possible for a scenario like that to take place. It's just a matter of how the participants how they would like to be assessed, and what are the goals and the transparency around the budget, that how funds from those assessments will be spent on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Okay. I see Council Member Kathy Watanabe. And
Thank you. City attorney, just for clarification, because the issue of the parking lot has been raised several times. The city owns the parking lot, which is why the city maintains it, correct? It's city land?
You know, I don't know what went into the original formula. The only point I was trying to make is that if you dissolve the maintenance district, then you lose even the $15,000 from the private owners. That was
Right.
the only point I was trying to make. So, and then you have to figure out how do we make that up
Okay.
if you want to continue to use public funds to maintain it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you. So I think we have a lot of open questions, and I'm not sure, we don't have a motion on the table right now, right? So Councilmember Jane-
Vice Mayor Chahal, we have a motion on the table.
Oh, okay, okay,
And
okay.
I just would like to confirm, I believe I heard Councilmember Jane make the motion to agendize this item to a future agenda date. And then,
Yes, and
then
I seconded it.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. That's good. And I see Council Member, okay, Anthony Becker. Okay, we want to go for a vote? If no further questions?
sure, just let me enter this. Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Thank you. So the motion passes 5-1 when one abstain, right? And I think staff must have noted all the questions we have. So whenever it comes back, it would be appropriate if we have answers to all those questions. Thank you.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
if I may call back Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, I just let her know and she's joining now.
Thank you, Simran.
Trying to join. Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving on. We have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any council members that would like to make a very short presentation? Councilmember Hardy.
BPAC met yesterday. We only spent 6 hours. Now this makes it look like a short meeting. And there was a a vote, and there's something that will come to the governance committee over that, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Anybody else? Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I spent 6 hours on the ABAG call last Thursday night regarding the RENA numbers that are coming out and being proposed in terms of increasing housing in the entire Bay Area. And I'm sure we will have further discussions on that, but it was a very interesting discussion. And I look forward to staff bringing it back to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any more. So City Manager, Executive Director, do you have any reports?
I do. I just want to remind the City Council and whoever's still viewing that we will have our policy priority setting session on February 1st and February 2nd. And we'll be discussing our financial condition as well as goals and goal setting in the environment and context of COVID. I also want to report that since our meeting, we have received multiple reports of small power outages. There was particularly one in the southeast part of the city impacting about 100 households, and we will get information out as well as when we're able to respond as soon as we can. But at this point, we are responding to multiple power outages, and obviously we'll be deploying staff. That's it, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That will lead us to our adjournment.
Mayor,
Hello?
you have two council members raising their hand.
Okay, on the City Manager report, Councilmember
Yes.
Hardy. Councilmember Beck.
I just want to make the point that I have many people telling me that they want to call someplace when their power goes out. And I tried to explain to them that we're very aware when their power goes out, they do not need to call it in. Is that correct? And from the City Manager that I'm giving correct information, and that's for the public, whoever's left tonight.
I would also recommend you go, if they belong to Twitter, go on Twitter, because SVP is very, very good at tweeting out. And I think they might do Facebook and other social media, but if you want quick response, they're right on it. They keep us up to date right away. And I know many people follow them on Twitter, but I'm sure there's other places that they're getting this information out correctly. And they do ask you, don't call in, but look at this for reports. City Manager.
Scenarios like this, especially at this time of day, our lines get full very quickly. We are aware of the power outages. We are deploying staff accordingly so that we can respond. But obviously, when we get multiple reports at once, we are not able to respond to all. So we need to prioritize. They're always welcome to put their information up on Twitter. We will monitor it, as well as Facebook, and make sure that we get that in the queue if they can't get through the regular line. So
thank you. Councilmember Becker.
I was going to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I want to thank our staff that's down here at City Hall with me as well for hanging in there with us. And I'm telling you to please be careful out there. There's some, really crazy weather and wind. So please be safe, all of our staff that's down here driving home. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
I can do this all day.
Yes or
but
no?
yes. But yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
This meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the public members that hung in with us all night long and all the staff members. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Stay safe.
Night. Be safe.